they close the doors. Sometimes on the weekend they stay open a little longer.
So who was the person that spoke up a moment ago, you guys?
Nobody knows.
Well,
Maybe he
correct.
dipped out. He came and trolled and he dipped out. The Earth is a globe, but he failed.
Yeah, he just trolled and jumped out.
He thought we would get upset. He's like, "Oh, how dare you? How dare you?" We'll be like, "Greta, how dare you?"
That's so weird. You're just going to come and say it's a sphere, and then that's it.
I've heard worse. But
well, yeah. I mean, who checked that guy in?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did a crap job. We just kind of, that was kind of funny though. No. I was just saying, I think we knew the second we heard him because we're like, oh, okay.
I think, yeah, he knew he wasn't going to get under our skin with his mild trolling. He wasn't like a good troll. You got to be pretty rough to get under our skin.
I would, I like to know how people come up, how they find stuff out. That's what I want to ask people.
I know. I like trolling the trolls. Like in the check-in, they think that we'll get triggered by like, the Earth is a globe, and and then like if you play along,
like people do on YouTube or Facebook. They think that's how we act.
Yeah, they say the Earth is round. I'm like, okay, I agree. It's round.
Yeah, like a pizza.
It's round, but it's not a ball.
There's a difference between a circle and a ball.
Obvious, yeah.
Not so obvious, Ron, because people look up in the sky and they see a circle of light and they think they see a ball.
Well, that's because that is imprinted in their mind since the time they're born. It's a ball.
You're absolutely right.
It's hard to break that conditioning. I would say it's almost impossible.
Impossible.
Almost impossible.
I have a new favorite saying. I'll have to look more into it. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. I just love that. Oh my gosh. I mean, that just says it all right there.
It reminds me of a biblical verse. It says, it says, "Hear this, you stupid and senseless people. You have eyes, but you cannot see. You have ears, but you cannot hear." They literally have eyes, but they cannot see. You can't see the horizon is flat. It's like, that's what I feel like saying. You guys are stupid and senseless.
Yeah, but even people that read that in groups and such, because I've been in groups and such, and I've heard that, and we've talked about it. And they don't talk. I don't remember having conversations about that like I've had with people like right now, what we're doing. I don't think they get it when they read that. I have to.
It makes perfect sense. It makes.
Well,
he couldn't have said it better.
Yeah. But did it make the same sense that it does now? Did it make that like 20 years ago?
No, you would scratch your head. What do you mean you have eyes but you cannot see? I mean, you literally don't see what is in front of your eyes. You literally don't see it. It's a flat horizon, and you don't see it. You want to believe it's a ball. You are stupid and senseless. It's like, it's so.
I don't think stupid is fair.
No, it says that in the Bible. You stupid and senseless.
Oh, did you? Oh, the Bible
literally says that.
Word stupid now.
I don't think it says stupid in the Bible.
No, I don't think so. But we'll go with it.
They're a little bit more eloquent.
No, sorry, Ron. I wasn't trying to derail you. Go on if you want. Uh-oh.
Yeah, once people have got some indoctrination deeply into their mind, you could just show them proof after proof. It just won't faze them. What happened? Went totally silent in here.
Well, hopefully I didn't. Well, we lost Ron for a second. He muted, so he must got a call.
No,
Or
I'm here. I didn't
Oh.
want to make any noise. My price alert was going off.
Oh, okay.
Is this
See, it says it's Jeremiah
Someone's everybody on speed
5:21.
MC. Do you want help?
excuse me? What was that?
My dog that's acting a fool tonight is. I don't know what's going on.
Is that artwork that it says 88 punks owned? Is that somebody that was that something that was sold for millions of dollars? Please tell me no.
Can you repeat that?
Wolfgang Flat.
Yeah.
It says 88 punks owned. Okay. See it there in the stream?
88 punks owned. I don't know.
Are you on the live stream voice text?
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, because we were talking about that YouTube guy who sold some artwork for millions of dollars.
Those are some of the cyberpunks. They're called cyberpunks, and it's like, you know how you have Nike shoes, Adidas shoes. These are cyberpunks. It's a particular brand, and those particular cyberpunk NFTs sold for shit tons of money. And that's why I'd like to look into who actually created them, because the artwork is not worthy of the price that people are paying for these.
I mean, it's not even a painting. It's just like
It's
horrible
a
little
pixel, dude. It's a JPEG. It's just a pixel art.
garbage.
I
Yeah.
don't understand why it's a thing. They all look stupid.
Because I think it's money laundering. I think the person who created them, the people buying them, keep their identity secret. So let's say you wanted to, I needed to launder $100 million. You just buy these stupid JPEGs off me. And then I could take the money and bring it into the real world and buy real estate. Yeah, you pay some tax on it or whatever, but it's drug money or whatever it is. So you're taking dirty money and making it clean money. You're just bringing it into the system.
Yeah, because, art is subjective and they can't argue, like, even if it's a big piece of garbage, you just, somebody might like that. I don't know. I mean,
when Hunter Biden starts making NFTs and he's a billionaire, right? Like, just like his art is money laundering. Everyone can see that.
That guy should be locked up already.
Dude, he should be worse, but I won't go there.
I mean, he even, put his dad on blast for,
With the big guy?
taking on, the big guy, I mean, it's just incredible
10%
how dirty the Bidens are.
But the thing is, I think that they put it in our face because they know people aren't going to do shit. Like the Clintons were that dirty and nothing ever happened. And I think they just want people to be frustrated. And why doesn't the FBI do something? Why? Does that even deserve an answer?
I know. I've been saying this for years. I mean, just nobody gets in trouble for these things.
Because that's how it's designed, man. It's designed like that.
Because they're in the big club, and you and I are not in the big club.
Right? Well, actually, they're just the low-level people. The people in the face, like okay, Biden, he really has no power. He ain't really calling any shots. He's a mouth. No. He's a mouthpiece, and whatever, dude. He does what he's told, just like all these people.
Yeah, he's owned.
But they don't care. Like all these people, yeah, they live pretty well. Like him and Nancy Pelosi, and they get their dirty money and their millions, and they live much better than us. But they're complete sellouts, and they're not calling the shots. They're not really running shit.
They act like they do.
Well, that's part of the role. You have to
Wasn't
act like
that
you're not.
hey,
It's show business.
remember when Pelosi got in trouble for going in that beauty salon and acting like nothing was
Yes,
happening in the whole
with no
world?
mask on. I
Yeah,
heard
she
her
must have
husband.
not done what she was told because she had to be publicly humiliated. You know what, people? Found out where she lived, and for some reason, they were hanging hair dryers in the trees by her house because there was a lot of beauticians that were out of work. And then Miss Things just sauntering around, kind of pissed people off real bad.
Yeah, but the thing is, they've got it to where you can't really do shit about any of it as an individual.
Well, you can't change their system. Their system is in place until we pull the
All
plug.
you can
We can pull the
do
plug,
is disengage.
but
Yeah,
we
but
could pull the plug
they're getting into our business though.
if enough people
Yeah,
reveal
there's a
how they reveal what's going on, then we could pull the plug on that system, and then nobody will use it. Like when everyone realizes how corrupt it is, then the system fails to have any authority. That's the only
Well,
way to dismantle it is with just shining the light on how it's actually built.
yeah, but
critical
you say
mass.
when people, figure out it's so corrupt, then it'll all fall apart. Well, at this point, it's just in your face corrupt, uh, just overly so, and
It's still happening.
we still can't
I get it,
really.
but because
Nobody
people
gets in
think
trouble. I mean, there's
here's the
nobody watching
problem.
out for us.
I had this argument with flat earthers even. People think they can fix the system by voting in new people into the
Oh
corrupt
my
system.
God, no.
I know, I know. I know that's the problem. And that's like, no, no, we'll just fix it. We'll vote harder. We'll get new people in and they'll fix things.
Oh, that's ideally that's the way it's supposed to work, but
Well,
But
that's what keeps you like a donkey chasing a carrot. They throw
yep,
you a bone and say, "Oh, his poll numbers are down," and then they replace one of the minions, and the people think, "Yeah, we won a small victory. Let's keep at it, guys. We're winning," and nothing ever changes. They just keep
yeah,
you chasing that carrot endlessly.
it's like a high school kind of, what was student council, but it's like a nightmare,
It's
you know.
worse, and it's much
Yeah,
worse.
it's like uh,
This is impregnable. I mean, but it's not indefeatable. We could defeat it. That's why they censor us at every turn. And what I'm saying is, when they find out how corrupt when you learn that the Earth is flat, you also learn that all the governments of this world are in on the same deception. They're all on the same
yep,
page. That means they're
yep,
all on the same team, every one of them. And
yeah.
when that
And you know
happens,
how you can prove that? From the Antarctic Treaty.
and having a globe in the classroom and saying they have some people on the International Space Station and they're going to space together.
Oh
All
yeah,
that
I just heard on the radio just the other day that Americans and Russian scientists are working together on the ISS,
oh
and it was
yes,
recently refueled, so that was a
see,
big deal. And so
oh,
people
yeah,
is that
understand.
that ISS is the biggest joke in the fucking world.
People understand they're
well,
corrupt.
people
Like,
eat
okay,
that shit up. Nom 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 nom.
what I mean, like, would you say they know it's corrupt, like Nancy Pelosi and Hunter Biden? They understand Hillary Clinton, that level of corruption. They don't understand that every other government is in on it the same way. They always tell us that China is an adversary, Russia is an adversary, when in reality they're all on one team. All of these
Mm.
world governments are on one team versus us. And when
It's
they
a
figure
big
that
flub.
and when that fucking light bulb goes on in your head, all of those governments get dissolved. They all get dissolved.
Yeah, I
Worldwide.
I don't know how that's going to happen though, because they own the armies and they,
So what?
own the courts, and they. I mean,
Hey, but
how's
so
it?
what? Let's say you're in the army. Let's say my dad was in the army. So like you're going to turn on your own people? Like you realize that your government's working with Russia and working with China to fuck you over and that sent my grandfather to the world wars and all these other people to Vietnam and Iraq and Iran. They've all been sent to these fucking bogus wars for banksters. When they learn that, they're going to go fucking turn on their people, but not the banksters. Come on.
Sorry, I've got to step in and just interrupt this conversation. We've had reports of this kind of thing compromising the server, so we might have to
Which
change the
topic?
topic.
Oh, that's
Just
fine. But which?
war.
Oh, okay, no
war,
problem. I
and
didn't know that was.
You got a strike for that the other day.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
everyone. I didn't know that. I would not have continued with that if I knew that was a hot ticket topic.
Talking
Sorry.
about World War II.
Yeah, they recently really ramped up terms of service and everything real bad. So we got to have a zero tolerance. It's crazy.
yeah. Just as
Wow.
far as agenda and motive of particular governments, like it's just got to steer clear of that. That's all. You can
Yeah,
discuss
thanks,
like war
man.
topic
Thank
like
you.
things, but yeah, no
Thanks
problem.
yeah, appreciate you. Don't want to lose our server, everyone. Can't be too careful.
I can't believe that we're at
I
this
know it.
point in America where we can't just chit chat about whatever
Well,
we
we
feel like.
can. It just can't be live stream. We can talk all what we want to talk about on voice and chill chat or whatever, but we can't do anything with text because that would be Discord would have something. But yeah, it doesn't matter to me if I'm recorded. I just,
I'm sure I'm on a list already somewhere.
yeah.
I think all of us are, dude. We're all monitored. Whether you like it or not, you're being monitored.
You have a file on everybody.
Yeah, I mean your phone, like all the if you look at your phone, it tracks out all your movements. It probably has passive listening and recording devices with the camera and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's already with you at all times. And not just your phone, other devices, the Internet of Things. There's stuff in your house that you don't realize that's probably got the same stuff in it. Pinhole cameras, recording
Yeah.
devices.
I
It's all
know.
connected to your
When they
Wi-Fi.
finally get their entire surveillance grid in place, yeah, it'll be,
It's pretty there already, dude. I don't know anybody without a cell phone. It's like their grid is
right.
in place. Even homeless people have cell phones. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
and then they got cameras on all the streets. They got them on the schools. They got them on the stores. All that network of cameras tied into the internet. They got them on doorbells. They got them everywhere. That circle camera on the doorbell.
Every single intersection in America has cameras.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, eventually they'll be watching what you buy at the grocery store, and if you buy too much of one thing, they're gonna,
Already
they're
do, man.
give you
I get
demerits on your social credit score.
I get the coupons for the shit I buy the most, like Kroger and the store Meyer. They send me coupons for the stuff I buy every week. Like, oh, you bought this, this, and this. Well, here, I mean, okay, great. Give me some coupons, whatever. But it's like, if they have that, so do other people. And you know what's crazy? I was, I don't know if you heard this before, but I was at a store buying some of these Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches, and they were on sale. And I got picked up 4 boxes because they were like $2 off or something. I'm like, okay, I don't want to come back here when I scan these and then they scan it at full price, and I got to go all the way through the store that's bigger than a football field. Here, look, see, and then walk all the way back to the cash. I didn't want to waste any time, so I just took a picture with my phone. Anyway, this is years ago. This is before I was even a flat earther. And I was listening to Alex Jones on TuneIn Radio. There was an app called TuneIn, and you could listen to streams. And an advertisement came on my phone for $1 off Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwich at Meyer. So from the little picture, there was no photo or anything.
You
It was
took a photo of this thing.
of a barcode. It was a barcode at a store,
Oh my
like a
God!
barcode with the price. It was the barcode and the price
Yeah.
of the item. And I just wanted to show the people, here, see, here's your sale price card. It's in the frozen foods display. So from that, I got a coupon on my phone listening to the live stream. I'm like, what the fuck? Because in the fine print,
Are you
all the
saying
apps
you
that
just
get.
took a picture and it went into your photos and that was it?
Well, here's what. Yeah, I went on my photos. But when you buy an app or when you download an app, even a free app like a flashlight or TuneIn Radio, it says that in the terms of service, you have to agree to let it look at all your photos and all of your contacts and whatnot. So from that barcode, it figured out that there was a product, and I got sent a personal advertisement to me, directed at me. I'm like,
Wow,
what?
that's crazy.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. It was so creepy. And this is years ago, man. This is probably like 10 years ago. I'm like, what the? Because that's probably like the last time I listened to him. It was about that time.
I love Alex. Everybody gives me shit for it, but I don't care. You know, imagine when we get to the point of there's no more cash. Like homeless people and stuff, you can't like give them $1 or $2. I mean, there'll be nothing to give them. You know what I mean? How do you panhandle when there's no cash in society? My God, I'm looking at every single person in here has their mic off except me. Oh my God. Well, now's my chance to just grandstand. And I got nothing to say. There's the Alex Jones meme. He was real upset that day. One thing Alex doesn't get is he believes in NASA and space flight and obviously globe Earth. I don't know why he can't wake up to that. And he still thinks that planes hit the towers.
That's because he's controlled opposition. Alex Jones is basically a higher level shill.
That's the claim. I haven't seen any indication of that.
Do you know who Bill Hicks is?
Oh my God. To me, that's the dumbest theory ever.
Really?
Yeah.
That's Bill Hicks.
Yeah, no. I mean, Alex Jones is, high school yearbook pictures from when he's a kid. He's a real person.
You think Alex Jones is legit? Someone who says airplanes hit the World Trade Center. He believes in outer space. So he's legit.
Yeah. Well, I figure that's what he believes. I mean, I don't have to agree with every single thing he ever said.
Opposition. They have people, right, that put out I'm not saying everything that he puts out is not true, he does put out some good stuff because he sent me on my way to not trusting all this official media. And then I turned my scrutiny on him. I said, well, what about you? Well, look at this, this, and this. And then I just figured out, I'm like, aha, he is a higher level controlled opposition. He's going to reveal some truth that you're not going to hear on mainstream media, but they have different layers. They have layer one, layer two. It's like an onion. They have all these layers of different controlled opposition. You have the mainstream media, that's the biggest net. And then some of the fish swim through the netting, and then you catch them with the next net or the next net or the next net. I'm just like the one that swam through all the rips and tears, and I found my way out of the net because so few people are going to find your way through all those holes in the net, right? Almost nobody, less than a 0.5% or 0.1%. Some people get caught on the final net, would be like Alex Jones. He's like the last net to capture the people that went through all the different layers of mainstream media and keep them contained, keep them in his camp.
What's he covering up? What's he lying about?
He's covering up 9/11, which you just talked about. He's covering up space. He's covering up the fake shootings, like the one he recanted on, the one in Connecticut.
Yeah, I mean, I believe he figured out that nobody got shot at Sandy Hook.
Well, yeah,
I won't touch the two main truths.
But now he's got to like say, I believe people died, because he's got like
so
20 lawsuits from these people.
The person that you trust is now feeding you lies. That's what I'm saying. He's like one of the final levels of controlled opposition. So, well, Alex said it, so it must be true.
Well,
because he's right about the Illuminati. He's right about the New World Order. He talks about them in those general terms all the time, but he doesn't talk about Israel.
well, I mean, it comes up. He said he doesn't
Have
have
you
a
ever
problem
heard
with
him
this.
talk about the USS Liberty attack?
Yeah, it's in one of his films.
He did. Okay, when?
I forget which one it is. That's where I learned about that USS Liberty attack.
Well, that's good. But the thing is, talking about 9/11 and airplanes and stuff, that's
Well,
just
this was back in 2002 or 3 when they were, trying to figure out what happened. And, the idea of no planes wasn't even on the radar anywhere yet.
well, it's like, where is he today? His stance today on this stuff. I'm not saying he's I mean, that's just, it is what it is. There, even controlled op will give you some truth. They have to give you some amount of truth to make themselves believable, so that the people who are skeptical trust them. Like, no, he talks about the Illuminati and the New World Order and Bohemian Grove. Like, yeah, I did learn a lot of useful stuff and about those things I just mentioned, and the Federal Reserve and all that shit. So he does have some good, but on the big topics, he's always going to revert to the official narrative, like Sandy Hook, like outer space, like all the 9/11 official story.
I just think he actually, thinks that NASA is real and stuff. I mean, I would say, man, you don't know NASA's fake? I mean, come on.
No one could be that stupid, especially if you know about all the other things, like if you know about Bohemian Grove and the New World Order and the Club of Rome and the Bilderbergs. If you know about that, there's no way you could be that stupid and not know about the NASA fakery.
Yeah, he's like a jump off truther. Like you start out like I did, like listening to him, and then once you figure out more stuff and you really look into truth, he becomes unappealing.
Right.
And you look at the actual truth, like flat Earth.
Yeah, if I ever
And I
called up at his show, I would ask him, like, Alex, you don't know that NASA's fake? Come on.
he
Or
knows,
He
dude.
won't touch it.
or
He told us.
when the plane hits the building and just glides in and doesn't bust off a piece,
He told us about fluoride in the water. He told us about a lot of useful stuff. I'm not saying, but that's what controlled opposition will do. Like rat poison is 99% food and 1% poison. So even if Alex gave you 99% truth and 1% lies, he's still feeding you half truths. And the bigger picture is to maintain the official narrative on space, on 9/11, on Sandy Hook. So if you believe all this other stuff, they allow you to know about Bohemian Grove because it's out there. They go to the Bilderbergs. They have the Council on Foreign Relations and the Federal Reserve. People have known about this shit forever, right? They got books, The Creature from Jekyll Island. People know about that shit. Ron Paul would even talk about that shit.
Right.
There's certain things that they don't let you know, and that's one of them's flat Earth because it ties them all together. It reveals that they're all one big entity. They're all one big hydra. All these governments of the world, they're one hydra, and they're unified on at least that one thing. On at least that alone, space and the globe, they're on the same page. That tells me they're unified. It's a unified one world government. Nobody dares step out of line and tell the truth.
Yeah, I just think Alex shies away. He shies away from aliens and weird. Yeah, he doesn't want to come out flat Earth because he's
aliens is not related to flat Earth. That's some fake shit.
It's into the area of kookiness. You see, he tries to stay with more like something he can really prove. Let
me see. You're a flat earther, so what? I think you need to journey a little bit further down the road, and you'll figure it out. You'll piece this together.
What am I missing?
The big picture.
Alex is like really.
He's not that important to the big picture.
Okay. He's pretty independent,
So you think. He works for Time Warner.
I don't see how that works.
Well, that's who pays him.
I mean, is there any proof on the planet that that's fact?
Now, you just said the Earth is a planet. So that's another suspicion. Like, I don't know any flat earthers that call the Earth a planet.
It's just out of habit, Like you say, this guy's the biggest liar on the planet. I mean, yeah, it's flat Earth.
What
but
planet? I don't know.
It's a phrase. What do you call it? I should refrain from using that terminology.
Don't catch him up on that. Just ask him the 3 questions.
When I found out the Earth is flat, right, I realized it's not a planet. And to me, like, that's one of the things that makes me cringe. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard when I hear people refer to the Earth as a planet, and they're flat earthers. It makes me cringe.
Or people say global or all over the globe.
That's a little bit like a global warming is it's actually like a thing that people call it. So it's not as cringy as calling the Earth a planet. They're still both kind of a little bit like the global warming, but what else would you call it so that the common person would know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, just drop the T and you got a plane.
Right, it's also another farce. It's one of their farce things to control your fuel. They call it carbon emissions, and it's greenhouse gases causing global warming. It's like, well, wait a minute. It's a trace element. It's like 0.2%. It's essential for plant life, and you're calling it a pollutant. It's not a pollutant. It's a trace gas, and it's absolutely essential. Without it, the world dies.
That's what they want, so.
Right, but.
I know. This global warming is bullshit.
You said this word starts with a G. Global. What's the root word for global? What's that? I've never heard any of these words before because I come from a different time.
A different time.
The globe is fake and gay.
Yeah. I just started following an Instagram channel, Space is Fake and Gay. Does anybody know who that is?
I know him. I know him. That's my boy.
Okay, good. Yeah, because shit's fucking hilarious.
Oh, now space is gay.
Well,
This has been
It's
gay.
always been gay.
Always gay.
it's been gay. Dude, you guys are on fire.
Fire.
No, I
Yeah,
should
wrote
Eddie,
that
can't
one.
wait.
Eddie Bravo's busted Alex Jones
Huh?
balls on Joe Rogan about the flat Earth.
I wrote that in one of my songs. Space is fake and gay. It's like
What do you guys think
I
about the moon though? Like, what do you think about
Hold on,
that?
I want to hear him finish
Moon's
talking
gay
about his
too.
song.
Oh,
He's talking about his music. Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh no, I made some songs. I'm not the best singer. I'm like pretty shitty actually, but I rate the lyrics and I put them to different musical tracks. I do like a parody, and
Like
I've been
Weird
working
Al.
with.
Can we hear them?
Put it in
Yeah.
the live stream voice text.
Hold
and
on, they're kind of shitty vocals, but
No, it's fine.
Whatever it is, man. Let
Just
us
a
hear
demo.
it. Share it with the masses. Is there a Glober talking though? Scout, are you a Glober partner?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well,
Ooh.
why's that?
I don't know. It makes sense. Does it not?
No,
No,
that's the thing. It doesn't
does it
make
not?
sense.
No.
Check this out.
Yeah, well,
correct.
Harry Potter makes sense.
Oh wait, no,
too.
sorry. That's my bad. I'm not a Glober.
Oh,
That's my bad.
you're a
Yeah,
honest.
obvious.
You're an
Oh,
honest
well, you
person.
offered some lies.
Yeah, because it makes sense.
Flat makes sense.
Yeah.
Why's that?
Well, I don't know. All the like everything adds up and it just makes sense. All
Name
the
one
stuff.
thing.
I haven't
Be
gone that
specific,
in depth
bud.
into it. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
just give us one example.
Well, so
A
you're
lot-
already lying.
The
then.
moon landing is fake
How does that have to do with Earth measuring flat?
The sky.
because they're lying about it. They
That doesn't
what?
make the
they
Earth
say
flat.
it's spherical from the outside, but it's not.
Hey, man, people lie to people all the time. So what?
Hey, Scout.
Exactly.
You're a bad actor, bruh. If you're gonna act, at least be good at it.
What do you mean?
We're just calling you out for your bad acting.
Well, how else is he
For
going to
what?
get better if he doesn't hang with us for a little
Yeah,
bit?
he's got to practice.
I guess if you want to practice, maybe go take some classes or something.
Okay, that's my bad.
Just be genuine, man. It's fine. You can be a Glober. It's cool. We all used to be Globers, bruh.
It's so much easier to be honest too.
I
By the
just,
way,
I just want to be. I want to be
flows.
accepted. I want to be accepted.
We don't want to. No, this isn't a club. We're not trying to get the numbers up. We don't want to recruit you.
Okay,
okay. We just want to have a dialogue and you just to be honest.
That's my bad.
Simple. Yeah. Just be honest, bro. We used to be
Always be
where you
honest.
were. But if you're just gonna like goof off and try to act and stuff like that, we just don't have time for that.
Yeah. Okay.
It's too late in the game for that. Okay?
Do you know you sound fat?
I'm like 155.
He
I'll
means
probably
PHAT. That's what he means.
kick your
Okay.
head off as well. So
I don't know if you'll be able to get your foot all the way out there. You know, you sound a
definitely
little
get
bit
my
big.
foot over your head because you're,
Won't be
definitely-
the first thing that's been up there anyway, huh?
you're definitely not taller than me, Scout. For sure.
Yeah, but you sound fat. You know
Yeah.
that. And I'm
Okay.
guessing you're fat.
How does somebody-
and pull up on
He's-
me then, cuz?
He's 155.
Where do you live? Yeah, and like 4'10".
That's what a fat person sounds like to you?
Yeah.
You retarded?
You also sound fat. You know that, right?
right,
Everybody
so-
sounds fat to me.
I'm super fat. PHAT.
Well, anyway,
Scout, can you focus?
1 second. How do I sound?
You sound fine. You don't sound fat.
Yay!
How much is fun way?
Congratulations.
Anyway, so
This
you
is
think you can
deteriorated
focus for maybe
quite-
5 minutes?
Huh?
Do you think you can focus for 5 minutes?
No, I really don't.
All right, well,
hey, I got to tell you
Yeah.
something. You know, the first knee-jerk reaction to not understanding something from a human being is to mock it. So you're there.
Hi guys.
Just letting you know.
If you go take your meds, could you focus for 5 minutes?
Hey guys.
what's up, Pablo? How are you, buddy? Hasbullah in the house.
So can you guys tell me why the Earth is flat?
What does that even mean, though? When you say flat Earth, what does that mean?
Flat.
Yeah, what does that mean? We're asking you what that means.
It does have mountains and valleys, but
Right, because we can't sit here and like debate the flat Earth that you made up in your head. We need to be talking about the same thing. Okay. When I say globe,
When
you
I
know
when
what I
I
mean.
think about a flat Earth, I think about Earth on a sheet of paper,
So like a magic carpet.
like a map. Like we're on the map,
So like a magic carpet.
like D&D map, you know.
So we're picturing something like a magic carpet in space.
Yes.
All right. So
Knew
that's
it.
why we need to talk about this, because there's not a single person in this server that thinks that. You've come here with your own ideas about some silly flat earth that you made up in your brain that you think flat earthers believe in. And that's why you think flat earth is dumb. And we think that's dumb.
Enlighten me.
Well, I mean, just let's just make sure that's clear.
Yes.
The thing you
Yes.
thought was really dumb when you got here is something that you made up. But we don't think that.
Okay. Well,
All right, so it starts with like they're telling us that these bodies of water form into hills. So when you go out and observe bodies of water, whether it be something man-made like a cup or a pool, sink, bathtub, or something natural like a pond or a lake or an ocean, right? So do you ever experience any of these bodies of water forming into mounds or hills?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Come on
You've
now.
never experienced any of these in
When
your
you're
life?
in a boat, you look out in the water and it's flat in every direction.
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So, but all I'm saying is that these bodies of water, they don't form into hills. So if we're on a globe, then everything, lakes, all these ponds, all these oceans, they're all hills of water. Obviously that's not happening in reality. So that's why we don't think the Earth is a ball.
Then what is?
If the Earth is 70% water, as they say, then that's a lot of flat water. So
Absolutely.
Then what do you think about Picture from Space?
well, they're showing us curved hills of water, as I just discussed, and we don't see those in reality. So why would we? Oh, let's just go with the pictures because they show hills of water, but we don't see that. No. There's also pictures of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness monster. So
That would require curvature.
should we go with those two?
It's hard. It's hard for me to understand.
All right, so that's step one, right? We've already covered the curvature. There's no hills of water. The step two is like, do you think you're moving? Do you think these buildings are moving?
Um,
Do you think your house is moving? Your apartment or whatever?
I guess not.
There you go.
Why would anyone think that? That's kind of my question. What evidence would, like, what? Who's gonna come to me and say, "Yeah, man, your house"? Why would they even begin to think that?
Yeah, why?
Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody would come up with
probably.
that on their own.
All right, so all right, we're 2 steps in. Check. So
Okay.
step 3. If I let me give you an example. I have a can of soda. Right? If I open the soda or a 2 liter of Coke or something, what happens to the gas pressure? If I leave the soda in a coffee cup for a week on the counter, it's probably not going to be as fizzy as it was when I first opened it, right?
Yeah.
So I think we need the container, the containment to contain the gas pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another example, like maybe you have a car, you got a flat tire. Can't just go to the the mechanic. You need a new tire. You got to get a new container to contain the gas pressure inside the tire. Can't keep just pumping it with air or
I just got 4 of those new babies, and I'll tell you what, there's some quality air pressure in there, but only because of the quality tires acting as containment for the gas pressure.
Well,
Yeah, not gravity, the tires.
I was gonna say Glass sort of made the mistake. He should have just got the gravity edition.
Oh,
tires.
yeah,
He
could
would've
save
been
some
good.
cash on that.
But
Next time.
anyway.
Thank you.
Exactly. All right. So those are 2 examples, blah blah, of gas pressure with a container. So we'd like to know if you can think of or demonstrate an example of gas pressure without a container?
Without a container. Here? I don't know.
So,
Here?
well, that's the thing we're trying to prove. So we can't use the thing that we're trying to prove the thing we're trying to prove. So the air is the thing in question here. So we can't just point at the sky and say, "See, there's my proof." That's the thing we're trying to prove.
Yeah, we're saying, why doesn't that vacuum of space suck our atmosphere off the ball?
I gave you two examples, right? Physical examples. So we're just asking if you have, a physical example that we could demonstrate here on Earth. Gas pressure, no container.
No,
I mean,
I
we
have
can
no
just
idea.
yeah, it's cool. We can just rip the Band-Aid off because you're not the first person we've asked this to. You're like the, maybe the 20,000th person we've asked, maybe more.
Well, the thing is, none of us can, right? I have no idea where to find gas pressure without the thing for which the gas presses to. You know what I mean?
It's got
Gotta
to
have
press
both
against
things.
something, huh?
Yeah, right. That's why the word pressure is used. PRESSURE.
Right.
Yeah. So you need the container. So, boom, we've covered gravity. Sorry, not gravity. Curvature, rotation, and gas pressure. Right. So, no water hills. These buildings don't move. You definitely need a container for gas pressure. So we have gas pressure on Earth. I'm guessing it's contained. So I'm guessing. What do you think, fellas? You think we can go to space or anything like that? I think if you want to go to space, you're going to have to jump into your screen.
Then what happened if Elon Musk?
Yeah, I was just thinking you might need a Neuralink implant to go to space.
No, what happened if he actually goes to Mars? Then
He's not going
Earth
down
still
fucking
not.
Mars, man.
Well, first of all, Earth would have to be a globe, which it measurably isn't, and it would have to be adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, which has never been demonstrated. So I don't think that's happening.
Say, let's say if it
Are
does.
you able to see the chat, blah, blah?
Yeah, but let's say that we go to Narnia. Let's say we go to the Emerald City. Then what? Why would we say that? What's the point?
Yeah, I'm feeling what Central's saying. Blah, blah. Can you see the chat?
Yeah.
You, you see what I posted at 2 minutes past the hour?
Nope.
A
Yeah,
dude
take a
with a
look.
striped shirt.
I used to watch. I'm a '90s kid. I'm a '90s baby, so I grew up watching Blues Clues. And if you do a Blues Skidoo dance, you can jump into a picture frame. You can jump into the TV. So I think if you want to go to space with Elon Musk, you're gonna have to do a little Blues Skidoo and jump into your iPhone or your TV.
Wait. So do you guys believe that the Earth is round or flat?
We don't believe. We don't believe.
Yeah, we're trying not to do beliefs here. Maybe that's what you're doing. That's why you're asking us that question.
Have you not realized where you are right now? Blah blah.
No.
Oh, you're in a flat Earth Discord server. So we are pro flat Earth. We are anti lies. Globe.
We're just pro Earth. If the Earth happens to be flat.
Okay, let me be honest, guys.
If it was a globe, that'd be cool too, but there's just no evidence for that.
Yeah, I'll believe whatever
No
the
one's going to
truth
bring
is,
any
so.
evidence either anytime soon. Otherwise, maybe blah blah. You would have brought some, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't, did you?
On YouTube.
It's not there, bro. We looked already. Don't worry about that.
I'll look on YouTube right now.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the Elon Musk, the red car up in space. I mean, you believe in that thing? I mean,
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
of course. Where's that car now? Is it just orbiting the Earth or something still, or what?
Well, I think it looks impossible.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Thank you, Elon.
It would look so much more real if they faked it.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake. Blah blah. Are you like an Elon Musk fan?
No.
Okay, good. That's a good thing. Blah blah. Can you see the live stream voice text? Live stream voice text.
Yeah.
Can you
Okay,
read?
so yeah.
Can you
So
read,
yeah,
blah blah?
go ahead, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right, just checking. Sorry, go on, Gemsy. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I'm just pointing out the text, so for him to be aware that he has perms
Wait.
to see the text now.
So that picture of the sun rising. What is that?
I don't see a picture of the sun. Try
Where are
again.
you? Hey,
Yeah,
where are you looking at right now, Blabo? Where are you looking at?
he's talking about Wolfgang's post at 58 minutes after the hour.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Are you lost, Glaflow? Are you kind of lost that you don't see the sun on that one?
no. That was yesterday. So
Yeah.
I'm now.
No, it says
I've moved
today
on
for
to
me.
today.
Glad from the
It says
Well.
today.
Glad from the future.
That's because you're not in the right time frame. You need to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Glad's in a different time zone, Gemsy.
Gemsy just hates everybody. Okay, yes, I see the sun. So blah blah. What do you want to say about the sun gif?
So what was you talking about?
Now, blah blah.
About,
Now we're on the same
water.
page. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Blah blah. You said you see the picture of the sun. Did you want to talk about that?
So is that flat?
The horizon looks pretty flat, straight.
I mean, the GIF is flat. It's like on the screen, sure.
Yeah, which part are you asking about? There's a lot going on.
The GIF, is it flat?
GIF.
If your screen is flat, then yes, the GIF is flat.
What is that GIF trying to show us anyway?
I don't know.
What the hell did you
Well-
post, Wolfgang? What is this?
Well, they usually say that the sun's going down below
Yeah, it's like
the
coming
horizon
up on
for a
this one.
sunset. So we just zoom in. It's
Uh-oh.
clear
Oh, I see.
or
Yeah.
anything. Nothing's going down under any horizon.
It's just going away from you.
Yeah, it's
nothing's
like-
going into the water. That's weird.
Yeah, people would say the sun's disappearing behind the Earth's curve, but then you zoom in, it's like, oh shit, it's actually not even touching the horizon. Shit.
The sun appeared to have set, which means most people would think it went over the curve of the Earth. But when you zoom in, you see the gap between the sun and the water. What's happened is it's just disappearing at the vanishing point. Everything disappears. It converges at the horizon. So it looks like it just blends into the horizon and disappears. So they tell us ships and the sun, they're actually going over the curve of the Earth. But if you zoom in with a like a P900, P1000, you can see that they physically didn't go over the curve of the Earth, because if they did, there's not enough. It wouldn't matter if you had a million times zoom. It doesn't look over hills. It just looks straight ahead.
Right.
There's no camera that looks over a hill. So zoom doesn't do you any good.
Yeah, I know they say the sun's going down, but it's not.
Well, what they say is the Earth is turning away from it.
Blah blah. Do you have a dad or just a stepdad?
That's an interesting question.
Do you have a male figure in your life that might be able to teach you how to be an adult? I'm just asking.
We know the answer, but we want you to answer.
Single mom.
No.
Alrighty. So moving right along, what we have to do here is we have to see if we can get him to come back, because he just left after I asked him about his father or lack thereof. Okay. It's all right not to have a dad, but you know what's worse? To think you're living on a spinning water pair. That's worse.
Somebody better pick up that phone because I think Glatt just called it.
Bro, you just made a man-child cry.
Yeah. You should be ashamed of yourself. Did he just bounce right when you asked him that?
Yeah.
Oh my
Holy shit.
Got too real.
Bro,
I would have been
He
like,
made him cry.
what's that got to do with anything?
Damn, glad.
The reason.
You don't want
Come
him
on,
to start
guys.
pouting on
You
screen.
gotta work yourself into it. You just
Come
went
on.
in raw,
We all
man.
know that he was here to waste time. I didn't mean to I didn't know he was
You
gonna
gotta lube him up,
puss
dude.
out like
You
that.
just,
Bro,
just went
I
in.
hadn't even started fucking
We
with him
we
yet.
were being
Jeez.
mean to him, really, were we? Little.
No, but just because he was burping into the mic.
Right, I was like, when he did that, I was like, you know what? Fuck this guy.
It doesn't mean he didn't have a dad.
Correct.
Poor guy doesn't have a dad, and then you made him cry.
It was a solid clue that he didn't have a dad, though. Look at how it turned out.
Guess what? Glad's his dad now.
Yeah.
Draw up the adoption papers.
We got another person, Mia. Anybody talk to Mia?
CB, you're too kind.
All
Go
right.
ahead. You say you got a new person? Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
Send to the next one.
Yeah, there's a Mia here. Hi, Mia.
Love it. Hey, it's me, everybody.
Mia, do you respond to your name? Hello. Do you have control of your mic?
She's gonna hang up on you now.
All right, then. You guys were talking about.
Give me the cold shoulder.
You guys were talking about daddy issues, and now some people are gonna be scared about opening their mic.
Don't be scared, folks. We'll be gentle.
Yeah, just don't burp into the mic, and yeah, like don't project your daddy issues onto us.
It's not my fault.
It's not my fault if your dad left you.
This is my step ladder. I never knew my real ladder.
That was good. So does Mia stand for missing in action? A-holes, or was it stand?
Apparently.
Mia, the way it's written, it means missing in action again.
Yep.
That's like my joke, except less funny.
I think Good Boy brought her along. She's shy today.
Oh, dude, Good Boy is here? Is he?
Yeah.
Says she doesn't really speak.
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
If you have a question, you could type it in the text on the live
She
stream.
did. She had a question in the lobby. She said, is it a flat sphere?
Whoa.
That's the dumbest question ever. No, thanks.
That's definitely that issue.
That can't be real. She's
Mia is shy. I know her. She doesn't really speak, according to Good Boy, in the chat.
Yeah, it's just the difference between a sphere and a circle. One's 3D, one's 2D.
That's like a lot of Gen Z. A lot of them like the text, but they're just really they're really shy to speak.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, but because they're so used to texting, they feel awkward speaking around people.
Dude, I'm not even gonna.
They text people they're in the room with. They just can't handle
Right.
it.
Yeah.
I still understand how phone anxiety is like a thing, but it is a thing with younger people, like not being able to speak on the phone.
I mean, the live stream definitely does have its own, vibe. It's not normal, I would say. So I'll admit that, but it is weird that people don't want to speak, like not face to face, but at least like.
If you go on the live stream, there's only like 4 or 5 people watching most of the time. So it's like, and they're the same regulars, so it's like whatever. It's not. If there was like a huge audience, like oh my god, there's like 10,000 people.
There's
watching.
like, you mean the
There's
YouTube
literally dozens of people listening in, but not even
the
that.
number matters to her. People are
well,
listening.
if it's a lot of people, I could see getting some kind of like, whoa, maybe people being freaked out by it. But it's like it's just like a small room like this. Don't feel shy. Speak up.
Yeah, it's just like there's 4 people listening on YouTube and 14 Mossad agents. Like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't care about them. They're always listening, whether you like it or not. Whether your phone is even on. You could turn your shit off and they're still listening passively.
Yeah, so it's mostly just the same people who are always listening to you, so no big deal.
I always tell them to fuck off because I know they're listening, and I like to troll them back.
That's why I eat a lot of gassy foods.
Because like everyone's phone monitors them. Like everywhere you go, it'll tell you where you went. You went to McDonald's or you went to Starbucks or Kroger. It'll track you. It'll see when you were driving, when you were walking, how long you were at each location. You can look in the log and find this stuff on Google.
So they know how long it took me to take a shit.
If you take your phone to the shitter, they would probably know. Yeah.
What are you doing
Yeah.
in my swamp?
How do you get those little sound bites?
I just pretend I'm going to the bathroom to throw them off.
Just call me
Is
a
that why
quick
I
on
get
the
like
bra.
toilet? Is that why that I get like toilet paper advertisement when I eat on the toilet?
Dude, did you see the ad I posted? I got an ad back in the day when I used to
It
listen
could
to
be
Alex
Gen Z.
Jones. Did you see it? It was a targeted ad. Let me see where it was. It was up a little bit.
Where was it again? What's the time?
Let me see. I'm scrolling through right now. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah,
Okay,
Target.
12:37. I'm on Eastern time, so it might be different for yours. It was for Meijer, a store like it's like a grocery store.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Save $1 at Meijer. Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches. That's exactly where I took the picture. It's got the little infinity symbol on there too. But this was tune in radio. It's like for live streaming and stuff. It was an app that I downloaded, and this is like 10 years old. I haven't listened to them in a long time, but when I saw this pop up, I'm like, I'm deleting this fucking app. Like, what is this shit?
Dude, I think it can see much more than just like it's not just hearing you. I'm pretty sure it maps out like the inside of your house. Like
It's
because
got
I've
the
gotten
cameras, dude. It's got
I
cameras on both
it's
sides.
not just the cameras. Like I don't know. I was like I do not take my phone running, but I was wearing running clothes and I didn't have like the camera up. I wasn't, I wasn't looking at it. I was just talking and I pick up my phone and all of a sudden I get an advertisement for running apparel. And
Oh
I've
god.
never searched that. It's just like it must be like mapping with some kind of like I don't know, like
I
sonar
think
or some
it's
weird shit.
listening, dude. It's listening because if you're like, oh yeah, I really like Starbucks mochaccino or whatever, boom, there goes an ad on your phone. Starbucks mochaccino, save $1. You're like, what? What? It's like
The creepy thing too is like I think that the front camera also looks at your eyes. It also I think there's an algorithm based off
Oh
of
yeah.
your action. Like if you react like
dude,
different in post, it'll be like, oh, what did he just look at? And then
it tracks your eyeball movement, dude. It could tell
or
what you're looking at on the screen.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
it's
yeah.
intelligence.
Dude,
definitely.
there's some ads and if you don't look at the ad, like sometimes I just don't look at despite them, it will stop playing until you look at it. Well, you have to press play again, but
It
yeah,
eye tracks it, dude, even on the older phones. Yeah, back several generations they have it.
Damn.
I put tape on mine, dude. I got tape on mine.
On your front camera?
so does
Yeah,
Mark. So does
I
Mark
put some
Zuckerberg.
electrical tape. I'm like,
Mark
fuck you
Zuckerberg.
guys.
That's based.
Mark Zuckerberg also has tape on his thing.
I
No,
have
he
that on.
puts a jack. He takes a headphone jack and he sticks it in on his in the sound port so it can't passively listen. But I'm sure they have backup mics. Dude. They got more than just a little pinhole mic, and they probably got workarounds for that shit too. Like if you put the headphone, he has a headphone jack with the cord cut off, and he jams that in there so that it doesn't passively listen, according to him.
I mean, they don't even have headphone jacks anymore, though.
I know they're
There's
like
really,
wireless.
yeah.
No,
You know,
but
you
on
gotta
his
wonder
laptop,
why
yeah,
would they get rid of
they
headphone
probably have
jacks?
them. What's that?
Oh, so they can sell you other stuff, obviously.
Oh, so you have to buy the dongle deal.
Yeah, you got to buy
That was the older laptops. This was several years ago. He did
get a
that.
cable. Yeah,
Where's the feedback?
somebody does have feedback. Yeah, I noticed that.
Most of them don't even have an optical drive. They don't have like a DVD drive on them. They're just like everything solid state. You can get them. You can get a laptop with it, but they're it's not standard equipment on most
You
of
know,
them.
I like having that. You could pop a movie and
Some of them don't read in the Blu-ray. I would have
right.
thought they'd already be up in that, but they don't read Blu-ray movies. I'm like, what's going on? Why is this DVD not working? And this is a newer laptop, like a year old. My brother has it, and it doesn't read in the Blu-ray. Do we still have the new people in here? Any noobs?
We have several new people, but they seem a little bit shy. Like, I know Nick the Noble. I remember him from VC.
Oh, you guys can explain to them like why the Earth is flat. Just start listing reasons and see if they have more questions as we go.
They're not going to say.
Yeah, my thing lately is like, who cares about the shape? This place just doesn't move. And if it's not moving, then we're not on a globe spinning and flying through space. That whole thing is just broken if this place doesn't move.
Yeah, if yours
So,
isn't spinning, their whole model collapses.
Oh, well, it's both of them too. I mean, it's the motionless and it's flat. It's two lies in one, and it's geocentric.
yeah, I
So
think
all
people
of
just get
these,
so stuck on, well, they come up with their own flat earth, sloppy, floppy disk in their brain, and they're trying to debunk that the whole time. No, dummy. We're not talking about any shape or anything like that. This place doesn't move. And
you
if it
want to know
doesn't move, it's not a globe. So,
something else that's interesting? We're coming up on the summer solstice on June 21st, and this particular time of year, you can see the sun for more hours if you're in the northern region of the Earth above the equator. If you travel far enough north to say Canada or Alaska, you can witness the sun circle you above the horizon for 24 hours. So you go outside at midnight and you'll see the sun and you'll feel the sun on your face. You'll see it and you'll feel it for the entire day and night. It's always up. So it's you can literally watch it circle you. So if you think we're circling it, you have to be freaking delusional.
You could just time lapse photography and just track the sun rising, going over your head, and then over to the west.
yeah, I mean, I was thinking back about that today because, like, we all used to be Globers. So, like, when I would look at the sun, obviously we all see the same thing, but I would cast a spell on myself and I would tell myself, no, I'm really actually, falling backwards and stuff like that. So it's just weird. Like we all see the same thing though. We all see the sun moving, but I don't think they realize the implications of that until you start looking into this topic a little bit more. Because most people are just casting a spell on themselves and others. So
Yeah, the sun never actually goes over the horizon. It just travels around in a circle. When they say, "Oh, the sun went over the horizon," that's not true because someone asked about this gift that I had where the sun appears to have set, and then when someone zoomed in with a P900 or P1000, you could see the gap again. When you increase the angular resolution, you see the gap appear between the water and the sun. So it's just a matter of your where the vanishing point is at your focal distance. Like if you're just with a naked eye, your focal distance to the horizon is about 3 miles from sea level if you're 6 feet tall. So if you take the sun, let's say the sun was 10 miles away, and then you take an 83 times optical zoom camera, you just increase that angle of your optical resolution, and then you make the you increase the distance to the vanishing point. So the sun appears to be rising again just by zooming in on it. It's not literally coming back over the horizon. It's just going over a flat body of water, just like it appears.
For any skeptics or on the fencers or hardcore globers, next time you're out and about and you observe the moon and the sun above a flat horizon in the sky during the day, ask yourself a question. How come the moon isn't on one side of the stupid planet and the sun on the other?
Yeah, it is weird that you do see both in the sky. I mean, but when I try to put myself back in my Glober brain, I'm not sure how I would like take that, you know. But as a flat earther, I look and see that I'm like, oh well, of course, like this can't be a globe, though.
I never thought of it consciously as a glober. I just like there's all these like inconsistencies, and I just remember I would just never even think about it. I just take everything for granted.
Well, that's what it means to be a glober. You have to like actively ignore this stuff, even the contradictions.
I got one buddy for years, even before I figured out FE. We'd be out and about doing whatever, and I'd be like, dude, check it out, the moon's out. It's daytime. He'd always get pissed. Why do you always show that to me?
Yeah, they don't understand they don't understand why that's important. Like what they just don't get it, dude. They're not even thinking deeply about their own their own worldview, which is kind of sad. You'd think you would explore that a little bit because that's like your core belief. You haven't kind of checked it at all. You're just gonna roll with it. You might want to check that, guys, because we did. Yeah, we checked. And it's not a globe. So, but if it were, I think
it's not a globe.
Right.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself.
It's like, but if it were a globe, I think we'd be cool with that. We just need some real evidence. But no one's bringing that. So until then, guess we ain't moving. No pun.
Unless you're drinking. Or in a car.
Yeah, so much for that Earth movement.
And we don't feel spinning.
Planes landing on runways running in all different directions, but it's spinning. Okay.
The plane has special technology, Flatman.
Imagine trying to dock a boat and the dock's moving as you're pulling into the harbor.
And your boat is spinning. And the water is also whirlpooling. And the dock, yes, as Flatman Can said, the dock is not, it's not rooted. I bet you're moving too. Good luck docking, fam. Spinning boat, whirlpool, moving dock. Have fun. And you
I mean,
wouldn't
shit, the ground winds could be rough and the planes will take another run at the runway. They won't even come in till it calms down.
Oh no, that's just because the globe would just happen to be spinning just a little bit too fast for their machinery. You know, they had to recalibrate. Let the globe slow down a little bit.
And remember all those other explosions that created stuff?
Oh, you mean like nothing that exploded and made everything?
And then all the explosions afterward, that like that one time something blew up and it made a car out of the explosion.
Oh, well, if you just have like, if you send a hurricane through a scrapyard, you just make Boeing 747s, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, just random.
You guys remember that time? You remember when the Scrabble factory blew up and all the letters came and landed and made the perfect work of Shakespeare?
Yeah, you don't need an intelligent designer or anything like that. You just randomly let things blow up, and chaotically they form beautiful things.
Yeah, explosions always form stuff.
That's how babies are made.
That's how babies are.
Sorry.
That's what
Everybody
my
knows
girl
that.
said. Babies are made that way.
That's not wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's just how dumb that scientism is. It's laughable.
Order out of chaos.
Ordo FKO. Yep.
Crazy, man.
God damn it, Glad you scare all the Globers away. Now we don't even want to yell at.
OG Take Notes is back. Let's see who else we got.
Oh, we got people.
OG Take Notes, Nick the Noble.
Yeah, but they.
Who else we got in here? Jacob Rothschild.
Oh no, he's just listening. JR is cool. He's my homeboy.
Yeah, I see him in the chat, holding it down. Who else we got? We got Jemsy, some noob. Jemsy, if you want to speak up and say anything, welcome to Flat Earth.
Globe, globe, because globe.
Yeah, that makes sense. Pretty. There's really no rebutting that one. But thanks, Jemsy. We also have Desmond. Welcome, Desmond. And that's about it.
OG and Desmond are server unmuted, so they can speak if they like to.
Yeah. If you guys just want to speak up and tell us if you notice they're starting to move at any point, just let us know. Otherwise, we'll just stick with it's not moving. So. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, at this point, fellas, we're just doing victory laps. It's fourth quarter's already passed. Game's over. We already won. put the hands up. Start celebrating. Do a victory lap. Okay. It's too late in the game for these guys. It's 2022. You guys still think you're on a spinning ball? Come on, man. Really?
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Oh my gosh! Are you guys seeing what's going on in the lobby? Guess somebody's saying they're trying to dismantle the modus tollens. So that's fun. He's saying the modus tollens is mathematically faulty logic.
So you're saying we gotta
Sorry, go ahead.
We got a crazy homeless guy screaming in our lobbies that we're saying.
Yeah,
Right.
you should get a few of those around this time.
I'll send security.
Yeah, that's. I mean, just you don't even need to send the security. Just send the janitor in there. Get him out of here.
I'm the security and the janitor.
That's great.
This brings me back to the good old days of the YouTube chat, the lobby chat.
Is anyone on here?
Yeah, we were just waiting on somebody to roll in. What's up?
What's up, man? What's going on?
Will. What's up, Will?
Who am I talking to? My bad.
Third down from the top is CB.
Ah.
Just in the chat, clowning on some goofballs is all. The usual.
What, some Glober?
Yeah, what's this guy saying? How do you know rockets come back down? And I hit him with I said gravity, so no, he's trapped.
You put him in a conundrum.
Oh crap, he's arguing my argument.
Oh yeah, man. Nah, I just came on here to ask if anyone knows or if they can point me to citations or some explaining like about light characteristics, you know, like photon and electron. Well, that's different, but I know they kind of act the same when they're passing through a certain contraption, like a double slit experiment or quantum eraser.
Quantum eraser.
Quantum eraser experiment.
Love. Nah, man. Not my area of expertise, but I feel like there's a couple people like Get Be Get might be someone you might want to speak to, or
For sure.
who else? I don't know. There's a couple guys who like to nerd out on that type of stuff in here. Not me
All
though.
right, for sure.
I'm definitely not an expert in that field, in those types of fields.
All right, for sure. No, it's because I've been kind of like hitting myself over the head like for the past few months, trying to figure out if we could see this light particle, you know. And
what's your like main objective though? What are you trying to?
nah, I'm just trying to see if we've ever seen this photon particle, you know. If anyone's taking a picture of it, but they say it's too small.
Also, you could maybe talk to India.
India.
One of the admins. If you ever see him around, you could ask him. Maybe he'll be in the chat sometimes, in the lobby. If you get lucky. But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, what do you? Is somebody like got somebody bringing you some fire arguments, and you try to like debunk them, or like what's going on?
Nah, it's me. It's me. Like I'm saying like since we haven't seen it, you know, like how can it be like how can we be like oh for certain it's this or not that, you know?
Have you ever asked yourself like what if it's neither?
Exactly.
So
exactly.
What if would you accept that there's a possibility you'll never know?
Yeah. I'll accept that, but right now things are kind of looking more like that, you know, more like I don't know. No.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, man. Honestly, man, like I'm cool with a little bit of mystery, you know, and I also don't want my boys, you know, my squad, my homies, like going on wild goose chases for things that might be a waste of time. Maybe it's not. Maybe you'll learn something you can come back and teach us. But it's like I do think there are bigger things to focus on. And if there's nobody in your life that's like, man, trying to like dunk on you with light and particles and stuff like that, then like I don't know, man. I bet you could apply your time and learn some other things that might be helpful to you as well.
Yeah, no, yeah. I get you.
Don't let me rain on your parade, because maybe you'll learn something and then you can come back here and then teach us, and then we can teach others. So maybe there's that chance as well. So I leave that door open.
Yeah, of course. I'm always questioning and researching on different topics. But this one just kind of stuck with me, kind of like almost for a year now. And I mean, I've been researching other things, studying other things, doing some other stuff too. But I mean, this one's just been on my mind. Like, what if it's not that, or what if it's not anything? What if we don't know? You know, like.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well said.
Like exactly like what you said right now. I'm like, yeah, I'm totally open to that conclusion. You know?
Yeah. That's good. I think that flat Earth does bring an element of mystery. Like, what is the sun? What's the moon?
A hell of a lot of mystery.
And I actually enjoy that. I think that a lot of new people to this topic don't realize that that's not really even a problem. A lot of them seem to think that, well, if you don't have an answer, then you're wrong. It's like, well, that's not even true on the globe side.
Yeah.
They'll admit that they don't know much about the oceans. They'll say they know more about space. So It's like, well, there's an element of mystery there. So what, is the globe wrong because they don't know about the oceans? Like, no, that's not how that works. So no, we have an element of mystery here as well. Eclipses, sun, moon, all this stuff. So just because we don't have a story attached to it doesn't mean it's not, a reality.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Yeah, I'm always questioning things like I mean, like even ever since this topic got brought up and I stepped into it, like started researching, I'm like, whoa, like wait a minute, then this changes everything, you know? Like this changes like like there's so much more that we don't know than what we do know, especially given from like the narrative, you know? Like they tell us, like you said, like we don't know much about our oceans, you know? So well, not a lot about our oceans, like so and the narrative tells us like we know more about our moon, but I know I know that's not that's not real. You know, so it just leaves like more to the imagination, you know, and I think that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's just weird how they try to give you explanations and stories for everything on the other side. And you're just supposed to roll with that. Like, no, I'm not gonna roll with that. No.
Yeah, and whenever I'm in like debates with like these globers and like morons, like they think they think that just because, like you said, you know, like I don't have an answer like to like what the sun is, you know, or the moon or the stars or whatever is in the sky, like they say, oh well, you're wrong, like my ball my ball earth is right. Like what?
Yeah.
Like that's not a win, dude. Like you don't win like that. You know? I don't know.
They're basically all they're saying is like, but I have a story.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Yeah.
so when did you verify anything about that story? Well, everyone else says it. And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
like people, it's just weird. It's this weird confidence that it's like they opened up the textbook from fifth grade and they just start reading out of the book like that's like gospel. It's like, okay, so
Mhm.
when did you go and check to see if it's true? Oh, well, I didn't. It's just in this book. Okay,
Yeah.
so no, we're not just going to roll with what the book says. We'll go out and check for ourselves just to make sure. And if it's not true, then we'll dismiss the book. So stop reading it to me, you weirdo.
For real.
It's just funny, man. It's just too late. Like, it's too late in the game, right? I first heard about Flat Earth in 2017. So it's been like 5 years now.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, we're supposed to be, if we were, I love to think of it this way, right? When you're 5 years old, that's when you start kindergarten, right? That's
Mhm.
like, so how many, who, 5 years isn't a long time for people. When did you first hear about Flat Earth, Will?
Yeah, 2017. Same
17. So
year.
5 years there. Yeah. So it's like we're all
Yeah.
pretty young in this thing. We're
Yeah.
all pretty quote unquote young in this this understanding.
Hmm.
So that's important to keep in mind as well. We're not like 30-year-olds. I mean, I'm sure there's some people who've been flat earthers their whole life, but I think majority of people spent the majority of their lives on the other side.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I remember when I was like small, right? Like elementary school, like when they told me, when they told the whole class, and the teacher told the whole class, like, oh, before, you know, we found out that the Earth was a ball. Well, everyone thought it was flat. You know, this was like around the time when they started telling us like Christopher Columbus proved the Earth was round, stuff like that. You know. Well, they're not wrong, but sure, it's not a sphere. But anyways, um, they they were telling us that, right? So like I kept like as a little kid, I kept saying like why would they say that? You know, like why why would they think it's flat? Like I just didn't have like I remember like thinking about it like why would they say that? Like why I'm looking at this like map that they gave us, right? Like it had an edge and the boat was going over and I was like,
yeah.
why would they think that? Like I remember that day. Like it's kind of freaks me out how it's like kind of clear to me, like how I remember it. And or probably I might be making shit up too, along the way. But anyways, like I remember thinking about it like a lot. Like I'm like, why? And then like like probably like a couple of months passed by. Um, I started seeing cartoon shows, like more like Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, shit like that, And I totally forgot
You
about the
already know,
fucking,
cuz.
like I totally forgot about that shit. Like I'm like, whatever. I'm going with this shit right here. This looks this looks badass,
I know, right?
What's your
Well, they had
favorite
to give
form?
you a little bit of a lie to go with it, right? So they show you globe and then they show you propaganda. Well, this is what the flat Earth would be like. They're obviously not telling you the truth. They're giving you
Yeah.
two lies. Uh, one that's really ridiculous and one that's like maybe a little bit more plausible. I remember that too. Like the weird. I don't even know what it was. They were just saying like, here's a weird. They're basically showing like a cubed Earth. I don't even
Yeah.
know. Like it was
Yeah.
weird with a boat just fall like.
Yeah.
Obviously part of the gravel, but the thing I wanted to touch on with like the 5-year-old flat earther is like we're graduating to the next level now. We spent the last 5 years debating these goofballs and like having kind of honestly a tough time. I don't know how new you are to this server, but like we had the arena open, we had a lot more people coming in, different levels of people, science, PhDs, all this stuff. They don't come anymore. We're in the we're in the last quarter. If not, the game's over. So we've
Damn,
already
yeah.
graduated. Like it's we're. I know. I was in here the other day, and somebody's like, "Man, you guys got to be nicer to the new people." It's like, well, we did that, okay, for 5 years straight. Okay, it's too late. It's so late in the game, guys. Come
Yeah.
on, get with the program.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the next level now. So
Yeah, it's that tough love, It's like, come on,
it really
like
is.
we're
It
not
really is.
we're not up to that like lovey-dovey, like, oh my God, look, the sky is like something new, and like I could show you a new world type Aladdin shit. Nah, fuck that,
Some Aladdin shit.
like
I
like
can show you.
nah, it's like we don't know what it is, and we need
Yeah.
you to get on it or not, whatever, but stay the hell out of our way,
Right.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Tired of
yeah.
that shit.
I don't know, man. It's just my new attitude lately. It's just
You
I'm
know
tired.
what?
I'm tired of
Me
holding
too,
hands.
bro. Yeah. It's been like that for a few months now.
Yeah, same here. Same here. And I was like trying to spread the message, like, all right, everybody, be nice. Like that was like a year ago. I'm like, everybody, be nice. But no, for real though. I mean, like, you get a genuine person in here, you treat them really well. But
Yeah, yeah.
but if you're gonna be like a goofball or LARPing or anything like
Mhm.
that, acting, like you're just
Yeah.
gonna get called out. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yep. And then they act like the victim, And it's like
I know. You're
dude,
mean. Why are you
we're
being mean?
just
It's like, dude, you're acting
yeah,
poorly. Like, stop it, dude.
for real. You know what though? You like I kind of like in a way I kind of like hated, I guess, like coming to this topic, because now, like when I ask my friends stuff, and they're totally oblivious to the topic, but
Yeah.
some say like, oh yeah, I've studied a little bit of physics, chemistry, stuff like that. But once you hit them with the questions, like it's impossible to have a vacuum next to gas pressure without the gas going into the vacuum,
Right.
and the and then they start telling you like all these things, like, no, because of gravity and all this stuff, and then I'm just like, damn, man, like, no way, like, damn, I'm gonna, like, he might become a anti-flat earther, or just like, or he
Right,
might just,
right.
or should I just leave him, like, just be a glober, you know, like,
Right.
because I don't want him to become an asshole, you know.
Right. Right. I know what
So
you
like,
mean. I know what you
yeah,
mean.
man. So like I'm stuck. Like I'm like, damn, I can't talk to this like to him anymore. Like, you know,
Dude.
although I sometimes I bring it up, but it just
I'm,
sucks.
I'm over here like picturing you trying to defuse a bomb. Like, do I cut the yellow wire or do I cut the green wire? Like, shit, dude. That is how it is, though, man. I feel you. Like, I do worry that some
Yeah,
people would. I can see how you would worry that some people would like, you know,
just go
you push
haywire.
the wrong button. Now they're like anti
Hmm.
flatter. I definitely feel you. I've seen
Agent
that before.
Agent Smith comes out, you know, like
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's those that are like asleep, you know,
yeah,
or they just turn into Agent Smith. Like that's
yeah.
about it.
The NPC thing is really interesting, man. Like, I wonder.
Yeah,
There's not that many original thinking, genuine people.
it's
We
in
see it in here all the time with the programmed NPCs. That's why they come in here just regurgitating the same lines over and over and over again, thousands of times. It's not
it,
original. I
you,
can't do it.
you, yeah. Like I find that I find that kind of scary, you know,
Oh
because
my god,
it's
dude.
like
Yeah, I know.
it's like you know these people exist now, you know, like these are like I guess you can say like the Walking Dead, you know, like they're
Yeah,
just going around regurgitating, not thinking for themselves, just living life, you know, like just going through the notions. I mean,
think of the vicious cycle here. They say that everyone believes or everyone knows, right? The
yeah,
masses of people believe so and so. Well, the masses
yeah,
of people are dummies. It's like,
yeah. That's why they're called dumb masses,
so
dumb
funny.
masses. You know,
Yeah. Oh my
exactly.
gosh. Like I watched this video the other day on Instagram. It was like some dude going around. Obviously, the editing they picked the dumbest people, but like they were going around to some beach and just asking random people, like, "Hey, what do you think about what was this war? Who was between the Revolutionary War? Who fought in this war?" Uh, just asking them really pretty obvious questions, and people were like, They were literally asking people like, "What's the country above and below America?" They were like, So it's like these are the people that the Globers come in and be like, "Well, everyone believes it's a globe."
Ah,
Well, everyone are these dummies that don't know what countries above North America.
exactly. They
like,
don't know where they're at.
come on, dude.
Yeah, they don't know where they're at. Like like I remember like back when I was like what, like I don't know, teenage years. Like like I was like, wait, I'm in United States, and I'm trying to like locate like you know on like different types of maps, and I couldn't really find it. But then like had to orientate myself. I'm like, oh, there you are. Okay, you know. But I couldn't go straight to it. Like I kind of had a problem back then. But like now these people that like you said come in here, you know, NPCs, people out there being asked what are the. I mean, they're grown adults, bro. You know, they're
That's the saddest
you
part,
know
bro. That's the saddest
that's
part.
crazy, bro. That's what scares me too. Like, damn,
Yeah,
like these people just don't think, you know?
I know, I know. It's like Santa Claus for big kids that never grew up. Really.
Yeah.
Outer space, gravity, black holes, dark matter. It's just the same thing as like the Tooth Fairy and like reindeers and elves and
All
all that
that.
stuff. Literally.
Bro, oh my God. Like, one of my friends, like, he has two daughters, right? And like, he told me the other day, he's like, dude, like, my oldest daughter thought the fairy tooth, I mean, the tooth fairy was real, and I had to break it down to her, and she's like, what, 16, you know?
Whoa.
And yeah, and he's like, and even my youngest daughter, she's like 12. Like she had to tell her, like, yeah, Tooth Fairy's not real, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, bro, like that. I'm like, whoa, it's so crazy nowadays. Like how kids or people, you know, can be really deceived, and especially us, we're told like, you know, as little kids, elementary school, you know, it's like, or even before that, like on TV, like the Earth is a ball. It's like Literally that easy. You know, it's so crazy.
But it's just weird. I love pressing on new people when they get here. I'll be like, okay, sorry, 1 second. Well, I'm gonna 1 second.
It's all good.
Okay, sorry about that. I just got a quick. I got a call. But yeah, you just ask like random Glober that just joined. Hey, why do they lie about Santa Claus? And they'll be like, oh, it's just for the kids. It's just for the kids. There's no problem, right? It's just innocent. But the logic doesn't check
Yeah.
out. You ask them like, well, okay, so how come they lied about like the globe? Oh, well, there's no way they could possibly lie about that. It's like, well, but they lied about the Santa Claus thing. Oh, but it was for kids. Okay, what kind of mental gymnastics are you doing now at this point? Okay, like clearly they can lie about things to a lot of people. They've done it before and they'll do it again and they'll continue doing it. Obviously, they didn't
Continue.
stop doing the Santa Claus thing. They're going to do it this year, or they did it last year, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like It's not like they're going to be like, all right, everybody, we know you all know Santa's not real. They're not going to do that. So they're not going to do that with the globe either. They're not going to just stop shooting rockets up in the sky. And the way I think about all of that is the same way I think about Christmas. Like when Christmas time rolls around, what do? They start playing the freaking music at all the
Yeah.
corporations, all the businesses, all the trees go up and all this stuff. So when they shoot rockets, all this stuff, they're just dusting off the old Christmas tree. They're just playing the Christmas carols and all that. They're just trying to bring the spirit. Uh, um, it's just the same old tradition, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop.
Yeah.
Just say, okay, by
Never.
the way, just so you know, we never left. They're never going to tell you that. Are you kidding me? So I don't know, man. It's just funny.
Yeah.
It's so funny
I
at this point.
yeah.
We know too much.
Yeah, basically, and all thanks to the internet, it's information is just out there to grab, and
I would
honestly,
go even beyond that because I think it's like when you become a flat earther, you have to ask, well, okay, well, we're told that on the globe that basically a big bang happened and this all sort of just formed and no one really made this place. So if it's flat earth and none of that happened, then someone probably made this place. So it's like you
probably did.
you probably have to start asking questions like that. So I would say, Will, that it wasn't just that you found yourself here and stumbled your way here, that I would say that you were given or provided, you were blessed with this information. So you should consider yourself, you know, I wouldn't even say
Blessed.
lucky. I wouldn't even say lucky. I would say, you're an elite.
I,
You know things that most people they're not given this information. So that's
it,
why a lot of times we try to we don't convince people. If they find themselves here, the people
it,
that find themselves here are
I,
here for the right reasons.
I think everybody finds themselves in a place because either they're curious or they ask, they want to know, basically, like exactly, because there's like holes or gaps missing, so they go around asking, just like I did. I feel like um I guess like you said, like blessed, because like I'm not stuck like how I see my friends stuck, you know like so, like getting away from this topic, flat earth, right? Like just to see how my friends are like doing compared to me. It's like, whoa, there's something very different, like that I see myself in. Like, I'm not saying I'm better, I'm just saying like I'm just different, like, from them. um
Yeah, I
so
feel you.
so like just by that comparison, it's like I'm trying to look for, like, I don't know, anything that intrigues me, like, or that gets my attention, or that I want to learn. And as soon as this information hit, I was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. We're seeing further than what the calculations of the earth is giving us. Wait a minute. Let me, like my friends would be like, um yeah, that's fake, whatever, and just turn around, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I used to listen to this guy named Alan Watts like many years ago,
oh
and
yeah, that
yeah,
guy's
he
that's
had a
gangster.
lot of cool things to say, a lot of good things to say. And one thing he said was, it's like, how people will say like, "Oh man, that's far out," or "Man, that guy's really far
Yeah,
out." So you're saying like some people, like your friends, are so far out, like in a bad way, that they're lost. They don't know where they started. And
yeah,
I love this analogy. I can't take credit for this, but it's like, and nowadays we have Uber and stuff. But go back a little bit further. Imagine you have to call a cab and you have no clue where you are.
mm,
How are you gonna get picked up? Like, you got to know where you are. Here's another one. You wake up out of a coma.
yeah,
What's one of the first questions you're gonna ask? Like, where the hell am I? Okay,
exactly.
so if you don't know where you are, first of all, that you're on a flat stationary plane, you're gonna be really, really lost in life. Okay, generally, I can see how you'd be super clueless about other things that isn't flatter, like your friends. You know, how are
Yeah,
they doing in life and stuff like that. So I understand how you could definitely be super, super lost if you don't know where you
yeah,
started.
yeah, exactly. uh yeah, that's actually a good um example. uh i I don't know, man. So sometimes I feel like, sometimes, you know what though, I feel like I'm being watched. you know and it's not like a paranoid of like, oh my god, I know flat, or I know too much, I'm scared, no, it's not that. Like, I've been having this shit since like 2014, 2013, like around that time. Like I feel like my phone is like, you know doing some weird ass shit. And then, like, later on, or around that time, that's when people started getting that, or I believe people started getting that, on Facebook or on YouTube or something like that. They kept getting advertisements, like, just by speaking or thinking about things or something like that.
Yeah, we were just talking about this too. That's
um
crazy.
yeah, like, it was around that time. And and I was like, what the fuck is this feeling? Like, I don't know where it came from, honestly. And then, I'm going around, and like, my sister, she trips out too, because she notices that. And I'm like, I'm starting to trip out because I noticed that. I didn't tell her. She told me. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, nah, they are spying on us. All right, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I know they've been spying on us somehow, like, one way or another. So I just kept going on, like, until like 3-4 years later, Flat Earth came out. I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. Let me look into this, And then after that, I was like, oh yeah, they're checking up on us. They know what they want to know exactly what we're doing, like what we know,
Yeah.
what we're speaking of, all this crap. Yeah. But before that, like I had no question about like whether they were scoping us out or I didn't really care honestly until like around that time. I don't know.
Well, you
It
sound
was,
pretty young, but I
it was a
mean,
weird
they
transition.
honestly before then they didn't really have that much stuff. I mean, I've I mean, like I said before, I'm a '90s kid, so they
Yeah,
only
me
started
too.
having like freaking I had a CD player and stuff like that, so they couldn't
Yeah,
track me on my freaking CD player. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
so they could only start doing that stuff like once what iPod Touch. I mean, what? I mean, like, when did
Yeah.
they start doing that? You know, I don't know. They
Huh.
definitely weren't
That
doing
is
that on
weird.
a freaking iPod Nano or whatever. That thing doesn't even have a microphone. But I don't know. Maybe they were. Who knows?
That's actually a good point. That's weird.
No, but they were probably doing it just in other ways, computer and your bills. I don't. I have no idea, dude. But you're not wrong.
Can you
Computer is
guys
a
hear me
good
okay?
one.
Hank in
Yeah.
the house.
What's
Hey,
up,
hey,
Hank?
I just wanted to say, hey, good to see you. Every time you sign a contract, those contracts, they're not written by like CEOs and businessmen. They're written by lawyers, and they're usually made to put all liability upon you. So when you sign it, they're like taking all liability off of themselves and putting it on you. So yeah, every time you're signing a contract and not reading it, um, it's like, wow, what was in that sucker? Like, what did I just donate? And the good book says, let your yes be yes and your no be no, and don't have any secret oaths or anything like that. I think that's really good advice. We should
Good
avoid
point.
contracting with these people as much as possible. So every time you sign up for a new, social media account or something, you're just like really unaware of what you just signed your life away. And I'll say sign your life away kind of soft-heartedly, but you get what I mean.
Good point. Yeah, it is true because I mean I've tried to like read through just one like sign up contract or whatever. And bro, the wording on there is like it'll take you like probably like another year to go through all that stuff to know exactly what they're talking about. You know?
Exactly, bro.
Um,
So you're raised in school, right? Like proper grammar, uppercase at
yeah,
the beginning of the sentence or for a proper noun, and everything else is like lowercase letters. Like you'll notice that they write it in dog Latin, which is all caps, which is like a debased language.
mm,
Debased meaning like, like a naughty language, right? So dog Latin,
yeah.
all caps. Be aware of that stuff.
Okay. Thanks.
Especially with the legal society, because they'll hand you a charge and it's in all caps and it's not really there, right? And then they trick you to read it onto the record when it's supposed to be them who reads it onto the record. So anytime you go to court and they're like, "Will you read this charge onto the record?" Just look at the page front and back and say, "I don't see anything." Or that's not legal advice, but that's what some people do. And then the DA, he'll read it onto the record, and then a few weeks later, he'll recuse himself from the case because he doesn't want to be held liable for putting that charge into the public record.
Interesting. Yeah, yeah. I think I've seen a couple of cases like that. I mean, I really got to catch up on stuff like that, because if someone were to throw me into like a case like that, I'd be totally lost. They'll probably end up screwing me over.
Exactly, bro. They railroad you. But anyway, you guys were talking about, conspiracies,
Yeah.
but I always like to go back to the biggest conspiracies, like these word magicians who are like 1984 and the fuck out of us with double speak and double think and changing the definition of words to make it fit their narrative and
For real.
limiting our vocabulary so we can't even like think in abstract or think outside of the box because of our limited vocabulary limits our thinking, and it's like these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was noticing. Like, well, I mean, I noticed that a while back, and now it's just kind of glaringly obvious that they do word contracts their way. Like you said, they change the definitions just to fit their agenda or whatever, and we're left out in the dark. With no one really to like guide us through that. But yeah, I try to read through a contract. Uh, last time I remember, I was just going through one, and I was just like, God dang, this is just gonna take too long to like for me to decipher, and it's literally not worth my time. So didn't even sign it. I didn't even sign that shit. Well, yeah, guys, it was good talking to y'all. I gotta go.
Yeah, I was
Y'all
just
have a
gonna say
good
the
night.
same thing. It was nice chatting with you, Will. You have a good night, brother.
Thanks.
Take care. Yeah, getting late here too. I'll see you guys later.
Wee. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 here on YouTube. So sorry for you suckers because you guys can't talk on chat. All you guys can do is just listen on Livestream. Haha. Anyways, is there anybody out there that can prove their curvature of the globe? So, if you have the cojones to step right up here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord here on Livestream on a Wednesday night at 11:41. Yes. Anybody out there want to talk about their claim of the globe? Hello? Whew. This is your host speaking, Metatron. Alrighty then. Well spoken for all you Globers out there supporting the globe. Whew. I guess it was just a moment of silence. Do 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 do. Okay. Alrighty then. Anyone else want to speak? Hello? Hello? Oop. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. You're all I ever wanted. My arms are open wide. You know just what to say, and you know just what to do. I wanna start by saying, I love you. A boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. Oop. Haha. Yo. You to the boonie na mania walawa. Mania niya chiawa kalaawa. Who are you? Oop. Yoop. 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 Oh, mania niya siya kaunga niya kaawa. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yung. Uh-oh. You. Uti na maom. Ahahaha. Ini yung nang. Ayo. Uh-oh. This is what? Oh, bugaboo managani lawa. Utsu do diminiani. Ha-uh. Bugaboo mani mala ala. Uh-oh. Ingi hit moon. Woo. Uh-oh. Mama yawa. Uh-oh. Lowa. Iya ni amawa. Uh-oh. Zidindigi amumu. Amoni moop. Ani moop. Theo, ui boo boo humuni a boo boo. The boo boo muni a one. Anh ni a moo. Is she a killa lao? I would tibum. Ani hapuma ni a wa. Boo boo boo. Poo poo muni a wa. Who good? Woo, shield. Oh, Ani oh, em này ha, cái bùm, mà ni học cũng sao còn lâu à, anh đi bù 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 bù, oh, how, ha là oh, chứ là Eleni, hàng ni mu, amani nu, ani mu, hana, nè mi bo, so bùm, nè bùm là bù bù đi cái Hipon dikala eondora la sika la and the hen diki e boom boom. Oh boo boo tika over boo boo boo. I'm out ileli la hala aun dingin ding ala Allah. Asungo manya mumu handen digela mana mamumo and so bidden me. Oh, and so with the dinky ilala. Ayoka with the mbo with the a sow chin ni na muna la hokapum. In a moon, putu the la. It's a takanani. I want umuma, how about kapoom? Ow, atia ja. Showa, de any ala. Onya, when the boom. Ha, mama. Onya. Anya, mama, ni mommy, mama. Oh, boom. It bounce a cola. Uba, halum. Boom. A boom. Mama, mumu. Oh, boo boo, bala Allah. Oh, chini akami amam. Ahani anamamu. Ha, kio kula Allah. Amatsa chini hatiki pupum. Etsia tubulo. Ha-us. Oni mani asa akau. Yo. Ala. Inga awish aw anini. Aniha amamum. Ui, io kuwa. No, she got a good money. Ala. Os. Niga tinini ikamama. Go neda. Ha. Okay. Oni hoop. Oni wong nikinya. Ania so Oh, ma ania la. Oh, bo, ni haki and din. Awa tia kua. Tika ni. Anya watiki nyala. Ita pumu. Anya boom. Anya boom. Anya bate kateti kini na anya tika uku pu. Ha, asa uku pumba. Oh, anya tamba papa putewa la. Anya tia chiki nini. Jamba duba ataki. Ania mamua Allah. Oh, Alimania. Chia. Mama monema. Doziki takala. Ania la. Nala. Allah. Amamu ya tikane ni hata ukipala. Ada shi etina mama. Abuni waka adani anyota ala hite here dika anio wati ala boma money. Mama ni apokuma ba adiga la aliki ati amia katana nini aka o akiti awa. Ui. Amo with the Jimiani and Dignini. I'm gonna Alia Chachi. I'm a boom. Nia the Ala, Nika Ama, Nia Lala. You take a Nika Ua, Sakia, Yabogunia, Pancha. Alia Sao, Ikawata, Ala. Unia Mama, Amani, Amoni, and Chania Kana. Oh, wow. Ika Moni, Haka Ow. Aya hanini mani wow. Awa. Ika ani awa. Eri ala. si Aninong. Sashi. Pupo, wow. Ala. Ani ka uman. Ani ka babaw. Ani na lang na niya sa. Awa ka ali alat yang. Sure ni mau ka aro tiga udotan ni ka awar ni mo. Azawiya do di ka ini apa wala au kawa. Ani au ci andarangala ala kalia pama wow. Au na ka au. Iya na alaw yutaki iya si au. Au ta lendi kilaw. Ani eki ne amama ni mo hopun ena sa uyalaw. Awam baba kau. Eki akan di ini ni awa. Asia waiza awa ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ang teki ini amani ala ka ani akao. Ala ha 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 ha. And then he anahana and then he meets Allah and then he's gonna be ha 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 Allah. Ini ya mama. Oh, teko. Oh, huh. Ane alala ya. The other kid is the one tell me. Ani ala. Oh, yeah, meow. Hindi kaya
Oh my god, this is the smallest live stream I've seen.
Who spoke up?
That would be me.
Octane Weasel. Oh my god. What are you doing here?
Playing games, being bored. And what you doing?
Waiting for somebody like you to come along so I can rub their nose in this dog shit, I guess. I don't know.
Fair enough.
You know me. I'm not. I'm not me. How you been anyway? You been doing all right?
Yeah, I've been doing pretty okay. Life
Right
is the same, which is good.
Right on. I'd like to see everybody do a whole lot better because I really got this bad feeling about our future and what's going on, and I think that it's going to hit a lot of people by surprise, and they're going to be unprepared, and I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a whole lot to think about. I think and I guess you really, I don't know that there's really rise for concern. I mean, really major concern, but I think there is. I think there might be some really bad times coming upon us, purposely put on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's possible.
I hope not, but I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I guess we'll see.
Not looking too good. Really. Unless unless I'm underestimating their ability to supply food to the masses in the midst of a, let's say, maybe some sort of a natural disaster, like a natural cyclical event of where you can't grow your crops because of the weather or something.
Mm. Yeah, that would suck. Not having food. that wouldn't be too good. I mean, depends how the weather goes. It seems like the
Can you
weather's
imagine what it would be like to be in like downtown New York City?
It'd be pretty shitty.
I don't think you'd make it out alive if all of a sudden the shelves ran out of food.
Yeah.
Seriously, because a lot of people don't even own cars in New York.
Yeah, that's true. They'll take taxis or the subway.
Right. But that doesn't take them anywhere but inner city. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So kind of stuck there.
Yeah. They'd end up having to
risk
walk.
you take.
They'd end up having to walk, and who knows how far before they'd be able to find. And maybe where they walk to, they're going to be just as short on food as they are in the city, too. I mean, it's not. I don't know. It kind of scares me a little bit. I mean, I don't live in a big city, but and I just happen to live in a state where I'd say at least 15 or 20% of the people here probably have a fairly large food storage. Because the LDS Church recommends that every member has 2 years of food supply. They try to talk all the members into getting a 2-year food supply and maintaining it at all times. And I don't know how many of them have it, but I'm close. I have close to that much myself, but it's just staples, just stuff like beans and rice and flour.
Yeah,
and,
just really basic things. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, stuff you can live on, but probably not the best stuff for you. But
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it'll keep you alive. That's the important part.
I don't know if that's important or not. I don't know if that's a blessing or
I guess
not.
if it's not worth living, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
Exactly. I think it was, what was it, about a week ago, India told us that I guess we get a lot of wheat and rice from India, mainly wheat, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They told us no more. They cut us off completely a week ago. No more exports to the United States at all, period. Zero. Not getting any. And I think China has done kind of the same thing. It's really weird because we used to be completely self-sustainable nation, all the big farms and that, they've slowly diminished over the years. And I mean, there's still some, but the government's paying them not to grow their crops. Why would they do such a thing?
I have no clue. I have no clue about their politics.
They're actually paying farmers to not plant. No, that's weird.
Yeah, it's pretty strange.
Yeah. And then just another week and a half ago, there was some ransomware attack, like some computer software type attack, and this place that supplies a very large portion of the farming equipment and repair equipment and spare parts and farming equipment all around. They say they can't deliver anything because their computers went down, their elevators won't work, they can't ship right now. They had some sort of a ransomware attack.
Yeah.
And that's weird.
Yeah, because why is ransomware going after
what
stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, well, that would put a major crimp in being able to supply, long term anyway, supply, if it's something they can't get fixed, or I don't know. It doesn't seem like it should be, though. I mean, ransomware, they could just completely redo their whole computer system and whatever else to run their equipment, run their elevators, and run their business. But they acted like it was not going to be an easy thing to do.
Hey, I have a question. I need some help with something.
What's the question?
Well, I went in my backyard last night, and I brought out my telescope that I've had for quite a while. I don't really use it, but and since I'm new to this whole thing, I'm just confused. I looked at what was purported to be Jupiter, and I actually saw it, and I saw a bunch of dots moving around it, which I presume to be its moons. I'm not sure what the explanation is for that.
Yeah, because I see those too.
Everybody's seen them.
Equipment's pretty easy.
I've seen them myself as well.
Yeah, so I'm not fully understanding the reasoning behind
What do you mean? Nobody knows what they are. Nobody knows. You can't prove that it's a solid object or a glow or a planet or moons or whatever. Nobody's been there. Nobody's, there's no real,
except for
there's
the
real no,
authorities.
there's real no definitive explanation as to exactly what those things are. It's all just guesswork.
Okay. Okay.
So
That's fair enough.
Your guess is as good as mine, bro.
Well, could it be another flat disk possibly?
I don't. Well, we don't live on a flat disk.
Well,
That's not what flat Earth is.
No.
Flat Earth. It's not the whole heliocentric model. The thing about planets going around the sun and all that kind of stuff. We don't think that's where we live. That's not what we observe.
Well, what do we observe?
We observe a flat plane that is immovable, and the edge of it has never been found. I don't know that there is an edge. Some people, and now this is not all flat earthers, but some flat earthers believe that the plane that we live on could be infinite. It could be just the floor of the universe. Some people have described it as such.
I heard someone say something about armed guards around Antarctica to defend the edge. Is that true or not?
Well, I don't know that there's armed guards, but there's definitely if you want to know exactly what's going on in Antarctica, there's what's called the Antarctic Treaty.
Mm-hmm.
You can read it online. You can pull it up and read it and explain what's going on down there. There's, I think, 50 countries that are involved in it.
Okay.
And what they do is they don't allow any private like exploration.
Okay.
In fact, you can't go below the 60th parallel, which is about 1,000 miles from Antarctica.
60th parallel.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what it states in the Antarctic Treaty, and so there's been.
Why?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, they don't want you to find what's there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
So, there's been reports. There's been more than one. There's been several reports of people in private sailboats and different things, and just went ahead, just tried to sail there without permission, and they've all been either stopped or came up missing, or there's there's a couple of people that said they were even fired at by gunships.
Is there footage of this I can watch anywhere
online? I don't know.
Okay.
I've heard that maybe there is, but there's not anything that we have on the server.
Okay.
This is just stuff that there. I think there's stuff you can find on YouTube and maybe BitChute, different things about
BitChute isn't okay. What's the deal with BitChute? Because I've heard about it before, but
it's just another platform like YouTube.
Right. Well, what's prime? Is there more good sort of resources on BitChute to find stuff?
Well, it's less censored.
I see. Less censored how so? Like less censored in a more like.
Well, you can find a lot more stuff about uncensored stuff about flat Earth. You can find more uncensored stuff about like the shootings that have been happening. There's like guys that pick apart these like school shootings and stuff, and bring up some really interesting points about. In fact, I watched two of them about a week ago. This guy put on, he has a BitChute channel, and he shows where there's some major discrepancies in what the news said. The news said
the shootings. So what's the deal with these shootings?
Well, a lot of people think that they're just crisis actors, that they're not even. Yeah.
Well, why would people think that they're not? Like, what reason would they have to be staged?
I don't know. You tell me.
Is it? I mean, my theory. I
think it's probably fear porn. You keep people scared, keep people distracted.
Well, I mean, the reason. I guess the only reason that they would stage something like that is to make certain groups of people look bad. I suppose.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean,
there was a. I mean, on that topic, because there was a hoax about the late. You're definitely aware of what you've heard about the Uvalde shooting.
The what shooting?
Uvalde, Texas.
No, I haven't. Which
That you don't know what that was?
well, I don't know. Elaborate. Maybe I do. I just don't.
So there was a shooting. There was a shooting recently in Texas, Uvalde, Texas, and
At the school.
At the school, yeah, 19
Yeah.
children.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the one I watched. That's the one I
Yeah.
watched on BitChute.
So the perpetrator of that was like that someone lied and falsely accused a trans woman of being the
Oh
shooter.
yeah, that was kind
So
of fucked. Yeah.
I remember seeing that. So
Yeah,
is it
there's a
po-
lot of
if-
discrepancies when they showed the shooters. He had a truck that he had was in a chase before he got to the school, and he crashed it into this irrigation ditch, and his tires were all turned sideways, and I mean almost broken right off the truck. But if you look at the dirt, there's no skid marks. It's almost like they dropped the truck in there with a helicopter. There's no way that truck ended up where it was. It drove in there because the inside that irrigation ditch, there's not even any tire tracks. Let alone that. Not only that, the tires were damaged so bad they were like sideways, like they'd hit and they broke off, like almost broke off the truck. Now,
so you think that that shooting could have been staged possibly to make certain groups of people look bad?
I don't know. I don't know what kind
Because
of people.
if that is the case, then it would seemingly be. I mean, I personally don't believe that it was staged, but I haven't seen the evidence you have, obviously. But if it was perhaps staged, then definitely it could have been a media ploy to make trans women look worse.
Maybe so. I don't know. You know, there's when you get into this kind of stuff, and you find that there's been stuff altered, and there was no major news. There was only just some like secondhand news lady that covered it. She was like just happened to be in the area, and she's like walking around the school interviewing people. And
Well, the main takeaway from this whole thing is mostly just that the U.S. police are completely incompetent about it.
yeah, and they were completely incompetent. You're right.
So
that's the way it appears.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen the evidence you have, but I don't see how. I'm not sure why the media would try to make the police look worse.
I don't either. I really don't either. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? All I know is that there's a lot of really weird stuff that's gone on with these shootings, and there's been quite a bit of evidence to show that some of them really didn't even happen. They're crisis actors, and there's this and that's going on. Why they do this stuff, I don't know. I wish I did know. I wish I knew more about it, but I don't really know. All I'm doing is passing on what the rumors are about it, basically. And I've seen a little bit of stuff on BitChute, and this guy really picked that shooting apart bad. I mean, it was bad. He made it look like, and he didn't have any answers either. But what he showed was a lot of stuff that was just very inconsistent with what the news reported. Apparently, the kid had a shooting with Border Patrol before he got to the school. He already had a shootout with Border Patrol. Yeah. And when he got there, there was 3 police in the building before he went in. Well, and they didn't do anything to stop it.
Well, I know that...
and it was Border Patrol that came in and stopped, and more or less, I guess, they're the ones that claims to have stopped him or whatever. And these were Border Patrol. Now, this is what this guy's saying. I don't know if it's true.
I mean, it is pretty much an established fact at this point, regardless of what you believe or what side you lie on, politically or with the police in general, that the police did a very poor job of defending the...
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm not. I don't disagree with that at all.
So I think...
guys.
What?
Could we talk about the shape of the Earth?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Sleeping Warrior. Start it off.
Yeah, start us off.
So the guy that was just talking, I didn't see your name flashing. The guy that was just talking, what was your name?
Me?
Yeah, Lexi, that's it, Lexi.
Hi.
Do you think that you're stood on the surface of the Earth because gravity's pulling you down?
Um. Well, I think again, I don't know. You know, I'm not in a position of knowledge, but what I was told earlier, again, I'm very new to all this. What I was told earlier by one of the fellows in this server was apparently the the reason that I'm falling or being pulled down is because I am my body and its composite elements are more dense than the air around me.
Sure. So in high school, you're taught that you're pulled to the Earth by a force. You're pulled towards the
Yes.
center of the Earth's mass because gravitational forces pull on you, making you stick to the surface of the Earth. But that's only up to high school. If you go beyond high school, you get taught that there is no such thing as a gravitational force pulling you, because Einstein changed all that in his theory of general relativity, published in 1915. And he said that gravity is not actually a force. We live within a gravitational medium or a gravitational field, and the effect of the gravitation is seen by us on Earth as an acceleration. But he doesn't ascribe it to a force of attraction towards the center of Earth. He ascribes it to the field itself that we are within, and we are pushing against the field by virtue of our mass, because that's what he says. He says that mass, like the uneven distribution of mass, warps space-time, and the warping of space-time is what we perceive to be gravity.
So,
now,
is this by this field per se? Is this a fallacy told by globe propaganda, or is this?
Well, there's no evidence that it exists in the first place, but the point I was going to make was that if you were only taught up to high school level, then you believe, because that's what you were taught, that gravity is a force. But if you go beyond that and you were not taught that it was something else, then you're not even aware that that position is no longer the current position in science. And that's what 99% of us are. Not many of us actually went beyond high school science, and not many of us actually went into the world of like Einstein's theory of general relativity.
Well,
but my point is that the vast majority of us believe, because we were taught it in school, that gravity is a force. But the vast majority of us weren't taught beyond that, and the vast majority of us were taught a false statement of fact based in science that's not actually true. Most of us believe that gravity is a force when it isn't. That's me. That's you.
I personally believe that the school system is not great. This is just my personal. I think the school system tells us a lot of false information regarding to science, and it I mean, my main gripe with it, my main problem with it is overall the retention of information is going to be lower than people who seek out that information themselves. So, for instance, people who self-educate and find their own resources on things, and look for their own path, or are naturally just curious about stuff.
That's interesting. So you disagree with Aristotle then? Aristotle says if you give me a child to the age of 7, I'll give you the adult. So if you give a child to a teacher to the age of 7, that teacher can shape the outcome of that child based on what they implant into their mind up to the age of 7.
I don't disagree with that entirely, and I think teaching, having a valuable mentor is an amazing resource when it's actually a good teacher. Most teachers in, especially the American school system, very underpaid, very they're doing it not because they love teaching, and they're doing it not because they wish to further the amount of knowledge in the world. They're doing it to make money to live, obviously, because of the capitalist system we live in, and they're doing it because they're doing it because, again, it's paid work. It's not something they enjoy doing, and I don't think that should be the case.
What if all the teachers are teaching falsehoods that they know are false because they were taught at undergrad level that Einstein is the current position in science and it's not a force, but they're told to teach children that it is a force for a paycheck, whether that's capitalism or not is irrelevant. If they're getting a paycheck to teach children that it's a force when they know that it isn't a force, that is a problem, because it makes 99% of the world's population believe that go through state education, they believe that you're stuck to the surface of the earth because of a force called gravity that they know is not a force, but teach it anyway.
I mean, you know, regardless of your views on the shape of the earth, I think that that's correct. Like, you know, I think that teachers would rather just like a majority of teachers, because this was a lot of teachers while I was still in school. You know, I'm way out of school now, but I think that definitely it was the case that a lot of teachers were provided with just a set of rules or a set of curriculum that they were told to teach, and you know, that pretty much what the truth on that matter was completely irrelevant. All that mattered was that they were getting paid.
Right. So regardless of whether it's a capitalist nature or not, the fact that children are not taught the current position in science, and whether you call or justify that as a stepping stone or as a, well, we can't teach children the theory of general relativity, to teach them that it's a force when it's not a force, regardless of the justification, makes it a lie, because they know that it's not. They teach it anyway for a paycheck, capitalism or not. They teach it as a lie anyway.
Technically, yes, that is.
That makes 99% of high school leavers that don't go on to teach to learn physics at undergrad level, which is virtually all of us. That makes us all believe that we're stuck to the surface of the earth because of an imaginary force that's not a force anymore, called gravity. That's you, me, everybody that's in this room now. We were all taught the same shit in school, and it's not actually true. So my question is, like, if the teachers are teaching this stuff and they know that it's not true, why are they actually teaching it?
Money.
Well, capitalism or not, there's a curriculum in place, isn't there? And they've got to teach it.
Yeah.
They're forced to lie to children for a paycheck.
Yeah, because of money. I mean, I don't get what you're saying here, because if there was no money involved, and then they would have no reason to teach a specific curriculum. I mean, it's completely legal.
Not for a paycheck, though, is it? It's the fear of being prosecuted for failing to push the national curriculum.
It's the fear of being prosecuted to push the national curriculum, because you would lose your job and lose that paycheck and lose your source of income. Like I agree with what you're saying here, but I don't get how this is whether the national curriculum is correct or not. And I agree with you, in a lot of cases it isn't. It doesn't actually matter in this, for the sake of this argument, because what you're saying.
It does, because we are stuck on the surface of the earth and we can't fly. So if we apply it, what is the explanation for why we're stuck on the surface? Is it because we're being pulled down to the earth by a gravitational force that we know is not a force? Or is there some other explanation that doesn't get taught to us as an equivalence that makes you think that there's only one explanation, when actually there's at least two?
Well, again, I mean, I'm no physicist. I'm just
You don't need to be a physicist, though. What you can say is, like, okay, so what's the alternative? And the alternative you posed, and I agree with you, that is perhaps we're more dense than the medium that we're in. So,
hello? Oh shit! Is my internet gone out?
No, I think he stopped talking, or maybe his went out.
Okay. Well, I mean, what I'm saying here is that I don't think it's a national conspiracy. I agree that there is some shady stuff going on, but I don't think it's a national conspiracy because the teachers are lying. It's just because of money. I mean, if the teachers weren't, you know, if the teachers weren't at any threat of losing their source of income, and i.e. that means their source of, food, water, shelter, etc., because of capitalism, the size society we live in, without that impetus, they would be free to teach whatever they want, essentially. And as I've said, this is why I don't think money should be directly linked to teaching. I think that society's best, society needs to very much restructure how we treat education. Today's best educators are ones that do it not because they are getting money from it. They're doing it because they love it. And, you can find so much incredible educational content on YouTube that's made completely without any thought of money in mind. And it's just done because of the love of the creation of it and the love of educating others. And I think that it's a very valuable resource, just the altruism of others. But again, I think we should be capitalizing on the fact that nowadays you don't need someone to be in a room to hear what they're saying. You can listen to someone's words from across anywhere anywhere essentially with the right communication tools. So I think that instead of forcing children to partake in school, go to school, see each other, we should have secondary social support groups. So similar to school, but you basically just go there and meet a bunch of other people your age, and education resources which you can access from your own devices on the internet or books. I don't actually think that education should be state mandated, because I feel like the curiosity for the world of children is something that comes a lot better when it's not forced, if you get what I mean.
Sorry, I got disconnected then. My computer decided to restart
Sorry.
itself for an unknown reason. But I was saying that regardless of your views on education and the value of it and the problems with it or the good points of it, relative to the topic that we're trying to talk about, we can test alternative theories in real world. There is an alternative theory that you identified, and I tend to agree with it, that you're just more dense than the medium that you're in. So are there things that we could do that might be able to test that real world to see does it have any supporting evidence? And the answer is, well, yes, there's swimming pools that exist. There's the Dead Sea that exists. The difference between them is swimming pool is generally fresh water, so it's quite it's similar to our density as a human, but it's less dense than us, so you're likely to sink in it because it's fresh water. But the Dead Sea is very salty, so it's like it's more dense than swimming water. But you can vary your medium with two good examples there to see whether or not you still stick to the surface. And what you find is, if you go to a swimming pool, is that although you can get to the surface of the basement of the swimming pool, it's difficult to stay there because you tend to want to rise. Obviously, you don't want to drown. But if you exert a force on the surface of that basement of the swimming pool, you tend to rise quickly, and therefore you're not stuck to the surface of that, and you've changed the medium. And then if you do it in the Dead Sea, you can't even get to the surface of the basement of the Dead Sea because you float in it. So you can demonstrate real world that changing the medium of the thing that you're in does alter your, quote, weight. And I use the word weight loosely in that context. I don't mean mass times the acceleration due to gravity. I mean relative to the medium, your weight changes. Now, if you look at the current science, that what we get taught, weight is mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Well, mass is conceptual. It's not actually an arbitrary, it's an arbitrary scale that is conceptual. It's not real world. However you want to define it, it's arbitrary. And there is no acceleration.
There's an argument that almost every scale is arbitrary. I mean, there's no. We created these scale, these terms just not because I guess we didn't create these terms because they have any root in any kind of I guess fact. They're just things they're just arbitrary terms we created. I mean, that no one decides what a meter is just because of any fact. They just decided what it was. And it's the same for almost every unit of measurement. It's just because they have some basic application in reality that we can use. Like, so I don't get why I don't get why you're saying that mass isn't real. Like, what is this? What are you trying to imply here?
Well, however you define mass, be it the quanta of matter within an object, or whether it's the amount of the concentration of the liquid, whichever definition or however you want to define mass isn't relevant for my point. My point is that the term weight is defined in physics, and it is the mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Well, however you define mass, I don't care. But however you accept mass it is still conceptual. And we know that there is no acceleration due to gravity because it's not a force. So we have to use the word weight in this context loosely, because we don't want to influence people that believe that it's the center of Earth and there's a force pulling on you. Because we demonstrate that the distance to the center of the Earth doesn't change. It's the medium that changes, and all of a sudden you become weightless. So that then all of a sudden makes an alternative argument that you weren't told about in the first instance in school, that now you get told about and you don't know which one's true. But if you were told in school that there was One argument that there's a force of attraction called gravity, but it's been replaced by a guy called Einstein, but we're not going to teach you about him until until university. But there's also an alternative explanation, which is scientifically demonstrable, that doesn't require mathematics. It doesn't require.
I have a small, I know that I agree with what you're saying here, but I just have a small. What you're told in school is that the reason, I mean, the real reason that for weightlessness is because you're essentially you don't have any weight because you are moving incredibly fast in comparison to let me explain, like in that model of the universe, you're moving weightlessly because you are not essentially bound because of your hitting escape velocity, is what they say. Like that's the principle of orbit. Right, I thought I would just mention that.
If we remember what the scientific method is that you get taught in school, that they do teach in school,
Yeah.
and it is accurate, but then they forget about it for the rest of life. But what it says in scientific method is that the cause in an experiment is the thing that's manipulated, right? And if we vary and manipulate the medium, and we use fresh water for one medium and salty water for another medium and air for a third medium, the definition of the independent variable, the presumed cause, is the thing that you vary and manipulate within an experiment. And if you then go and manipulate that, you will either prove that your cause of your effect is established, or you will fail to prove that your cause of your effect is established. So the cause would be the varying and manipulation of the medium. If you're going to say to me that you're taught that it's to do with the velocities, relative velocities of the intergalactic and all that nonsense, I would say, well, we didn't vary them. And if you say, well, we did, because here's the explanation for how, then I would say, well, that's not consistent with scientific method that states that the thing that we change is the cause. That's the way that children should be getting taught in school, because it gives them the alternative equivalent argument. It allows them to think about it. It allows them to come up with their own reasons for why they agree or disagree and accept or reject. And it allows them a conversation that currently doesn't even exist. You're told in school that you stick to the earth because an imaginary force called gravity sticks you to the ground because it pulls to the center of earth. That's what you get taught, and it's not true. They know that that's not true, but they teach it anyway. And that makes me and you that come out of school at the other end, in 20, 30, 40 years, when we start to question it, we start to ask, well, why were we told that? And you always give the benefit of the doubt to the teacher, and you say that the teacher probably didn't do it intentionally. But when you look into it, the teachers are taught to teach something specific. So they did do it intentionally because they know. They were taught that it's not a force. They were taught by Einstein at undergrad that it's not. It's to do with the medium itself that he calls a field, a gravitational field, if you will. But they knew that it wasn't a force, but they taught it you anyway. And their explanation for that, when you challenge them, is because it's in the curriculum. So it's not because it's true. It's not because they accept that it's true. It's because it's in the curriculum that they teach what they teach.
Yes. But we already went over this, and I already stated my reason that they are accepting this lie is firstly because they.
Yeah, but you did say how is that relevant to the topic? And I've pushed it from that, and I've said when we apply it to the topic.
I'll give you a reason why it's relevant to the topic. So in the globe model of the universe, if you aren't actually pursuing a, I guess, scientific path, for all purposes, you don't really need to know that much about gravity. And I understand that it's good to have all the facts, like, you know, and be more informed like us. But if you aren't pursuing, let's say, you know, you're looking for a career in, I guess, cooking or for a career in music, you're not going to need a, I guess, advanced understanding of gravity. All you're going to need to know for that case is the reason that we fall down onto Earth is because there is a force which pulls you down onto Earth. And the same thing applies a lot of the time for, I guess, things that they teach you in school. Like, because personally, I find a lot of interest in maths. They tell you a lot of technical lies in maths. Like for instance, you know, in primary school, when you're just first learning about stuff, they don't tell you what negative numbers are. They're not going to tell you, you know, if little Timmy says, like, what's 5 minus 8, they're not going to say that's -3 because little Timmy's not going to understand it. He's just saying that if you have 5 apples, you can't get rid of 8 apples. That's not how it works. And you know,
That is how it works. That is how it works, though. If you have 5 apples, I can't take 8 apples from you, leaving you with -3 apples, can I?
No, but in the model of mathematics, then in theoretical mathematics, you can. But little
Yes,
Timmy
but
doesn't need.
just
Little
because you can
Timmy
do it in
doesn't need to
theoretical
know.
mathematics, just because you can do it in theoretical mathematics, doesn't mean you can do it in real world.
All right. I'll give a better example for a real world application of negative numbers. For instance, if you a good example would be distance. So if you're moving, I don't know, 100 kilometers in one direction, like let's say you're moving 100 kilometers north, then technically moving 100 kilometers south would be moving negative 100 meters in your current direction. But
No,
again,
no, not technically. Mathematically, and only mathematically. Technically, in real world, you're still doing 100 kilometers an hour. Your direction is changed, but you're still moving with a positive number.
That's true, but again, as I'm saying here,
so what you're doing is you're conflating the mathematics with the real world, and I'm contrasting the mathematics from the real world and saying that they're not the same and they should not be conflated.
Well, can I just pose my argument as to why? Well, fine, I'll keep mathematics out of it, but I'll just pose my argument as to why I believe that they, lie about this in curriculum, because I agree it's not good, but the reason that they do it is because if you are pursuing certain careers, you're not going to need, I guess, that view of the world. Like, for instance, if I'm if I'm a chef, or if I'm a musician, or if I'm I don't know, a completely a career choice or educational choice which is completely unrelated to physics or gravity or anything like that, I'm not going to need to know that in fact gravity is not a force. It's in fact something else. I'm not going to need to know that I'm not going to need to know that it's either the fact that you're more dense than the medium, or the fact that you are being in a gravitational field. You're not going to need to know that fact, or you're not going to need to know that alternate model if you are pursuing that other career choice. A chef's not going to use that for any particular application.
But why would you need to know it in the first place?
That's the main reason why 99% of us don't know why we're stuck to the surface of the Earth, because we didn't need to know whether or not gravity was a force or not at the age of 6, 10, 12. But when it comes to adult life, when you believe that all through your childhood, and you believe that everybody, and we all shared the same view, if we all have the same view that we're stuck on the Earth because of a gravitational force to the centre of mass, and it's never been jeopardised, you've never found any reason to question it until somebody says to you, hey, have you looked at the shape of the Earth? Where you then can't avoid it. Only at that point do you start to question whether or not there is an alternative explanation, and is there any sort of support in science for it. So it does matter. The only reason why it didn't matter was because it was never challenged. But it's because you were never taught that it was challengeable in the first place. You were presented it as though it was a unilateral proof, a unilateral scientific fact, but actually it's at least bilateral.
I will agree with you on this. I think that school does a great job of presenting us of essentially closing our minds, I guess I would say. It does a great job of telling us hold on one second. It does a great job of telling us that anything that they teach you is just objectively correct, and anything else is false. And that's by giving you the right and wrong answers. And I struggle with that a lot in school, them telling me that I'm objectively wrong for any particular reason, or something like that. And I do believe that, all science should be challengeable. You shouldn't be allowed to just call something objective fact and say someone's objectively wrong. It's just that, because again, nobody except for, purportedly astronauts has seen the world with their own eyes, as an orb or whatever. But I guess it's just that the reason that it's more accepted is because there's more empirical evidence of it. And again, it's the same with and I know that
there is no empirical evidence. You believe that, but when you actually challenge it and you look critically at the empirical evidence that's available, you realize that the empirical evidence isn't actually empirical evidence at all. It's almost always based on either logical fallacy affirming the consequence, or it's intrinsically entwined within mathematics. And by definition, mathematics is conceptual and abstract. It isn't relative to the world in which we live, and it shouldn't be correlated or conflated. It should be contrasted. But often people will correlate and compare erroneously, and then come up with mathematical models to explain why we're stuck to the surface of Earth.
Yep.
Well,
Not only that, it goes much deeper than just that. Once they've closed your mind off to think that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, then it cuts you off from so many more truths that are out there to be discovered. I mean, if you think you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, that alone is just the most strange, just unacceptable thing for me anyway. It's not reasonable at all. I mean, it violates the second law of thermodynamics. It violates gas laws. Many other things are violated. And so, there's a reason, obviously, for why they're not teaching this stuff. And it goes deeper than just because it's easier or they don't need to know or whatever. There's, you're being lied to, period, for some very grandiose reasons.
I don't. Okay, I'm still a bit caught up on the reasoning. Like I'm still a bit caught up on why
It doesn't matter if you're caught up on that. That's called when you're questioning the intentions of another person's motives, like when you're questioning why. That is logical fallacy, and it's called I can't remember what the name of it is. Appealing to motives fallacy. If you appeal to their motives, you lose sight of the problem in the first instance because you're going off on a tangent. Let's focus on the actual topic. And the guy's just brought up a point. The night sky is supposed to be a vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr. We're at 14.7 psi. If gas pressure behaves the way that we observe it in real world, although vacuums don't suck, gas pressure does press. Why is the sky that we breathe in not pressing into that void?
I don't know. I'm not an expert, again, as I said.
See, now, if we were told in school that you're not even told this is an argument, and it's never brought up because kids don't critically think about it because they trust the teachers. But if you were told in school that the sky's said to be a vacuum and gravity pulls the sky down to allow us a gradient in which we can breathe, then at least there's an explanation for why we've got a gradient. But if you're not told that and the children don't pick up on it as a conflict, then they're just going to believe that the sky can be a vacuum and live in harmony with gas pressure. Yet every scientific demonstration shows that doesn't happen, and it can't happen because the gas pressure presses out in all directions, omnidirectionally, and isn't influenced by anything. It does what it wants. Yet they expect us to believe that the sky is a vacuum. It's not. It can't be.
Well, I mean, I guess you would be right then.
But the kids are not taught this, though, are they? Kids just believe that when they see the blue marble,
kids will believe almost anything you say.
Pardon?
Kids will believe almost anything you say if they trust you as a person.
Exactly, and teaching is considered to be one of the most trustworthy professions. In a recent poll, it showed that teachers were top 3. Politicians obviously were not in the top 10, anywhere near the top at all. But if you trust your teacher, Mr. Smith, and you think that he's great, because he is great, he's a nice guy, you're going to believe what he says. And even if he's wrong, you're not going to ascribe that to malice. But if you get told that Mr. Smith's teaching you the national curriculum and he knows that gravity's not a force, but he's going to teach it you anyway, that casts a different light on Mr. Smith. But that light never gets cast with children because it becomes 20, 30, 40 years later when they start to question stuff. Because they've paid the mortgage off or the kids have grown up or whatever life's not got in the way anymore. And then all of a sudden they start to question it. Well, if they were questioning it as a child because they were taught that there's an equal and alternative explanation for this, and we're only going to teach you one side of it, and we're going to hide the other side so that you don't even know it exists, but it does exist. We're just going to lie to you by omission. For me, there's no worse a crime than teaching children lies than doing that, because that is exactly why we're all at 30, 40, 50 years old and questioning how the sky can be a vacuum if gas pressure pushes.
I mean, again, I'm not opposing you here. I also would question though if this standard applies to everything in, I mean, if you could find an equally as reasonable explanation for gravity than the two that you've provided, i.e., the Einstein's fields or the density of the medium. If you could find an equal, I guess, explanation for. I mean, okay. Here's my question: if the density, if the material has a, what reason does the material have to sink if the density is higher?
It's more dense than its medium.
But what reason does it have to rise?
The thing, there's a problem here with this, and I'll just give it real short here. The explanation that Sleeping Warrior is giving you is testable and repeatable, and you can observe it. These other two ones have got no observable evidence. You can't test for it. You can't do anything to validate Einstein's gravity or Newton's mass attracting mass. These are things that you cannot demonstrate in using science, if you will. When in density and buoyancy, you can demonstrate that all day long. Now, if you've got, like you said, you've got these 2 or 3 different explanations, but 2 of them are completely unverifiable. You cannot show any tests or observations that will show you that, yeah, that's what's happening. But you've got one that does, and you're going to go with the other 2?
Well, I guess when I was when I was that age, I just never really cared that much about, I just took
Exactly.
what I was told as fact.
But here's the thing, though: if you were taught at that age, instead of being taught the dichotomy, instead of being taught the singularity, if you were taught that there's a dichotomy here, there's 2 arguments, there's 2 explanations, or even there's 3, or potentially 4 or 5. If you're taught that there are equal and opposite alternative arguments, and you can agree or disagree with them, but just be aware that they're there, and they're there for you to consider at your own time or whatever, then it's not lying then, because it puts the onus on the children to go away to think about the possibility of other things that might exist. But if you only teach them the singularity and you don't give them the factors that are, like contradictory, and you let them think that that's the only explanation because it's already been discovered.
To be fair, I see it. I mean, I'm not sure if this is just me, but I am aware. See, okay, here's the thing, because I've naturally always been into the ideas of until I started questioning very recently, I've always been very into the ideas of space, and the planets, and just because and I think
we all know.
So what I'm asking you here is in the theory of space, there's no real explanation for dark matter, but there are several which you are allowed to believe. Like you can you can be provided with several other explanations for dark matter, or several other explanations.
Let's define space. Let's define space before we go any further. What do you mean when you say space?
Well, the traditional model that we're all being taught in school, that model of it, I was always quite fascinated with the ideas of planets and stars.
Okay, so if we're going to have a conversation about space, we need to have a definition of it, right? And you're saying in the standard model. Well, in the standard model, the space is an absence of matter.
Well, I mean, I'm more meant extraterrestrial bodies and anything outside of our solar system, and other bodies in our solar system.
Do you consider space, the term space? Do you consider that to be a concrete noun of something in physical world, physicality, actuality that really exists? Or
space is not. It's not a real. Space is more as in the space time. Well, I don't think it's conceptual, because we do have a physical application of space. Without it, there would just be time, which is
So you don't think it's conceptual? What? Okay, so what makes you think that it's physicality, it's real world, tangible?
Well, I mean, again, defining space, I'm thinking of the relative positions between things. What are you talking about here?
Right. Well, he's talking about like outer space.
Outer space.
Well,
okay.
About distances, the relative distances between things, but that's not space, is it? You're talking. Let me change the word space to the word Narnia. You tell me how space and Narnia are different.
I can't, but I'm. They're both cool.
Both fictional.
Can you go to the back of your wardrobe and get into Narnia?
Yeah, I did the other day.
Really? I don't believe
Yeah.
that. I believe that's a falsehood. I think that you're lying. Can you demonstrate real world that you can do that?
No, you just have to believe I did.
There you go. So I say that Narnia and space are comparable in the same way that you said before about mathematics, and I said that you
In
were
that case, in that case, with my same argument, you could say a very similar thing about Narnia or religion or Narnia or music or Narnia or mathematics or pretty much anything which has
or
zero.
space with music, space with religion. Yeah, space and Narnia are comparable. Mathematics and real world are not comparable. Before you were comparing mathematics with real world, and I said you shouldn't do that. Now you're comparing space with the real world, and I'm saying you shouldn't do that either.
Mathematics,
space
but
and Narnia are comparable, but space and real world are not.
On the topic of mathematics, I don't really understand. Mathematics was created because it has real world applications. Like, for instance, building a, let's say you're building a brick house, and you need a good idea of how much cement that you'll need to make a foundation or something similar to that. Just a problem with applications rooted in the real world, right? I'll ask you, why exactly would you how exactly would you plan on finding an exact amount of cement you would need without using any kind of mathematics?
You would use a
you're measuring physical things. You're measuring a table or clay. That's what they use for cement. You're measuring and weighing a physical thing. You need to show us how you can do that. Measure and weigh something physical in space.
Hang on. Let's just answer that more directly. You would quantitatively survey the area that you want to build your cement around or whatever. You would make your calculations, and then you would order the volumes that you believe represents how much you need. Are you saying that every quantitative surveyor ever never makes a single mistake mathematically and never orders too much or too less because they got the maths wrong?
No, I mean, obviously,
right. So
people can
real world
be
and the
erroneous.
mathematics didn't represent the actual volume of cement that was needed to complete the task, because he can make a mistake and he can order far too much, or he can order not nearly enough, and he'll say, I did my maths wrong. But was it the maths that was wrong, or was it the applied maths that was wrong? It was obviously the applied maths, because the maths itself always works out. But the applied mathematics didn't work out because he ordered too much or not enough. So it's not good for him, does it? It makes him look like a bit of a dick. But we see examples where people get things wrong mathematically all the time, and they say, I've done something wrong. We see it in the design of fairground rides. There's too much G-force and it knocks people out, or there's not enough G-force and it's not nearly as exciting as what they thought it was. But they applied mathematics to calculate these things. And we see the examples of real-world application of mathematics where it doesn't give the desired outcome. But it's never blamed on the mathematics, is it? It's blamed on the person, because the maths is always correct. Yet in this topic, there's a lot of people, yourself included, that think that the maths gives you some kind of valuable commodity that you call a model, or at best it's a correlation. Realistically, it's fuck all. It doesn't mean anything. It's abstract, it's conceptual, and just because you might be able to come up with some kind of sum that kind of thereabouts reflects what you might see, doesn't mean that that's the explanation and the cause of the effect that you see.
I mean, I think a lot of what you're describing here is the nature of existence. Is it like what I would pose you a question?
No, that's not true. I'm not describing the nature of existence. I'm showing the weaknesses of using mathematics to explain phenomena, because it doesn't mean that just because the maths might work out and it might seem to correlate, doesn't mean that you're calculating the correct factors to get the answer that you believe that you've got correct.
I see. How? Okay. So in this case,
to answer your question about space and black holes. And my question was, we need a definition for space, and then I said we need to compare space with Narnia, not contrast them. We need to compare them, because if we contrast them, that means either Narnia is real world, and it's demonstrably you can get into it through your wardrobe, or it means that space is a reality that we can get to. But either way, we need to decide what space is. But we know what space can't be. We know that space can't be an absence of matter, because if it was an absence of matter, the atmosphere that we're breathing would push into it. So we know space cannot be an absence of matter.
Yes. So then, I guess
So then, how can your question be? How can we answer your question at all if we don't really know what space is? Because you can talk within the paradigm of the current model, and we can argue all day how black black holes work within your model, but it doesn't
Well, I'm
mean
not. I'm not
that means
talking about black holes. I was more talking. Going back to what what my original point was. We got very caught up on this idea of space. I mean, my what I was talking about was mostly dark matter and the idea that we don't really know what that is, and I don't think no one is claiming to know what that is at all in any model.
When you describe how we quote got caught up in what space is, that's an intrinsic
Yes.
part of the answering your question, because whatever topic within that narrative that you want to talk about, be it black holes, dark matter, woo woo this, woo woo that, no matter what the topic is, if we're talking about Narnia as a concept and space as a concept, it doesn't matter what these arguments are for dark matter or black holes. It doesn't matter what they are because they're within an abstract concept.
Right.
If you don't realise that it's an abstract concept and you believe that it's somewhere that you can physically go to in a rocket, then in your head you've got a picture painted of a journey that you could make to these black holes or the dark matter, or stick your arm out the window with a test tube and take a sample of dark matter and bring it back for analysis. You can't do that. It's conceptual.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they had to invent dark matter because their math didn't work. So they had to invent some, plug in some new.
That's correct.
But it doesn't matter because none of it exists, though. That's the whole point.
Well,
this is all just fake nonsense.
I see. Well, I don't understand. I don't understand. That's not what I was talking about. I was trying to I'm not saying I agree or disagree with this. I'm just arguing the point that there is no scientifically agreed on, within the round earth model, there's no scientifically agreed on point within saying that there is any explanation for dark matter, and it is actually a point of contest, and it is a point where you can question this, and I don't think most educators would, scientific educators in question, I don't think most of them have any other.
The reason why that is because they're arguing about the construct of Narnia, but they call it space.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's not science at all. It literally can't be science. So it's just it's a fiction. So you're basically talking about lore. You might as well be talking about Star Wars lore. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I mean, they come up with these mathematical calculations to make up for the missing gravity they say that's missing in the universe, which every one of them are all concepts, not just gravity, but dark matter. They're all just conceptual ideas in someone's mind that they came up with, and then they tried to fit them together with mathematics, and it's wrong from the get-go, because you're talking about a conceptual idea, and then you're going to use mathematics, and then somehow, because the mathematics work out, because you've been patient enough to work out, okay, we need this much dark matter to do this and that and whatever, in a place that has never been proven to exist, in a matter that a substance that's never been proven to exist, in a reality where gravity has never been proven to exist. You've got all of these conceptual ideas, and then you throw a bunch of math at it and say, oh, look, the math works out. And then now it becomes reality. How?
Well, I have another question for you.
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering if we could, meet in the middle here.
No, I don't. We're going to meet where the truth takes us.
Well, okay. Let's say if there are two equal. Okay, if we're talking about an equal dichotomy here, right? Because that's what the other guy mentioned. He said proposing.
Right.
Just give me 1 second.
Yeah. The whole dark matter, dark energy thing is basically an attempt to stitch together this belief system. It's almost like there was a plot hole in a fictional story, and then the dark energy, dark matter was something the author came up with to cover up a plot hole. And it's all just fiction. It's a religion.
What if Earth is a dodecahedron?
Do you have evidence for that?
No.
Okay.
I'm just thinking because it's not quite round, not quite flat.
It's irrelevant, really, what the shape is. It's just we know it's not a sphere.
Oh. Okay.
Right, I'm back.
What happened?
I just got an incoming phone call.
What happens if you go? What happens if you go right onto a mountain and you see a curve? Like if you were to do that right now, if you went onto a mountain and see a curve, what would you do?
I would want to know how would you know it's a curve? Is it a real world curve or is it an effect of
No,
the atmosphere?
if you went,
well, you wouldn't though. That's the problem. You don't see a
but
curve
if
on
you
a
did,
mountain.
I'm just
No,
asking
but
if you
you
went out,
wouldn't though.
if you climbed up onto Mount Everest right
Yeah,
now.
but that's like saying if you were able to jetpack, if you were able to fly like a bird.
Yeah, right. If you were Superman.
If Felix Baumgart, whatever his name is, went 140 feet up, whatever, 1,000 feet up, and he couldn't. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he couldn't see curvature from there. How high is Mount Everest?
I think it's
Well,
like 20,000.
I want to add this to it. I've been to a top of a mountain. I didn't see any curvature. I've been in an airplane, and there's been thousands and thousands, if not millions, of people that have been on top of these mountains, and they're not coming home saying, "Oh, I seen the curve of the Earth." So what you're talking about is like, what? This has already been done by millions of people, and none of them are coming home and saying with a camera saying, "Look, here's the curve." It's not happened, not yet.
Yeah.
What?
It's flat.
Is
so you can go onto YouTube and you can type in like top of Mount Everest, and it's obviously Everest is the highest mountain that we have. It's about 34,000 feet high. It's as high as the jumbo jets fly when they're at cruise altitude. Nobody comes down from Mount Everest saying, "Fucking hell, I could see the curvature of Earth."
Oh, well, that's a shame. So
wait, so did you understand
so
what
videos-
Sleeping Warrior
so
meant
videos
when he
like
was
these-
saying like space can't exist? Like,
well, yeah,
like,
yeah,
you know?
I am understanding, but okay. I went on Google. I went on Google. If you look in I don't know where to post this Livestream voice text. If I went on Google, I looked up top of Mount Everest, and the first thing I saw, I don't know, I gotta say, that looks pretty curvy, but like I don't know what I don't know what to say there. Like,
Well,
the mountains
we know what to say
that
there.
you see.
Everybody uses a GoPro, and GoPros have got convex lenses on purpose. Like they're literally shaped like a ball, and that's to give you a wider field of view, so that you've got more proximity to your environment. To see
so
things.
it's because of the GoPros.
Yeah,
It's because of the shape of the lens. Yeah, it's not a rectilinear lens. It's curved lens. Now, whether you accept that or not, it doesn't really matter. The point is that you said if you went up to the top of a mountain and you saw curvature, what would you do? Well, people have been up to the top of Mount Everest, and not one of them's come down and said we can see the curvature of Earth.
Oh,
They've
my
all
bad.
come down.
Didn't-
It's astonishing natural beauty.
Didn't some flat earther build a rocket and then die because he like was trying to build a rocket and go up?
No, false. He wasn't a flat earther. He was a stunt man. You need to get your facts straight.
I need to build a rocket, dude.
He
We
was
can't
not.
really ask him what he
He's
saw.
not a flat earther.
Oh man, bad.
Get your Ouija board and ask him what he saw.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna look that up on Google.
So there's a 4-minute video on YouTube. Everest, the summit to climb.
Online Ouija board.
And when you
Alright.
look at that video, the horizon is straight as an arrow,
Okay.
man.
Ask your question. Is the Earth round? Ask. Oh shit! It's going to. It's going to yes. It's going to yes.
Pizza's a round, dude.
Dude, no. Okay, I'm actually fairly convinced now. If you look in, I don't know where to post this picture, because
voice
if
text.
you look in, I can't put it in live stream voice text. but you just have to believe this.
Pull up a
You
Ouija.
got no. You gotta believe this. I went on the Ouija board. I looked up, is the Earth round? And the answer was it immediately just went up like up to the top left where there's like a little thing that says yes. It went up there and says yes. So
Shut the server.
Yeah, but it's
I
irrelevant.
mean,
Who cares? Come on. Who
I don't
cares?
think it's irrelevant.
Cracked it.
That's the best evidence I've heard so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay,
Yeah, keep it serious. Keep it serious, man. You don't need. It's starting to troll. I guess it's the start of a spiral, so you need to keep it together, man.
a spiral.
Yeah.
How do you know spirals
when
are real?
reality hits you. It's reality hits you, and your cognitive dissonance won't allow it, and you start to freak out.
Oh right. My bad, bro. No, I do this as well. No, because like when I've been trying to get Shuketsu rated for the last like month or so, and when I talk to the mods about it, they just like they just call me crazy for saying that like unrated demons have like a higher, I guess a lower chance of get like I don't know, they think that like everything's equal and everything's normal, but the pure fact of this is that extreme demons have like a lower chance of getting rated than non-demons, but it's like, do you get what I mean?
Huh?
Do you get what I mean?
missed all that. I don't know what you said.
What do you?
Mods like think that I'm insane for like saying what I say.
Like what?
Well, I've been saying for the past few months that extreme demons have a lot of a hard time getting rated than non-demons.
Wait. Say that again.
Extreme demons have a harder time getting rated than non-demons.
I still don't get that. What
I
did
don't
you
know.
say?
I've heard extreme demons.
Can you type that in the voice text?
In 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a slow typo.
Okay.
Okay. What's what I was saying?
So you're spiraling.
Yeah.
What?
10 minutes ago, you're having a decent conversation.
Okay. My friend wanted me to ask you something, right?
Don't troll.
I'm not trolling.
You better not.
Why do you care so much if it's brown or not? And what is the point of lying to the people?
Well, basically, they're lying about where we live and like what this is.
Right.
And the real reason is to hide the fact that we live in a created environment. This was all intelligent. Yeah.
It's still an appeal to motive fallacy, isn't it? We don't need to know about the motive.
I don't
Well,
know.
I mean,
I don't know why. Because the thing is, I mean, just like you're telling me that we have no empirical evidence of the Earth being round, I'm telling you that, I mean, from my experience, we have no empirical evidence of God. So why would you?
Yeah,
I mean,
we do.
yeah, it's super obvious. That's why they lie to you.
So, do you know what cellular meiosis and cellular mitosis is?
Yeah.
It's where you have one cell, and then after a period of time, you get another cell from that cell, and then after another period of time, you get more cells, and I would call that cell multiplication. But biologically, They can't have that because it's a violation of like the first law of thermodynamics, which is basically energy and matter can neither be created nor destroyed. So they can't call it cellular multiplication. They've got to call it cellular division, and they describe it from the perspective of the cell, and they say the cell divides. But I would say, actually, if you look at the equal and opposite alternative argument, you are literally watching creation before your very eyes, but they call it division. But it doesn't change the fact that whatever you call that, you are literally watching things multiply and get bigger and more of them from nothing. So when you say there's no evidence of God, I'm saying
you're telling me your
that
evidence of you're telling me that your evidence of God is that that cells.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, this is taking a minute to process. So
What
cells
do you think when you say God, though? Do you think the Christian God, or do you just think
I think
creator?
any God. I think any kind of creator. I don't see any kind of empirical because I'm open to all kinds of religion. I've done I can't say I'm too well versed, but I've done a fair bit of study. But I'm just confused as to like because as far as I know in science that the as far as I know, again, I'm not claiming to be all knowing or anything, but it's just that a cell over its lifespan gets larger and eventually when it's ready to divide, it divides into two smaller cells, which
no, it doesn't do that. It doesn't divide into two smaller cells. It
I
multiplies.
mean, it's like, where did the cell even come from? Also,
well, regardless, the point was that you said that there's no evidence of God, but now I'm giving you direct evidence of God and saying that it's changed. The way they describe it is changed from multiplication to division because they changed the perspective. But it doesn't change the actual event that we're observing. The actual event we observe is that one cell becomes two, two becomes four, four becomes eight, and so on. And that is a direct proof of creation. They just don't like that. Call it division.
I don't get it. I'm actually confused as to like because I need to again. I haven't seen with my own eyes that the Earth is round, right? But you haven't seen with your own eyes. You haven't seen with your own eyes two cells dividing. So I don't know what you're trying to.
I've seen with my own eyes two cells multiplying, and they re-describe it as division, but it doesn't change the fact of what I'm seeing.
When did you see this? I don't get it. When did you see it?
So go on to this is called education that we got taught in school. Go on to cellular meiosis and cellular mitosis, and you can see cell division or multiplication, creation, if I call it. You can see that before your very eyes. You literally watch one thing morph into two. Now they say that's division, but I say that's multiplication.
But I mean, have you seen it with your own naked eyes?
You mean have I? Well, you realise that
Have you
cells
seen
are beyond.
Yes,
You
exactly.
realise that cells are too
So is
small
the
to
Earth.
see with the naked eye, right?
Okay. Yes, exactly.
So you need to have magnification. So by looking through a magnifying glass or a lens of some kind of microscope, do you accept that that's real world, or do you accept that because you're looking through a device that makes it not real world?
So then you have not seen with your own eyes that these cells are not in fact dividing and they are being created by some unknown, completely unknown force or entity.
A microscope represents the real world through the eye. It's just amplified.
Okay, so have you seen through a microscope cells multiplying or dividing, as whatever you want to call it? Have you seen
there's empirical evidence of cellular division or multiplication, yes.
Okay, well,
empirical
of course.
evidence.
But have you seen, again, I still don't get, have you seen the matter being created with your own eyes? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
It's not the requirement of science, it's empiricalness, not subjectiveness. I don't need my own eyes to see it. It's empirical by nature, science. It doesn't require me to personally do it.
I'm just really confused as to where your logical proof is coming from. That this
It's not a logical proof. It's not a logical proof, it's an empirical proof. It is demonstrable scientifically that cells divide or multiply, whichever word you want to use. It is demonstrable empirically. No subjectivity is required.
Well, yes, of course, and I'm agreeing that they do that. I'm agreeing that one cell turns into two cell, turns into four. But
so why dwell on whether my eyes have seen that or not?
Because what I'm saying, no, I'm not arguing whether that's a fact, because I know that is the case. I know that happens. what I'm arguing about is where this notion that they just are created out of thin air is coming from.
Well, you can see that empirically. You see
I'm pretty
that you
sure
start at one, and after a period of time, you suddenly got 25,000.
Yeah,
That
and
comes from you. That comes from.
Aren't you the
nutrition.
one saying that cells come out of thin air, like no creator?
No, he was saying there's no evidence of God, and I'm saying that is evidence of God because we are seeing creation before your very eyes, and they call it some other than creation to hide the fact that it's creation. But when we're looking at objectively,
I don't think it's creation. I call it biological development because
Yeah, but how do you have that without a creator?
How is it different to creation?
Right.
How is it different to creation? Because okay, all of these have a food source. Like for instance,
they don't exist. They don't have a food source. They don't exist.
What do you mean? The cells?
Yeah. So we start off at time zero, and we have one cell, and then after a period of time, we end up with 25,000 cells. But along that journey, there is no food source. They don't exist to have a food source. You see them come from one cell, and then you see them multiply or divide, whichever. But you see it multiply, and until they become into existence, there is no food source.
All right. Well, all I'll say here is that you had a slight point with the stuff about the curvature. Like, of course, because you are correct that I have never seen any of that with my own eyes, and I probably never will. However, I just don't get how the fact that, okay, you have never seen new atoms be created, new atoms, new molecules. You've never seen that be created with your own eyes. And I have never seen the curvature of the...
Nobody has seen the curvature.
And my point was that this is evidence of creation, be it God or with a big G or little g. It's still evidence of creation that science masks and calls it division to hide the fact that you're looking at creation smacking you in the face.
I'm just lost at this point. Like, I don't get how we went from some kind of logical.
We went from it because you said there's no evidence of God. But when I showed you evidence of God with a big G or little g, however you define God, I showed you evidence of creation before your very eyes. And I told you that they call it division to hide the fact that it's creation. And then you said, then you flipped the I don't understand card, the I'm confused card. Right. Well, no, I've directly responded to your point that there is evidence of creation, but science calls it somewhere else. They call it division to hide the fact that it's creation. You can see it empirically.
I've got a video for you to watch. Here. Yeah, look in live stream voice text. You can see that what's going on here is it actually started as a single cell. And you can see it dividing into multiple smaller ones. So I'm not entirely sure. Like
not smaller ones. Not smaller ones. You see a cell divide. I call that created. You see a cell get bigger, not smaller, get bigger. Then you see it like divide. I'll use their words. But after a period of time, you see many more of those cells. You don't just see one. You see several thousand. So if you take in isolation one period of time, you could twist the interpretation and say division. But if you look at the picture overall, you don't get continual division and get multiplication. You are literally watching creation, be it God or with a big G or little g, don't care which. You are watching creation before your very eyes.
Not only that, if these things were dividing that many times, they would be getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And suppose you're dividing and cutting them in half, then you cut it in half again, then you cut it in half again. Pretty soon you wouldn't be able to see them, and that's not what's happening.
I mean, I would argue that it's not half.
It doesn't matter.
It's any reduction. There is no reduction there.
The point I'm making here is not whether or not we're going to argue about the minutiae of the argument. Your point was that there is no evidence of God. I think this is empirical evidence of God, because whatever is going on here is irrelevant. The point is that you end up with far more than what you had at the beginning. You are watching creation before your very eyes. Now, you can dismiss that if you wish, but the point is that there is evidence of creation.
Regardless of the shape of the earth, there is. I do dismiss that. I really don't see it.
Yeah, you were asking why they would lie, and the evidence of God is so blatant and in your face all the time, and you are like asking for evidence. Like you don't see the evidence of like you don't believe in God. And it's like it's so obvious, and then you're like wondering why they're lying to you.
Is
Like,
that perhaps
look,
why I'm, I guess,
you can't.
mistaken according to like
What?
Well, I mean, okay, so we've established the reason that they would lie is because of the existence of God, right?
Because they end up with people like you. That's what they
Exactly.
want.
Exactly.
Okay.
The high
So
God.
the reason, so I'm just asking. So the reason that they lie is to end up with people who don't believe in any kind of God, right?
No. I pointed out that appealing to people's motives is irrelevant in the topic.
Well,
because you wanted to
I
appeal
don't
to
actually think it is, considering
It is.
there is a lot
Because
of
science, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, science doesn't care whether you agree or disagree or not.
Are you supporters of Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because I'm fairly sure I distinctly remember when I was younger watching a documentary about planets, stars, Earth, and all sorts of stuff as orbs. So
I'm not a supporter of or an opponent of. I'm just citing him to contrast your point. Your point is let's focus on the motive for why they're lying. My point is it's illogical because it's an appeal to their motives fallacy. We don't need it to know whether or not what they're telling us is factually incorrect or not. We don't want to know about their motives. You can fantasize all day about that. That's like arguing about dark matter and black holes in Narnia in
exactly,
space.
it's like arguing about dark matter. You dismiss that. You dismiss that basis because because according to you it doesn't matter, whereas according to someone else it may matter. And I don't get what your point is here, because any of these arguments can also be applied to
The point is that you can't have gas pressure without a container. We live in a contained environment. It was intelligently designed. Like the stars, sun, and moon, they move like a clock. We're in a contained system.
And when you say you want to appeal to logical fallacy, you want to appeal to motives, and you also want to deny the evidence of creation. Now, I've shown you why logically it's irrelevant for appealing to people's motives, and I've shown you evidence for creation. Now, the point here is these are two side points that are irrelevant to the topic. The main topic is there a force of attraction towards the human and the earth? And the answer is no, but we're taught that there is. Is there an ability to have gas pressure that we breathe in a vacuum of space? And the answer is no, but we're breathing something, so how is it space? It can't be space, can it? But these are the core principles that we need to talk about, because they're fundamentally wrong, regardless of the motive, regardless of who said, she said. All that nonsense is irrelevant. The point is, they're not true. They're not factually correct. They're not scientific. They're not validatable. They're incorrect. Even if you can calculate them, they're still incorrect. We can't breathe in a vacuum. We're not stuck to the ground by imaginary force. So these are the core principles that we need to establish. But you don't seem to want to talk about them. You want to talk about all the other stuff instead.
Okay, so here's what you're arguing the point for, okay? Let me see if I'm getting this right or wrong, okay? So we live in a completely contained system, whether that be a bubble or an infinite flat plane of some kind. And from what we can observe, matter spontaneously appears out of nowhere, which obviously, proves the fact that there's a creator, because what else would it mean? Even though there is scientific explanation for the, I guess, cell multiplication, as you would call it, or cell creation, as you would call it, there's scientific explanation for that, yet you reject it. So I'm just confused.
That's not scientific explanation. That's called arguing an equivalence and labeling it scientific when it's just an equivalence.
Yeah. Do you know what abiogenesis is?
Nope.
Yeah, they say that life happened by itself, like in nature.
Yeah, life created.
Right. They made up a story that is against everything that we experience, and people believe in it, and then call it science. when it's not.
Yeah.
Just because there might be a scientific explanation doesn't make it science. Just because there might be a scientific explanation for it that you accept and believe and think makes it sound probable doesn't mean that it's true. And it doesn't add any more credibility to it either.
Oh. That's a shame.
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's basically like your car exists because somebody made it. It can't just appear on its own in nature. So like your body and like plants and animals and stuff, that can't just appear on its own in nature without a creator. It's like self-evident.
That's cool. I like that picture you sent with the prism and the optical fiber. That would make sense for why unicorns would fart rainbows.
So back to the original point. What is the reason we're stood on the surface of the Earth? Is it because a gravitational force pulls us? Or
I don't know.
Well, we know that it's not a gravitational force that pulls us according to current science, because current science tells us that gravity is not a force. We also know that the air that we're breathing whilst we're stood on this surface cannot be in a vacuum.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. The air is pulled down to the Earth by gravity in the model.
But it rises
But
like
that's
at sea
only
level.
what you get taught. That's only what you get taught up to high school.
Yeah.
When you go beyond high school, you're taught that it's not gravity that's pulling; it's the medium itself that's interacting, not a force.
You mean the gravitational field?
Well, whatever you want to call it, the medium field. Essentially, they're conflated within current science. They're
Okay,
conflated.
so explain. So gravity is just not real because air is what? Because air is not flying into space. I don't get it.
No, gravity just isn't real. Right? Like
Yeah, gravity is just a mathematical sum that is applied to the observation that makes sense. That you correlate and think that it exists because the math seems to work out. Nothing more.
yeah, they observe an effect and then presume the cause that is accurate based on what we observe. Like they mathematically describe the effect and then presume a cause.
Well, I would say that is a fairly accurate way to do it, but
No, it's an accurate way to calculate. It's an accurate way to calculate.
Right,
Well,
and you
can
can
you
just
make something accelerate on Earth without using a force?
What do you mean by that?
Well, can you calculate the acceleration of, I don't know, a car? Can you calculate a car's acceleration into existence?
Yes.
No, you can't. You need the car to accelerate in real world to have the acceleration. You can't
observe it. You mean?
No. Can you calculate into existence the acceleration of a car?
Well, I don't. Again. I'm not understanding your wording here. It's not making much sense to
You
me.
need an engine and a car, and you need fuel and a variety of other things to get the car to accelerate in real world. You can't just use maths and expect the car. Otherwise, you would never break down. You could just apply a bit of maths and you could get yourself home.
Great. Well, yeah, we agree on that. I mean, obviously you can't.
So apply what we've just agreed on to gravity. Can you stick a human to Earth with maths?
No.
Right. So
you can stick a human to Earth with gravity.
How?
It's
Because
no
we know
gravity. It's just an assumption.
Defined as an effect. It's described by Einstein's theory of general relativity, which we didn't get taught in school.
It's an effect, but it's a powerful one. I mean,
it's not a powerful effect.
Yeah, it's weak.
Not a powerful effect.
Oh yeah, actually, it is the weakest. It's the weakest force, isn't it?
It's not a force. Listen, it's not a powerful effect, right? It's not an actual acceleration of matter. It's the perception of an acceleration when there's no actual acceleration in place. Eddington 1919 demonstrates that there was no actual acceleration between the planets when the eclipse was occurring, but we perceived an acceleration. Doesn't mean that there actually was any acceleration. There was no acceleration.
Right.
LIGO demonstrates the same effect.
Okay.
So, in the real world, we cannot calculate into existence forces to accelerate cars.
No.
But in the real world, cars do exist and they do accelerate.
How do you know that?
Because we can empirically demonstrate it.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can. Why do
Well,
you
no,
not? So do you deny
because
that
the
cars
government.
exist?
Yeah, because the government's lying to you about it.
But we can empirically demonstrate that cars do accelerate because they do
Well,
exist.
we can empirically demonstrate that the Earth is round, but you just
Oh, you
reject that
can't.
evidence.
How? Where's the empirical demonstration that the Earth is round?
They put a rocket in with a camera.
Yeah, it's not empirical. When the rockets go up and there's always a cut, and it goes into CGI at some point. You've got to spot where the cut is, and then you got to when you spot the cut.
Can you send me? Okay, I'm actually curious where you think the cut is. Like, can you send me can you send me a video and where there's a cut to CGI where I can find it? Because I'm interested. Like, I'm actually interested to see. But yeah, but can you just send?
How about just proof that it's flat? How about that?
Oh, proof that it's a curve. Show me. Where's the evidence that water curves?
What do you mean water curves?
Because that's what you believe. You believe that standing water, like a lake, show us the measured curvature to any standing water or body of water.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not like trying to dispute you right now. I'm just actually like curious.
Yeah, you're trying to use unverifiable information from
No, I'm not.
proven
I'm
liars.
literally just asking you whether
You're trying to
cut
use
in the rock is.
NASA as evidence.
Well, I'm not. I just want to find the
Okay,
cut.
so
Like, I'm
no,
not
no,
trying to
we
dispute
don't.
you
No,
right now. I just want to
no,
find
no,
the cut.
no. We don't need to show you where they're cutting stuff. You can't use NASA in the first place.
Why not?
You can't use because they're criminal liars. Everything they do is a lie. So you can't bring up NASA.
But the evidence is not empirical. When NASA gives
And
you
it's a
CGI,
lie, and their motive is to stop us from believing in God for whatever reason.
We don't need to talk about their motive to know they're lying.
Okay. So
if you look at the voice text, I just showed you a clip from a video where a guy zooms in on a rock formation 30 miles away from 1.5 feet observer height. There should be 600 feet of drop over that distance, and that rock formation is 40 feet high. There should be like a 600-foot wall of water in the way. And you can just see that, but there's none.
Oh, well, I mean, okay.
Yeah, that's all you can show.
How do I know
is
that's
no
not
curvature.
CGI?
Because you can go and test this yourself. It's just a guy at the beach.
Fine,
with
then
a camera.
and then in that case, someday maybe I will. But again,
I
have
think you
no
should.
empirical evidence because that could easily be doctored footage. So it means nothing to me. But just like NASA's footage means nothing to you.
But you were saying before that we need to like see cellular division with our own eye.
No,
so
I never said
whatever
that.
evidence that you're going to rely on from NASA, I could flip that against you and say, well, have you seen this with your own eye? That's your standard of evidence.
I haven't, but I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
So, like the argument you're presenting, it's just going to end up coming down to you don't actually experience the Earth as a globe, but you only see it on a screen. So why do you believe that? If you don't believe this, then why do you believe NASA? Oh, but you can't believe that if you don't believe this. But you
Let
don't
me go
experience the
back.
globe.
You can verify flat Earth proofs. You can do that yourself. The problem with NASA is you can't
Well,
verify
all right.
anything
Well,
they
then,
do.
okay. Let's
You
say
have
I
to
do
have
verify it
trust in
myself.
NASA
I'll trust that.
to
But
tell us what the Earth looks like from space because we can't go there
I'm just
ourselves.
confused. Well, no, I'm just confused. Is because you sent me a video by someone with a camera, or like for instance, to prove your own point. Whereas I can send you, a million. I can send you a million proofs from NASA, but you don't believe them. So
No,
why
because
should I
you
believe?
can't. No, you can't verify that. You
Like
just
we
got
said,
You can't verify this guy's video
verify
either.
NASA. You can
Yes, you
verify
can.
these flat Earth proofs.
This guy's literally just at the beach. Like you could go do this yourself.
You
But
have to
can't
have
go to space. Yeah.
You have to have faith in NASA to tell us what the Earth looks like from space because we cannot go there ourselves. That's the problem. But these things we can verify ourselves. We're showing you stuff you can do yourself. That's the difference.
Right. And this is what all like observations show. None of them are conforming to the globe geometry. Like this is all you see is people saying too far.
Okay. So it's people seeing too far.
Right.
Okay, I get more sense. So, I mean, again, I know that you're gonna say to me, it's because it's where we live, but I don't get why it matters if the world is round or flat.
Okay, the difference would be with flat Earth, we live in a contained, flat, stationary, intelligently designed system with the stars, sun, and moon that move over top the Earth like a clock, versus a ball Earth, a speck of dust in an infinite vacuum that formed by luck and chance by itself. So you
Well-
don't see the difference between those two?
Mathematically, literally everything possible in the current laws of physics would occur in a
No.
universe.
I asked you, do you see the
An
difference
infinite
between
universe.
those two
Yeah.
cosmologies?
Yes, I do. And
Okay.
one has zero explanation for reasoning, and the other does not.
Wait, what?
One is a creation, right?
Exactly. That's what
And
I'm
one
saying.
is a expanding Big Bang theory, right?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The difference with the creation is we don't have anything to prove that there is creation.
Right, but don't about proving it. If it is flat, if there's a dome over us, if we're contained on a flat and movable plane, you lose the Big Bang theory, you lose your science, you lose your evolution.
Well,
it's all these other things. There's no spinning space balls. You lose gravity. Nothing works. That's the problem.
Exactly. Yes. I mean,
Science does not work anymore.
Why does it not work anymore? Because I guess that because there's no laws of physics which
Because
will
everything's
allow
flat.
us.
Yeah. And like the foundation
Science
for all
is
that stuff.
debunked.
Yeah.
Science is debunked thoroughly if it's flat.
I see.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So, hold on. I'm just a bit confused now because you said okay. So, I mean, the reason why I think that a globe Earth would be more convincing, I guess, is because let me think. So I can give you I guess a scientific reasoning for every single occurrence. Over the last, and again, you may say it's all lies, but I can give you a reason for it, right? I can give you a scientific random reason, and
scientific random.
Okay.
What if you're
random,
just parodying? Okay. What if you're just parodying indoctrination since the first grade, which is what they taught me?
Yeah.
They said in first grade, "Look, you live on this globe," and they spun it like a toy, and I believed it, but with no proof.
Yeah. Like, what makes something science?
What makes something science? It has to have some kind of. I guess it has to have some kind of explanation for the entire model that surrounds it.
No.
Well, I mean,
you need observation and experiment.
I wouldn't exactly
for it to
call
be
religion
science.
science here, but
Me either. But the religion is the globe.
How?
Because you believe it, but you don't experience it. It's a belief.
Okay. And you believe in a creator, but you don't experience it. So where's the difference?
No, I do experience it because everything that I use in my daily life is intelligently designed, and it comes from like a person made it.
A person made it. Okay.
Right. The same way, yeah.
Wow, what did our world come to when we have all these people that believe there's no God? It is just amazing to me. Wow. How it's that? I feel so bad for them. I mean, if you're not going to recognize God and it's right in your face, I mean, dude, I guess you have no interest in eternal placement. You got no interest in living forever, or being part of an eternal placement, or anything like that. You don't believe that exists, and you're willing to chance it, throw it all away because you've been taught and lied to your whole life about science, and they've made you believe there's no God because they've told you that you live on a spinning ball that starts from nothing. None of it makes any sense, and now all of a sudden you don't believe in God. Wow.
Yes.
You better. I'm going to just give you a little bit of advice. You better rethink your whole concept because there is a God, and
which one? Okay, which religion got it right?
Doesn't matter which one. There's a creator. Period. I don't choose and pick. I don't pick and choose and say, "Oh, this is." I don't know his name. I know there's a creator, though. I know for a fact, and so I speak directly to him. Whoever he is, it doesn't matter. I'm not.
Okay,
picking,
well,
I don't have his name.
I'm a bit confused now because you said something about eternal placement, right? So I'm
Yeah.
guessing you mean. Do you mean by that an afterlife?
Of course.
Do you have any empirical evidence of an afterlife?
No, I do not. But
holy shit, dude!
But I know it exists because you know what? Believe it or not, you can know God exists too. And if God exists, if you think this is all for naught, all for nothing, you've been raised and brainwashed in a very confusing way, my friend. And I feel really bad. I feel really bad for you.
All right.
I really
so
do.
you're trying to explain to so you're trying to tell me.
No, I'm not trying to explain anything to you. I'm trying to tell you there's a God, and there is, and I feel really bad for you because you've got no future, my son, my friend. You've got nothing coming.
Okay. But does God also give you free will to believe that? Because
This topic
if God,
this topic doesn't need
this
in
topic
any
is
more or
this topic is crazy. I mean, you've been going on all day for the last hour about empirical evidence, and then this guy comes along and he says, "No, I don't have any empirical evidence for an afterlife, but I still believe that you're going to hell if you don't believe in God or whatever." Like,
did I say you were going to hell? Did those fall out of my mouth?
No, but you said that there was nothing coming for me. So
that's right. Yeah.
I think Slicker Warrior gave a good example of creation with cells, right?
Not really, but because they divide.
I did. I said how science describes cellular meiosis and mitosis. They describe it as cellular division to hide the fact that you are literally observing creation before your very eyes, and so they change the perspective and call it division. But that still changes the perspective.
And that's 100% correct. That is a very correct statement. Thank you, Sleeping Warrior, because I never really thought of that when cell division on that level. But you're exactly right, because there's no way that is creation right before your very eyes. That is.
Right.
It's very, very.
So they need to change the perspective and say, well, from the perspective of the cell, it's division. Yeah, but if you look at the bigger picture overall, you are literally watching one become 25,000 over a period of time.
I guess I'll listen to you on that, but I'm still really confused on this thing of the afterlife because I've just been told there is a creator, and
this is one person's opinion, and if you don't want to listen to it, then don't. And you're not going to get these other people. You're not going to get other people to comment on what I believe in.
I would prefer if you.
And I'm done talking to your stupid ass.
Okay.
And to be fair, in the same way that we don't accept NASA's evidence because we consider it to be lies, I personally don't accept evidence of any of the religions, be it Hindu, Sikh, whatever, because ultimately a lot of it is lacking in empiricalness. I am more for the empirical arguments, and I'm happy to dispense with NASA in the same way that I'm happy to dispense with religion arguments, because I want to focus on what we can prove and what we can demonstrate empirically.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I would rather focus on as well. But I mean, I was just told that because I don't believe in a creator, that apparently that there's also an afterlife, and I have bad things headed my way, and that I've got bad things coming, and I don't have a future. Because and
to be fair, he said you have nothing coming, which
well, I don't believe that you have anything coming, regardless of an afterlife. But
well, then why would that bother you? Why would that bother you then, if that's what you believe anyway?
Because you said yourself you have no empirical evidence for such a thing as an afterlife.
I have empirical evidence of God, and I have belief. I have a belief.
So if you have empirical evidence of God, that's fine.
I'm done talking to you, stupid ass. You're too stupid for me to talk to.
Okay, so when I make a good point, you say that I'm stupid, and you call me a stupid ass, which is that's just sad. I mean, that's not an argument. That's ad hominem, which is
I know what it was. I know what it was. It's an ad hominem, but I'm done with you, bro. Don't talk to me.
Well,
don't address me ever again, okay?
It looks like someone's gotten a little heated.
No, I just don't want to talk to you.
Okay, well then don't talk to me. Then stop shouting at me, please. I would prefer if you were more polite to me. All right. So, I mean, as I was saying, I don't get how I should be told that there is apparent. Okay, so if you're allowed to believe in an afterlife with no empirical evidence, why should it not be completely as valid for me to believe from what I've seen in a spherical Earth? It doesn't make sense.
They like
Remember
Mhm.
the other day? Remember the other day where we looked at the horizon that was behind the oil rigs?
Yes, we did look at the horizon behind the oil rigs.
So why was the
And
horizon behind the oil rigs?
I don't know why the horizon was behind the oil rigs.
But
I don't
remember,
know.
the spherical Earth said that it should be at 1.2 miles. Remember?
Yes, it did.
So it can't be a spherical Earth then, right?
I mean, I suppose if that's how you want to see it, but
Well, that's
that's
just
not
how
how I
we
see
see
it.
it. The horizon's in the wrong place. Well, you do because you agree that the horizon's not at 1.2 miles.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. So whatever
but
it is,
I mean,
it's
I'm
not
willing. I'm
the
willing to be
spherical
open-minded.
Earth, right?
Again, I'm willing to be open-minded on anything here, but I'm not willing to be told to my face that I'm stupid for not believing in an afterlife which has no
Yeah, well,
empirical evidence.
that's not what I'm talking to you about. I'm talking to you about
Yes,
the
well,
horizon.
you weren't here about 5 minutes ago when this fine gentleman said that
No, I
he's done
don't care. That doesn't matter.
because
Talking
well,
about the horizon and why the
okay, well,
horizon is not where the globe model says it
I
should be.
don't think you've been here for the past few minutes, and
Yeah, no, I don't have to be here. You know, it's on YouTube,
well,
so I can
you
listen.
know, all right. Well, I would appreciate if you heard me out here in that if you heard me out
No,
here, what I'm
if you're gonna
saying.
say, "Oh, I don't want to be told that there's
What
a
do you want
God,"
him
I
to
don't
do?
want to hear
Punish
about
me? What do you
it.
want
This
him to
is
do?
not.
Punish
No,
me?
I'm not looking for anyone to
No,
punish me.
we're not gonna go into that, Lexi. We don't
I
care
don't
about
know.
that.
I'm not asking to go into that. I'm just saying because I've been I'm not sure if this is what you are also believing, but I've been told pretty much this
No,
whole
no, no.
time
What I'm telling you is the
that all of
horizon's
this
in
is
the wrong
evidence of a.
place, Lexi.
Okay,
The
well, I mean,
horizon is in the wrong place, right?
I'm willing to listen to that, but I'm also not willing to listen to the fact that there is that all this is somehow proof of a god, which just doesn't. And that's what I've been
Well,
being told in
I'm
the
not
past.
talking about that. It's
Well,
proof
they
that the
are.
globe
So I
model
mean,
is
I don't
wrong.
get it.
Hey Lexi, I just put a Helio complaint form in the chat.
A what?
Don't distract him, guys. Listen, he's one of these people, right? Who, if you start going into anything relating to religion, he's going to spaz out because for some reason he's got some kind of neuroses about this, which is fine. We don't need him to. We don't need him to indulge in religious conversation. He's already agreed that the horizon is in the wrong place. So even if he hasn't realized it yet, he now understands that the globe model is wrong.
That doesn't. That's not okay. But again, that's not what we were just talking about a couple seconds ago. We're
Mhm.
actually talking.
That's
So
what
so
we're
you have.
always talking about. We're
Well, no,
talking about
because you've changed the subject here. You've
No,
changed
no,
the
no.
subject.
This is the subject. This is the subject, Lexi. You try to change the subject because you're uncomfortable with it, but this
No,
is
I
the
don't
subject.
because.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that is what's happening. I've heard you. Don't worry.
Well, I would prefer if you listen to the last 2 hours or so on the on the
I don't
stream.
need to. We already got to this point the other day. The horizon's in the wrong place, and
Right,
you're
yes,
still avoiding addressing it because for
the
whatever
horizon
reason
is
it's making you
great. The
uncomfortable.
horizon is in the wrong place. I understand that.
Right. So how could Earth be a globe then?
Fine, it's not. But that's not what I was just discussing.
So okay. So Earth isn't a globe. Why are they telling people Earth's a globe?
I don't know. And you said yourself that you said yourself yesterday in the check-in call that the reasoning does not matter at all. You said that. You said that the reasoning
No, I
doesn't
didn't
matter.
say it doesn't matter. I said it's not
Okay, well, you said
necessary
it's not
for us
relevant
to.
to the argument.
It's not necessary for us to give you a reason to show you that it's not a globe.
So
We've done
that's
that
not
with the horizon.
necessary for me to be patronized into admitting some false
You're
truth.
not being
I don't get.
patronized. You're
Well,
being held to the discussion, which is
okay.
what is
Well,
Earth.
I mean, I guess the reason that they would do something like that is to hold control over information.
Right. So if there's no evidence of curvature because the horizon isn't where they say it should be, then what are we left with?
We're left with I mean, I'm not understanding what what you mean by whatever that.
Well, we observe the Earth to be flat and motionless. There appears to be no curvature.
Great. Okay. Well, again, okay. So here's okay. Can I point out another thing which is a slight fallacy in your argument? Because I'm not trying to disagree with you here. I'm just giving you a second point of talk. Okay. So what I'm saying here is that you yourself, right, have said you yourself has said that the reason right now let's say that all I've seen. Let's go back to yesterday. Right now, let's say all I've seen is the oil rigs, right?
The horizon in the wrong place, yeah.
Yeah, the horizon the wrong place with the oil rigs. Let's say that's all my argument. Okay, so how am I supposed to take it at your word that that is not doctored to suit your argument? Just like you believe that.
Well, I mean, if you want to say the video is doctored, I mean, I guess you could go through and show us what makes you think it's doctored, but I'm not telling you that you
I don't
should
have to
just
do that.
believe this
I don't
video.
have to do that because the others in this call refused to show me where the rockets were doctored earlier today. So
Did you just say did you just say the others in this cult?
Call, not cult.
Oh, cool. Okay, so
Call,
your question is a question on the remoteness of a valid point. You're saying how remote is the evidence that we present when we want to make a point compared to the remoteness of the evidence that you present when you present a NASA video. You're comparing a NASA video to a real world video from anybody that anybody can repeat. Do you see the problem with the remoteness argument there? Or do you think that they're comparable?
I do actually think they're comparable. Because I personally...
So you don't see a remoteness of issue? You see no issue with remoteness of arguments at all?
Not really. I mean, I find
Well, let me
scientific...
Let me put it this way. Lexi, could you go to the beach and observe the horizon?
I reckon I could, yes.
Yes. Could you go to space and verify images from NASA?
No, I can't. But you know what I can
right,
do is
so they're not the same then.
I
so
can
one's
look on my
verifiable, one is verifiable, and one is not. So you appreciate the difference.
Okay, well, what I have verified is that I've seen the moons of Jupiter.
How do you know the
Okay,
moons?
you're looking at lights in the sky.
When you say moon, what do you mean?
I mean what I believe to be the moons of Jupiter, the 4 points of light that are observed.
So you're saying now points of light are moons?
I'm just saying what they're called by most people. I'm not calling them moons.
Yeah, but when you say moons of Jupiter, you're implying orbital mechanics of celestial bodies that are spherical in shape. That's the implication.
I'm just calling them what I've learned to call them. I you know, you can.
Right, but what does points of light have to do with the horizon being in the wrong place?
I mean,
does that change?
They're not.
Is the horizon no longer in the wrong place? Because, Alexei, is the horizon no longer in the wrong place if you've seen points of light in the sky?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say so.
No, so then the model is still wrong that they've given us.
But you've been saying this whole time remoteness again. The only way I could actually prove that you're correct about the horizon being in the wrong place is to test that theory myself.
Yes, correct.
Not yourself. You don't have to test it yourself. You just have to empirically test it. So it's observable.
I have to empirically test it and trust the results won't be biased in any way.
You can go and do it yourself. That's what we're telling you. You can go to the beach and observe the horizon.
I haven't done it myself. I haven't done it myself yet, and you're trying to tell me that it is empirical just because you say it is, which is not true.
You don't have to do it yourself. So long as you apply a scientific method to what you're doing, and it's repeatable and verifiable by anybody, then you don't have to do it yourself.
But I haven't verified it yet.
Observation. So we have a known observation that we reference frequently. Have you heard it? It's called the Black Swan observation. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, that's the one I showed him yesterday, Warrior. That's the one we're talking about.
So we can test distance to the horizon, and we can test to see whether it's similar to the claim of 1.3 miles to an observer of a foot high. And we can see that it's in excess of 10 times further. And we can see that means that that model has to be incorrect because it's nowhere near close.
Right. Okay.
But that means that your model is not correct.
Well, I'm not saying it's correct. I'm not saying anything is correct right now.
But it's not even close. But what we're saying, you're saying that the evidence that we present is not credible because it could be falsified, but you can do it yourself. And then you say, well, I haven't done it myself. And we say, well, you can do it though. Yet you're happy to rely on NASA stuff, which all of us agree that you can't repeat and validate yourself. But you're happy to rely on that? That puts you in a state of contradiction of your own standard of evidence.
That's not what I'm saying here.
No, it's what I'm saying in rebuttal to your claim that NASA evidence is credible compared to our evidence.
If we take away all NASA, all SpaceX, all government, or all from countries around the world, if we take away all of that, all of the evidence from all of this everywhere, we just wipe it from existence. Let's pretend it doesn't exist. All we have left is our own eyes, our own observations.
A flat and motionless Earth is all you're left with.
Yeah, but you also have your claims of how far the horizon is on your model.
But I haven't. Again, I have not seen. I have not seen your. I have not seen it
You
for
don't have to
myself.
see. You don't have to
Why not?
personally see it
Why
yourself.
not? Tell me why I don't
Because
have to.
if it's empirical, it is observable, repeatable, verifiable, and it's scientific in its approach.
Okay, but I'm
So
telling you that you're. But okay, so you haven't seen NASA yourself. You haven't gone up to space yourself. So you know you can't. You haven't seen that. You haven't gone up to space yourself, so you can't see anything, right? And so you think that's then falsified. Whereas I haven't gone to
inability
Hill
for you to
House and I
validate.
haven't seen the 2 oil rigs too far from the
I'm saying
horizon
that the
myself.
inability for you to validate and verify anything from NASA means that none of the evidence is credible. However, the same standard is not applied with the oil platforms because you can validate and verify yourself, and many have done that. So just because your incredulity just because you don't accept it, doesn't mean that it's falsified or falsifiable.
But I haven't seen it myself, and I
Your
can't believe
incredulity
you.
does not mean that the evidence is falsifiable.
Okay.
And listen, you
I
already had no problem with this the other day when I showed you the videos. Before you knew what you were actually agreeing to, you just observed it and you said, "Okay, yeah, there's a video. Guy
Yep.
zooms in. The horizon is
Exactly.
beyond the rigs." So that's fine.
But now
already
that I've been told that I'm
the
stupid
model
for
is
not
wrong.
believing in God, I think
No, see,
I'm
no,
changed.
see.
I've changed
So
my.
now you're getting emotional and you're deciding just to reject it on your emotional basis. That's
I
not
wouldn't exactly
really
call it
that's not
emotional.
really the realms of intelligent conversation anymore. But listen, like we've said, you can go and do this yourself, and you should, so that you can know yourself. If you don't want to do it
Exactly,
yourself,
and
that's
that's what I'm
fine.
saying. That's
Right, that's
exactly what
fine.
I'm
If you
saying.
want to go and do it
So
yourself,
just let
if
me
you
speak
want
for
to
a
do it
moment.
yourself,
All
you
I'm
can.
saying. All I'm
I
saying.
just apologized to him in a DM. So whether he's going to sit here and cry his little tears out to you guys, I just apologized
I
to
did
him.
not. I have not seen it yet. I am not tabbed into Discord right
I
now.
want
So
to cry some more tears.
Okay, well, I'll continue to cry some more tears. Are you? I mean, okay, so fine.
But like you said,
I get.
Lexi, if we remove NASA, if we remove all of those videos that you can't verify, then what we're left with is what we experience and observe in reality,
But
which is
what
just
you're
a
not.
flat and motionless Earth. So where does that get us? Back to a flat and motionless Earth. And your other points about... Oh, he's deafened himself. Well, the other points, Lexi,
So what you're
about
not realizing, what you're not realizing right now, right? I'm only currently interested. I'm not affiliated with any side, anything. I'm just trying to find. I'm trying to find evidence I can verify for myself within my own
Right.
understanding. With my own tools, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a skeptic. I've already told you I'm a skeptical person.
But we've given
And
you what you asked for.
I'm not going
evidence that you can repeat yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Lexi, you can do this yourself.
So what I'm saying, right? I'm sorry I keep pausing and I have things going on, but what I'm trying to say, essentially, I'm not affiliated with anyone, right? And as I'm a skeptic, I don't believe just a video, right? I don't believe it. I can't believe it just from seeing it third party from a video, right? Can you understand that? Just like you can't believe something you see from NASA. Just like you can't believe something you see from I don't know, someone who claims to, like, if you see a video of someone who claims to have his own rocket and claims to go up into the atmosphere and check that the Earth is round and sees it's round.
Yeah,
You
Lexi,
wouldn't
I get what you're
immediately believe
saying.
it.
I
You'd be
get what you're
skeptical.
saying.
So why should I immediately
Right.
without
Let me
testing it
respond.
myself?
No,
Why
Lexi,
should I
you can
immediately
test it
believe?
yourself. No,
I
we're not
can.
saying you should immediately believe anything. You can test these things for yourself.
Well,
But
I mean,
even
I'm
with
not
what you're
speaking for
saying,
you, but I'm
even with what
saying
you're
that this
saying,
other guy's saying I don't have to test
no,
it
it
for
doesn't
myself
matter.
to
It doesn't
believe it. I
matter.
don't think that's.
Even
I
with
think
what
that
you're
is just
saying, if you're
fallacy.
saying I won't accept a video that I've seen, then you're still left in the same place. You're still back to flat Earth, because if you're not accepting videos from NASA, you don't have any globe, because they're the only evidence of the
Okay.
globe you've been given, right? So you can test what we're telling you with the horizon distance, and you should go to a coastline, go to a lake, whatever. You can test that. You know where the calculators are.
I mean,
But
there are
even if
other.
you're saying you don't accept videos without evidence, then you're still on a flat Earth because only the videos show you otherwise from NASA.
I mean, I'm not only talking from NASA's perspective. I've seen other things which are quite convincing. Like if you look in live stream voice text, you look at this
But you
video.
can't. You don't accept
completely.
videos.
Well, I
You
do.
just said.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't accept videos. You don't accept this
So-
video from an independent
So
person.
all you have then is what you experience, which is a flat and
Exactly.
motionless Earth. Yeah, which is a flat and motionless
I wouldn't
Earth.
exactly say. I wouldn't exactly say that. No.
Okay, so
Because
where
I
have you
don't-
experienced
I
curvature?
can't give you an explanation.
Yeah, I know.
I can't
But
give
you
an
can't
explanation
experience
for. No, I'm not
curvature
saying.
or
I'm not
motion.
saying that you are interrupting me continuously and not letting me get my full point out, and I'm not appreciating it. What I'm saying is, I cannot give you evidence that supports, celestial bodies and
Yes, we know.
and things like that. I can't give you evidence for that supports a model of a flat Earth. Is what I'm saying.
No, we're not talking about a model of a flat Earth. We're talking about reality. The model that we're talking about is the globe.
The standard is not. Hang on. The standard is not that we need to provide evidence of flat and motionless plane. The evidence is that you need to show evidence that we're on a curved surface with sticky gas.
Sticky what?
Sticky gas.
Oh, sticky gas. Okay. I don't. Again, I don't. I'm not. I don't think that. I don't think the air is sticky purportedly or anything like that. I'm not sure where the sticky notion comes from. The idea is that
we did discuss it earlier.
Yes, we did discuss this.
Well, when you see the blue marble, that's the round Earth in the vacuum of space, and you see that little glow of blueness around the outside edge of it. That's the sticky gas.
I don't understand how sticky. I don't understand how it's sticky gas.
We're breathing that gas that is the little blue circle around the blue marble. We're breathing that gas, right? And it's failing to press into the void of space, the vacuum of space. It's failing to press into it.
Yep.
Well, that can be interpreted to be sticky gas because gas behavior doesn't behave like that. Gas behavior spreads evenly in all directions.
If you don't believe in gravity, then yes, that can be believed to be sticky gas.
So you admit that your belief in gravity is a belief. It's not scientific. It's not empirical. It's just a belief. You admit that, right?
No, I don't.
Well, you just said it was a belief in gravity, right?
No, I said a belief in no gravity. If you don't believe in gravity, which is a bit
we know
strange.
gravity is not a force, so it can't pull gas molecules down to give the impression of sticky gas.
I don't. Please, just can you repeat yourself?
When we see the blue marble in the vacuum of space, the little ball Earth in the vacuum of space with that little blue hue around it, that's the atmosphere that we breathe. We know that because gravity is not a force, because we didn't get taught it in school, but we found out later in life that gravity was not a force. We know that sticky gas cannot result from it.
Okay,
so when
it's not a force, but it acts the exact same way as a force. It's fields.
How did it? Okay, fields. So it acts the same way. So when we see gas pressure failing to expand into the void, we know that cannot be true.
Gravity. Okay, say that again. Sorry, I'm stupid, but I need you to reiterate what you're meaning here. So
okay, so right now in live stream voice check, 12 o'clock on the nose, somebody's put a picture of Earth with a pressurized gas layer next to the vacuum of space. Can you see that? It says outer space is fake. Right. This is the sticky gas I'm referring to. When we see the picture of the blue marble Earth, and we see the pressurized gas around the outside edge, we know this cannot happen scientifically because all demonstrations show that pressurized gas pushes into the vacuum immediately. Yet, this is the way that we're told that we're breathing right now. This cannot be true. It's not scientific. All the science proves otherwise.
So the gravity is not real in this. But what I don't understand, gravity is real in the model of the globe Earth. Gravity is real in that model. Will you agree with me on that?
It's not real in current science, though.
Well, I don't. It's fields which act the exact same way as they did forever. So as a force, so I don't get it.
Okay, so How do you explain the pressurized gas next to a vacuum using the language of gravitational field?
The field pulls it in towards the Earth. I mean, I don't.
No, the field doesn't pull. The field doesn't pull. It's not a force.
So what does it do then?
It just exists, but it doesn't act on matter.
Then why do things fall towards the Earth when you drop them?
That's distraction from my question. My question is explain how we're breathing.
No. Listen.
You're distracting from a point. I'm asking you, how is it we're breathing in a vacuum, given the definition in science of gravity these days, which is the field?
You said gravity's not real. Hold on, just let me get this straight. I said that the reason that we can breathe is because gravity pulls the air towards the Earth. You said that gravity's not actually pulling matter down towards the Earth. I said then why do apples and hats and people, why do they fall down to the Earth? And you said let's not change the subject. I'm pretty sure that is very on subject.
That's not what you said. You've never once mentioned
I said
apples.
why does matter? Okay,
so
I never mentioned apples. I said matter. Why does matter?
Listen.
Why do things, when you drop them, fall down to the Earth?
Breathe, Alexi, breathe, and listen to him.
Let's
Thank
pick
you.
on what you did say. Let's pick on what you did say. You mentioned apples. Why do they fall towards the Earth? If the tree was grown underwater, right, and the apple breaks its stalk, would the apple fall towards the Earth or away from the Earth?
Would fall towards the Earth. Away from it would fall
float in
upwards
water
because it's in the water. Okay, if it's in the water.
Listen, apples float in water, mate. So
And
if the
then it's
tree's
going
in a
upwards.
different medium and it's not in
Yes,
air,
it's going
it's in
upwards.
water.
Because
Listen.
the water, I'll tell you why this is. Because the water is density. The water's density is higher, so it is more pushed towards the. There is more matter to push towards the ground.
Okay, and I accept that. So why is it not density when it's the apple in air?
Because density and gravity they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah,
The
they are.
reason that-
One's scientifically validatable and repeatable. The other one's just woo-woo that you believe because maths.
I mean, if you're again, so maths isn't real, and anything proven due to mathematics is completely discredited now.
Nothing is ever proven with mathematics. Nothing ever, because by definition, maths is both abstract and conceptual, and something abstract and conceptual, by definition, cannot prove anything because its own existence is conceptual.
Okay.
Okay. The apple. If the apple falls off a tree but the tree's in water, it falls away from the earth. But if the apple falls off the tree and the tree is in air, it falls towards the earth. The only thing that changes the medium. We went through this many times before.
Yes, and I'll tell you why that is the reason is because the apple would fall towards the earth if it was in air, correct?
Correct. And you said it was density.
Yes, that is because it has less matter to push against than it was in water. But why would it push? Why would it push there in the first place?
Because mass is not a zero value. Because mass is not a zero value.
Yes, but what reason would it have to go downward in the air? What reason does it have to go downward?
Because mass is not a zero value. And when you have two masses that are competing for the same space, which is what the case is in all examples ever, you have two masses that are interacting with each other. Now, there is no direct interaction with each other. There is the interaction with the medium and the matter in question, in this case, an apple. So the apple is interacting with the medium, and if you want to call it a gravitational field, you can do, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still the medium. Whether you call it gravitational field or medium or not, it is still the medium. But when the apple is interacting, because mass is not a zero value, it has something greater than zero. You have two relative masses interacting with each other. But there's no direct force between the two of them. So when the apple falls from the tree and it falls towards the earth, there is an interaction with the medium, and you can call it a gravitational field if you wish, but there is an interaction with the medium, but there is no interaction with the center of mass and a force, a magical woo-woo force that you can calculate into existence.
I see.
You don't, because if you did see, you wouldn't be referencing it for how we can breathe if Earth has a layer of sticky gas around it, because you said it's gravity that's pulling the gas towards the Earth. Well, I've just shown you how it's not pulling the apple towards the earth. The medium is the interaction. But when you try and translate that into breathing, it doesn't work. So unless you can demonstrate and interact that into the why we're breathing.
Is air not more dense than a vacuum?
Yes, it is.
So then why would it not go down?
Because air, gas, doesn't behave like solids and liquids. Gas moves freely in all directions, where solids and liquids do not. So you can't compare gas molecules and air to solids and liquids.
That's why helium is. That's why helium. Why helium travels upwards.
No,
away from
helium.
the center.
All gases move freely in all directions at all times, always.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't say that, considering
But that's true. It's scientifically and demonstrable.
Have you seen tear gas?
Yes, it appears to be heavier than the air that we're in. It pools in craters, doesn't it?
Yep.
Does it pool in craters forever, or will it disperse over time?
It will disperse over time.
Right. So it doesn't pool in craters then, does it? I mean, it only does it for a short period.
But you can argue that about everything. You can argue entropy will eventually destroy everything. So
you've just conceded your own arguments. You can argue that over everything.
I haven't, because you can argue your argument about everything too. I mean, all gas will travel freely in all directions at all times. I mean, that's called randomness.
So do you remember when we spoke about cellular meiosis and mitosis, and I said to you that if you take one perspective at one section in time, you can say that one cell divides. You can change the perspective and call it cellular division. But if you look at the whole process as a whole, you can clearly see that one cell became 25,000 cells over a period of time.
Yes.
So depending on how you perceive that, you can describe it accordingly. But objectively, you've still got one becoming 25,000.
Objectively, yes, you do. But other material is consumed in the process, and
it's exactly the same with the tear gas. If you take one,
but here's the thing. Listen, depending on your position on what a piece of toast is, I can cut up one piece of toast into two. A piece of toast doesn't stop being a piece of toast because it's smaller.
Yeah, but has the overall mass of toast increased as you've cut it in half, or is it as it? Right, but it does do that with cellular meiosis and mitosis. Matter increases,
no, it doesn't.
And the volume increases. It does.
Matter is not created. It doesn't come out of nowhere.
This is what I was saying to you.
It's consumed from nutrients in the material around the cells.
So you say, but the real world is observation.
And what's even stranger is the fact that you're bringing this up again, and you're only proof about.
I'm using your tear gas in the crater example for heavy gas to show that if you take that crater in isolation, you can describe from the perspective of the crater for a short period of time that there is heavy gas. But that's changing the perspective to suit your narrative. The bigger picture is the gas disperses evenly in all directions.
That I guess so, yes.
Right. So changing the perspective doesn't change the reality. The reality is still that gas will expand in all directions evenly. Now, in the crater example, the crater's not a vacuum. The crater's already got gas in it. So the dispersal rate is much slower. But if the crater was a ball of vacuumness and you put tear gas into it, it would immediately disperse in all directions. There would be no time delay. So let's scale that up to a bigger scale. We've got the Earth in the vacuum of space, and we've got lots of pressure around it. We breathe at 14.7. But when you have the vacuum of space, it wants to instantly press into that immediately because of the differential. There should be zero time lapse in it. So either space cannot be a vacuum, or we must be contained. One of those has to be true.
Contained by what?
It doesn't matter. Something for the molecules to bounce off, to create the pressure.
All right.
Or to stop the dispersal into the vacuum. You need to stop the molecules escaping.
I mean, again, okay, I'm not sure how you would explain gas giants then, but
they're impossible. You can't have gas giants in a vacuum of space. They would immediately disperse. What we actually have is points of light in the sky that you want to think of them as a gas giant.
So okay. I mean, I guess from your perspective, I forgot that gas giants are not a real thing; they're a fallacy to you. Okay, let me explain. Let me think of
Not
another
from my
way.
perspective. From science, current science shows that you can't have gas pressure inside a vacuum. It immediately disperses. That disproves the idea that Jupiter can be a gas giant or that Saturn can be a gas giant. But because you insist that you believe and you insist that they are gas giants, you think that you can have gas pressure in a vacuum, yet no science supports that ever, anywhere, ever.
Okay, well, so let's say that's true, right? I haven't
No,
seen
let's say
any.
it's scientific. Let's say it's scientifically validated.
Okay, let's say it's scientifically validated. I don't think I've ever seen any kind of proof of what you're talking about. I've never heard of what you're talking about, but up until now, I've never once in my life ever heard of what you're talking about. Maybe that's because the government so-called censors all this information that you've taken off the internet, which is apparently censored.
The government censored it when you were in school at the point of delivery. You weren't told alternative arguments, so you didn't know that they existed until you got to 25, 35, 45 years old. Now you find that there's an alternative explanation. You wonder why it's conspiratorial, and the answer is because you weren't told about it when you were a child in school. That's the answer. It was censored from you.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure how all this is censored. I'm not sure how you're claiming all this is censored now when you're sending me so many different websites and YouTube videos and Google documents and all this stuff, but that's besides the
Well,
point.
I've just told you how it's censored. You were lied to by omission in school when you were not told that there were equal and opposite alternative explanations for why we stick to the Earth's surface or for why we breathe. You weren't told any of that. You were lied to by omission in school. That is how.
Okay, hold on. Someone just said in this chat, have you ever heard about curved water? I'm a bit confused because this river is not even. I mean, it's not even wrong. Like, if this Earth can shape the water into this curved river, I don't. Again, I don't get what's stopping. I don't get what's stopping this. Like the Earth, the whatever you want to call it, the field of gravity, the force of gravity. If you call it a fallacy, that's fine. I don't get what's stopping that from shaping water into curvature as well.
I don't even understand the point you're trying to make.
Okay, well, is water matter? Just answer this question: is water matter?
Yes, of course, it's a liquid, isn't it?
Yes. So, what is stopping gravitational fields / forces / whatever you want to call it? Because clearly you're pretty upset about the idea of gravity. Clearly you don't want to call it that, right? What is but it still exists. It's still there. It's still doing something. I mean, there's a reason that things fall, because if we're in a contained environment and there is no such thing as gravity, why do things go down to the surface?
They don't go down to the surface.
Why?
This is your perception based on being a human, and your orientation is vertical from your perspective. If there's no human there, the apple doesn't have any direction to fall. The only direction that the apple falls is towards or away from its point of equilibrium. So in the context of an apple in air, there's massive disequilibrium there, so it will fall towards its equilibrium. In the example of a helium balloon in air, that will fall towards its equilibrium, but both those directions are opposite. From the human's perspective, they're opposite. But relative to the medium, they are the same. They're searching out their level of equilibrium, and they're both at the opposite ends of the scale. In other words, what I'm saying is the direction comes from the human.
Also,
there's no downward bias then.
There's no so there's no such thing as down. So I ask you,
only from the context of the human.
Okay, so I have another question for you. If we live in a flat world, right? Because if it's an infinite or finite or whatever flat plane, I'm actually confused as to where the bottom is. Like, because we have proven. I mean, again, I'm not sure if you want to not consider this science or if you want to consider this a fallacy by the government. But if you believe that it is true that we have drilled down 12 kilometers into the Earth's crust, where does it stop?
They were unable to drill beyond a certain point because it kept blunting their drills. That is the answer to the question of where does it stop? They could not go any further. Now, is there more matter beyond that? There is. They couldn't get beyond it. So that's the deepest point that we have. It is the furthest away point that we have. But does that mean that that's the limit? No, because there's clearly something stopping it. What's beyond that? God only knows. We don't know. We haven't been that far. We're unable to go beyond that point. But that doesn't mean that that point is towards the center of a sphere. It just means it's the point that we can go no further than so far.
Right. Okay. I mean that I can accept that. I can accept that explanation because I can respect a logical argument. But I don't understand. I still not understanding this thing with gravity.
I know, because you weren't taught in school that gravity has got an equal and an opposite alternative. You were taught that it was a force, and because you weren't taught that it was not a force, because you weren't taught the current science, you believe that gravity is a thing. Well, the current science position doesn't even say that gravity is a force, even though you don't accept it or understand it. But even if gravity wasn't a force, and it was as per Einstein, there is an equal and alternative explanation that is not involved in Einstein that makes it a trichotomy, not a dichotomy. So now we have three explanations. One that you were taught in school, one that you weren't taught in school, and a third one that's scientifically validatable and repeatable and you can do it yourself. So where do we go from here? Well, what we can say for certain is that gravity is not a force, because current science doesn't even say that it's a force. But when we come on and apply that to how we're breathing in a vacuum, there is no explanation.
Balloon, evaporation, nitrogen, hydrogen, hot air, downward bias, debunked. Again.
And how we realized what is 3,900 miles under the ground?
Due to it's again, we don't have, it's a theory. We don't have empirical evidence of what's 3,900 kilometers under the ground.
They are saying it's more than iron core for sure. I was studying that in the school.
Well, again, I think we've covered this before, but whatever is the most leading theory.
Yeah, but kids still studying that in school. Why?
Yeah, whatever the leading theory in science is usually taught in school, and that I'm not doubting that as a fact.
But how they realize that is their molten iron core?
They don't know, but they presume that it's there from the amount of heat that's generated from below the surface.
That could be milk also, that mean.
It could be anything, but it's presumed from the facts that we already have that there is molten iron.
That means that it's some astronomer says or some scientist says that, but not Baker. If Baker said it could be milk, but it's no sense because that scientist says that it's molten iron core, and then we now need to believe.
I would say that a scientist has better grip on. I mean, especially someone who's
okay. How scientists have better perception to go inside of Earth than me?
Mainly because they've studied it their whole life and they know a lot of information that you don't.
Yeah, but how I can study all my life, the earth and ground. How I can realize what is 3,900 miles?
I mean, you do calculations. You take evidence. Again, we don't know. I've never said that anyone knows what's. I've never said that anyone knows what's under there.
Okay, I have an apple. I have an apple. Can you make me calculation that it's maybe warm inside?
No.
No? How you can make calculation that it's something in the center of the earth if you don't know?
Because there is already magma. I mean, how else would you explain volcanoes? Magma activity.
Volcanoes and magma. The Sleeping Warrior told you that it's 9 miles whole. That means it's missing 3,900 miles to understand that all down it's that,
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I know that. I'm just saying that from the calculations scientists have done, from the it's just what we're presuming is there due to the evidence that we already have. But I have no doubt that if it was discovered that there was water under there or if there was milk under there, like you said, I'm fairly sure science would change its perspective and try to explain why. I really don't think that
change perspective, like with the gravity till 1916 or 6, we will learn that mass attracts mass. Then somebody said, oh, listen, this was not happening all these billions of years. Now the space-time bending, that's happening all these years.
Yep.
Oh, yep. That means that in 100 years, maybe it will be that even that was not the case. That means something else was happening.
Okay, well, yes, maybe that is the case. And again, I've always been
Okay, that
open-minded.
means that means that gravity can change by the time, like what we assume. Oh, great.
Yes.
That means that I can be scientist. That means that I can decide tomorrow that it's not molten iron core, that it's a milk inside, because my calculation is giving that it's milk because it's so many cows, and
because
why not?
you don't have the qualification and you have not
I
done.
don't have qualification.
I'm fairly sure there is no mathematically correct calculation that you could do
Can
anyway.
you tell me which qualification will make? Then which qualification? Which qualification I need to study that will make curve in the reality then?
I don't understand.
That means I will finish now, I don't know, atomic science, and I will study for 20 years. I will be the most intelligent guy in the world. I was studying 20 years about nuclear energy, everything, science, rocket science, everything. But now my question is, how I will form the curvature in reality?
Again, I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
I finish all schools, man, Then I go in reality to check if Earth is a globe, And then I realize there is no curvature in reality, but I finish all schools. I have all degree, but still water there is not curving. What shall I do now? Shall I study more?
No, I believe that if that's your belief, if that's what you think is the
No,
case,
it's not my belief. How you call something what is measured flat?
What?
How you call something what is measured flat?
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble understanding
How
what
you
you're trying to
call
say.
if you have distance from A to B and if it's flat, how you call that?
Line?
Flat line or curving line?
Depends.
Depends of what?
Whether the line is flat or curved?
Oh, okay. That's the point. The line is straight and is not curving.
Okay, well then it's a straight line.
Yeah, that I'm telling you. That in reality there is no curvature. That means I can finish all schools whatever, I can be Einstein, but water will not curve in reality. What shall I do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what you should do.
Shall I trust then my studies, or I shall go and see if is that water really curving or not?
I mean, you're free to do whatever you want in your free time. If you want to see if it's curvy water, then go ahead. I'm not trying to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, but does water curve or not?
Does water curve? Yes.
Where?
Have you heard of waves?
I'm telling you, does water making spherical shape?
In space, yes, it does. With zero gravity, then yes.
Where?
In a vacuum. Water literally defaults to a spherical shape.
Where precisely is curving? Can you show me one beach and say there is the curving? Here is UK, here is USA.
I can show you footage from the International Space Station.
No, you can show me the footage, but listen, this I cannot go there. I can go on the beach because you send me the footage now, and there is curving Earth. Okay, that's cool. Now let's check that it's with that real thing. Let's check that in reality with the Earth itself.
What do you mean by this?
I mean that Earth has dimensions.
Yes.
And that mean what?
So, well, I mean, okay, I'm not able to put pictures in this I'm not able to put
Can you
pictures into
can you
this.
can you can you tell
Yeah,
me something like
I'll explain. So,
does on distance should to be some drop or not?
I mean, sorry, say that again.
Does if you are on the earth, whatever, on the beach, point A, on point B, somewhere in the distance, that should to curve or it's straight flat line?
From point A to point B, the shortest distance is a straight line. If that's what you're
Okay,
trying to.
let's say the distance is 10 miles.
Yep.
How much drop should to be on 10 miles? Do you know that?
How much what?
How much of curvature should be on 10 miles?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about all
66
these.
foot. I will help you. 66 foot. Does we have that in reality?
66 feet from 10
Yep.
miles.
Yeah, on the 1 foot height.
Well, that's not what I was shown earlier. Because 66 feet is. I mean, I was told earlier it was 660 feet. So, you know.
66
That's a
feet
lie.
on 10 miles with the height of 1 foot.
Okay. Well, I mean, going back to the I'm not sure. Can someone send that picture with the 2 oil rigs?
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
Yes, it's got
I
2
got
oil
it.
rigs from 10 kilometers away, I believe, from 1 foot elevation. Is that right?
Yeah, it should to be 66
Okay,
foot
so
of drop.
if I look up a platform habitat.
If you look horizon, it should to be on 1.22 miles.
The height of platform habitat is 90 feet.
Listen, if you look the horizon, it should to be 1.22 miles.
The height of the height of the platform.
Yeah, but listen, platform with
habitat?
distance. Platform habitat is distance. Doesn't have anything with the argument.
Okay,
From an observer height of 1 foot, the horizon is 1.2 miles away. But in real world, it's more than 10 times further than that, and we want to know how.
But I was just told that it was 10 miles, not 1 mile, or not.
No, it's 1.2 miles, geometrically speaking.
Can you send me a diagram showing that or something like that? Because I want to see that for myself.
Yeah.
Bear with me, I'll do it for you.
Because if you can just listen to my argument, what I'm saying, platform habitat is 10 miles away. I just looked it up now. Platform habitat is 90 feet tall. If there are only 66 feet of curvature in 10 miles of Earth, then, and 66 minus, and then 90 minus 66 is not zero. It's well above zero. So I would be able to see it from 10 miles away. So your argument just crumbled there. I mean, I'm not sure exactly.
No, it's about the geometric horizon. I'm going to send you
well,
an Earth curve calculator right now.
Would you be able to see the bottom of the habitat if there was curvature?
Well, I don't believe you can see the bottom of the habitat on this.
Legs, you can see the legs of it.
Yeah.
The bottom.
Yeah, you can see the legs, but
the horizon's
Take another
behind
look.
them.
Right, there you go, my mate. Can you see it? I put it in chat there. Can you see I put my name to it? There's the Earth curve calculator. Viewer height in feet is 1 foot. Distance in miles that we can clearly see is beyond 10 miles, but the observer height in feet is 1 foot. And I've highlighted it in red for you so you can see it. The geometric horizon is 1.22 miles away. And with your 7/6R standard refraction, it only rises to 1.32 miles away, a tenth of 1 mile. Yet we see further than 10 miles in the evidence that you presented with. Can you explain that, please?
Hold on, let me. But I was just told there were only 66 feet of curvature, which would then.
No, we're talking about the distance to the horizon.
The distance to the horizon, please. We see it's more than 10 miles away. Can you explain that, please?
Nope.
We can. It debunks the claim that we live on a sphere of a radius 3959.
Amen.
Yeah.
There is no curvature.
Didn't you already say the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Danny Faulkner.
Didn't they fuck? So yeah, no curvature, Earth is flat, ergo everything else is obsolete to talk about regarding
Hold on.
Yeah, because
Others.
gravity's.
That
yeah.
guy is very tall.
Yeah, he is.
What guy?
Gravity's
Look at
based on the radius.
look at the thing that Clay Underseal just sent. That guy is way too tall.
Hey,
Look, he
bud.
is very tall.
Camera. The camera
What's-
on the picture we showed you with the oil rigs is only less than 1 foot high, but we give it to 1 foot because it's exaggerated for the purpose, but it's less than 1 foot off the surface. So regardless of how tall that guy is in the picture, the real world example is 10 times at least further than the horizon should be on your geometric sphere.
It's just a comic, man. It's not a real picture.
Yeah,
Can you send me other? I mean, I mean, sure, I'll listen, but can you send me another just to I guess solidify this evidence with more proof?
Sure.
Can you send me another?
What more evidence would you need? We know the distance to the horizon on your model. We know the distance is 10 times
Yes,
further.
but it's one
What else?
picture.
No, but it's so you're saying that you're not happy with that one. So if you accept, would you accept it if we showed you another time or another? How many times would you accept before you accept that it's real world?
8 or 9.
We can send you a few of them. We can send you the Chicago skyline.
Oh yeah,
50 miles.
Here you go. 1 second.
Observation.
Just put a
Here
bunch.
you go. Chicago. There you go. And by the way, there you have what a real mirage. Above is a real mirage. Below is reality of a flat stationary rim.
Hold on. So what? How
Yeah.
far away? How far away is that Chicago skyline?
50 miles, I think.
Yeah.
50 miles.
50, not 15. 50, right?
Okay. 50. What's the height of the elevation here?
From this picture, I don't know, but there are there are other videos where they show you what height you're standing on and so forth, But regardless of what,
Do you have the Earth curve calculator handy?
regardless of the height, you would not supposed to
I was
see
gonna
anything
tell them
of
you can
that
put in whatever
skyline.
height you want. It's going to be curvature that's missing.
Yeah. So doesn't matter actually.
The Willis Tower is.
I posted a link for the Chicago skyline. Everything you need to know about it is there.
Oh, thank you for that.
Okay. Let's see. 6 foot Lake Michigan's Chicago skyline, 250. Okay. So Lake Michigan, apparently, so it's 60 miles, not 50, apparently. So you should be able to. So you shouldn't be able to see it because what?
The curve.
Another thing is,
The Earth should be curving, which would hide all the buildings, but it doesn't.
All of those buildings should be behind a bulge of earth between us and the target, hundreds of feet high. All of the buildings pretty much should be wiped out by the tippy tops of a couple of them.
Right. And another thing is, what I love the most about the sea, since water is flat, right? You can do an experiment. You can do an experiment on a flat surface that is reflecting light, as seen in the little meme I posted, and a curved surface. A curved surface will never give you a straight light path that goes back to the light source, which in this case is the sun, which disproves the water curving at all. Because otherwise you wouldn't have that straight line going onto the shore. When you see the sun going away, or so-called sunset, you will often see on the sea that you have this straight line of reflected water by the light source. But actually, that is only possible because the water is flat all the way to the point from where the light emerges. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a it's not really a. I mean, I'm thinking, would it be possible? I mean, okay, with all the proofs that you've seen of a curved Earth are all false, right? You're very solid in your belief, right?
Any proof?
Well,
Please
I just have.
delete. 1 second. Delete that word. Belief. I do not believe anything. I can only accept what is true to reality, which is that the Earth is measuring flat. I will not believe anything. Everything else is assumptions, and I
Well,
don't.
Yeah,
let's. I have a question.
1 second, Lexi. Let's focus on that, right? So when you measure your foot, do you believe its measurements or do you actually know it?
I know it.
Okay, so that is the whole point, then, right? Belief.
Okay. So
Okay.
would it be possible to use lasers to completely rule out the Earth being round or flat?
Yeah, and that's been done multiple
don't-
times.
You don't need to completely do it, right? You can just get their numbers, their math, and you're just gonna show that their math is not adding up with what they're telling us. Ergo, if they say that it's supposed to be a type of curvature, right, and you don't find it, you will not find it anywhere else the same. So you will not find the curvature anywhere else too. So I mean, can't be a sphere and a part of it is flat, right? That would be stupid.
What if only some parts of the Earth are flat?
That's stupid, man. Come on.
Why?
So it's a disco
stupid.
ball Earth. 1 second,
Yeah.
disco ball Earth, Lexi.
Yeah.
So all that pictures we got from NASA showing that perfect sphere are all false then?
Yes.
Okay.
Before you go into that, we're measuring flatness. We're not seeing any curves, so we're measuring flat. We're not measuring other than flat, just flat.
Right. And
So
I'm
so
not.
what else could it be? If it
Yeah.
doesn't
So
curve, what could it be?
1 second, right? So I made a ridiculous statement, right? Disco ball Earth. And you said yes. What do you think about your statement now? Right? Yes, disco ball
Well-
Earth. Is that something you would stand by?
Why not?
Because
It's a
you would go
it's a
against what they show you
compromise.
on TV, right? They don't show you
Yep.
disco ball Earth on TV.
No, but
No.
it's a
So disco
compromise
ball
between
Earth
flat
is
and
out
round.
of the picture. So disco
It's
ball
not quite
Earth is
round. It's not quite flat.
right. So, but all the images we get is a perfect sphere, right? Not a disco ball Earth. So no,
Well-
it cannot be a disco ball Earth, and they show you perfect spheres on TV. That cannot be.
Let me tell you this: when it comes to truth and facts, it's either yes or no. There is no middle. You know, there is no middle ground. And I know that we live in a society today where everything wants to be squished in something where you find a middle ground of everything. Like, you know, we do not really know if there's man or woman, or we don't really know blah blah. It's all about making truth distorted. But actually, truth is either yes or no. So to simplify it, the Earth is either flat or round. We measure it flat, we observe it flat, we feel it stationary, so it is what it is, and it's actually adding up to everything else which was known and back in the history of ancient times and so forth, which everyone else before has already figured out. We just, we just
What about
got
drones?
programmed.
What about drones?
Okay. What about drones?
Well, you can commercially availably buy a
Mhm.
drone from a store, and a pretty good one. Would it not be possible to?
That doesn't prove a globe.
Well, would it be possible to use one to aid your
No.
measurements?
No.
You can get pretty high up with a drone.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, but we already showed you that it's flat with multiple measurements. So
You don't need to get high to understand what the ground is, right? So if you
But
want
none
to
of
measure,
these. Okay, but none of these. I'm just a bit.
do you
okay,
measure the ceiling to know what the ground is? No, right?
I'd like to ask you for. Can you?
you want like high
give
altitude
me-
footage?
Yeah, I want some evidence that you have that is not of
Alright.
of like a low.
Oh, that's all fine, right? But we
Hang
have
on, let's-
Neil
we need-
deGrasse. What? 1 second.
We need
so,
context here. We need context. We have. You're saying that a drone, right? We have the highest known parachute jump, and it's one of the highest observer heights that anybody ever on the Earth has ever got to, and it's the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull stratospheric jump, or whatever you want to call it. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that guy, even though he got to, I think it was it? I can't remember the exact height, but I think it was about 120,000 feet or something like that. He said that you can't see the curvature of Earth from that height because he's only like a millimeter off the surface of the ball.
28 was it? 128. But continue.
So when it comes to your request about the drone, given that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that Felix couldn't see the curvature of Earth, I think that your request of a drone is also not going to see the curvature of Earth because it can't get anywhere near high enough. Would you accept that if Felix can't see it, the drone can't see it either?
Yeah. Oh, okay. What's this?
Great.
240,000 feet and no curvature. What is this? Because
I
that's
have a question on the Baumgartner jump. He was jumping from a capsule, right? How is that capsule just floating in the air? Do you remember?
Wasn't it attached to a balloon?
Was it attached to a balloon? I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, it was attached to a balloon.
But there's like two different capsules.
It was hanging from a helium balloon then, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, right.
27,000 feet.
Yeah, and Neil deGrasse Tyson even doubled down, right? Because then Bezos went with his phallus rocket. They claim was space. Then he said, no, that's not space. But he said nobody sees curvature from 60 miles up. So he doubled down on that. It wasn't just once when he said that.
Can we go back to the apples and gravity point? Because we almost got closure on it, but then we lost it.
Well,
I just want to it for a minute.
It's really simple. If the Earth isn't curving, then you don't have gravity.
Well, even if it was,
everything gets obsolete. Sorry.
Even if it was curving, and we might have gravity. We were talking about how if apples fall in water, they fall in a different direction to what they do if they fall in air. And then we got onto the bit where I really wanted to nail down. When we show the blue marble in the vacuum of space, and we have that little blue hue around the edge that is sticky gas that we breathe. How, regardless of whether you call it a field or a medium, can you explain how we breathe, given your understanding of gravity or the current science understanding of gravity? What stops the gas from pressing into the vacuum, given the field or the whatever it is that you want to explain it? For gravity, what stops the gas from pressing into the vacuum of space?
the invisible wall.
What? I'll take that as a concession.
No, I just Dennis wasn't listening. Mark. Sorry.
He's basically asking you. It's like, can you have pressurized air around like a rim without a tire?
Even if no matter how you accept or describe gravity, right? No matter how you describe it, what stops it from pressing into space?
I mean,
we
I can
know
just
that
Google
gravity
this.
is not a force.
What keeps air on Earth?
Yeah, it's going to say gravity is a force. No, gravity is not a force. Einstein said so.
They're going to tell you some.
Googling.
They're going to say some of the gas leaks out into space.
Oh.
And then gravity.
Then the question is, why doesn't all of it? And what's the distinguishing line? What makes stuff stay compared to stuff that goes?
Don't you know, guys? I can fill up the Russian gas that I get by just putting it in a bowl without closing any lid. I can just carry my gas for my grill at home. Just put a little bit of gas in a bowl or on a anyways, we need containment. Sorry, I stopped doing that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean it's logical, right? So if you when you buy a can of Coke, it needs to be contained, and when you open it, it equalizes. That's the we all.
Yeah, because the thing has higher pressure.
Right. And actually, if you think about it, what weirds me out is if you look at every experiment of a pressurized system in a vacuum, it always tends to explode, right? So you have a ISS that for some reason already had multiple holes, one hole as thick as a finger or something, and they actually said that they temporarily filled it with a finger, I think.
I love the ISS.
Yeah, I can imagine. I loved it too, man. Trust me, I was such a big fan of it when I was 13, 14. I loved everything about space. Funny enough,
he hasn't seen
around
the harnesses in the ISS yet. Is he
Oh
that
man,
new?
that's amazing.
I don't think he's seen that yet.
Oh my god.
What?
You know the ISS is all fake, right? They're just on wires, like in a studio.
Mm-hmm. It's very cool, man. I wish literally, I really want to do that. Find some special effect guys or something and get me on these wires, because that must be very cool. Just jump around like Superman. I really want to try that out. Let me send you a video so you get an idea of it, how this stuff looks like. I'm sending you a video not of the ISS, but the videos where, you know, an astronaut grabs a wire of the other astronaut, and then the astronaut where he grabs the wire from, he looks straight in the camera and is like, oh no, this didn't happen. The weird thing is, I would be a better actor than them because they can't keep their face cool. It's if like they have the worst actors for something that is so important because they don't care about slips, you know. Like I've seen so much better acting than this. He's like literally showing you in his facial expression that they messed up. Yeah, look at that video. I hope the face of the other astronaut is in there. Oh no, unfortunately not. But I mean, you can even see him looking. You can even see him reacting to him grabbing the invisible wire, right? So how much more proof do we need? I mean, lie once, right? Lie to me once, shame on you. Lied to me twice, shame on me, right? So if I would, after seeing this, I would still believe what they're showing me in the ISS to be real, then I'm just a fool, you know? Like there is no explanation to what he's grabbing. It's just an invisible wire.
So he's got like a green harness on him.
No, it doesn't need to be green. No, it doesn't need to be green. Let me show you something. Give me a quick second.
They're editing out like a wire.
Give me 1 second.
Is Lexi the new guy?
Yes. He just earned the Google. He just earned the Google Earther role, Godric.
Thank you. I want to commend you, Lexi, for being level-headed, open-minded, respectful.
Look at this video.
Seem to be listening, and you're going to be welcome back here, bro.
Look at this video and look how easy it is even to make it without a huge setup. I mean, okay, this is a pretty huge setup, but these people are probably not having the budget that NASA has and not really using a studio, doing it on an open field, right? And just look how marvelous it looks. These people look like they're floating, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
It's like pretty easy to edit out a wire.
Yeah, it is. This is, by the way, the original, like the original video. Yeah, it's insane what you can do, and then we're not even talking about the artificial intelligence or the not artificial, the CGI, real-time CGI that they're using, like that they have like some kind of lenses or screens in front of them where they can see what they're interacting with. It's pretty insane, actually. I'm pretty sure they use some techniques that are not yet commonly available for the public, like some kind of maybe eye lenses or something to see what they're actually grabbing.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I sometimes also struggle with thinking if even the whole body is even real. Like if maybe the whole other lower part of the body is just also computer animated.
Hey, to whoever's talking, sorry to interrupt you, but along the lines of like the deep fake videos, I saw somebody talking, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, how, and you probably have too, through CGI, they can make a whole person and make a video of it and put it on YouTube, and people can't tell the difference allegedly. So they can do that with half of a body.
Yep.
Look at Paul Walker from the franchise of Fast and Furious. Obviously, he died halfway filming that last episode. But they used stunt doubles, they used CGI, they used all sorts of techniques to put him back in it as though he was really in it. And he wasn't. You can see the point where he died. It's known, but he's still there as though he was there. So if they can do that with Paul Walker on an action thriller like Fast and the Furious, don't you think it's possible that NASA could also do something very similar?
And they're also not hiding it. Like, for example, that video with the woman and that goofball in the hand, they are actually showing you with these special effects that they can manipulate the image in
They
real
want
time.
to know. Sorry, they want to know. They put that out there on purpose, in my opinion, because they want to know who can see and who can't. They need
Right.
to know that. Yes. Thank you for letting me interject. Go ahead, please.
When can I
Oh,
start
it's all
making
right.
money off this stuff?
Yeah, it's just you need to, and it also to quickly let me add something here. It's also because of their moral system in Freemasonry, their dogma or their karma system. They need to show you that they're lying in order for them that they don't have that they're not guilty of lying to you because they have
Right.
showed you that they're actually lying to you. Okay, you know what I mean? Like they show you
Yes.
the magic trick, but if you do not look carefully, you don't
when can I
see
start
how the
making-
magic trick works.
When can I? Okay, so now I've been well versed in the information and stuff like that. Well, when can I start making money off it?
What do you
So
mean?
do you still believe in the stories?
Well, I'm
I don't
just
understand the
wondering when I
question.
can.
Or do you need more?
What are you
You haven't
talking
con-
about?
You haven't conceded yet.
No, I'm
Ian.
just wondering. Well, now that I'm like fully converted, you know what? Like I'm wondering when I can start making money off this.
Making money off what?
What makes you think it's
This
about
is-
money?
Yeah.
Why,
No,
why is it
no.
not about education?
Wait, what are you talking about?
I
I
just
don't
want free
understand.
money as well. I just want
Eh?
Free
some
money from what? What are you
from,
saying?
from
Yeah.
you know, spreading the truth. You know, getting
Why is it not about
Right.
education?
How is it? How's
Knowledge?
that free money? How's
Well-
that free money?
well. I mean, I was.
Are
Just
you a
thinking,
Mormon or what is this
I was
money
just
thing now?
I was just thinking I was gonna get in here and make some cash, but
What the fuck are you talking about? Hey?
Are you
Yes.
spiraling?
You
If you want to
No,
make
no,
cash,
no. Is this
set up a
is this
YouTube account.
cognitive dissonance?
no. I'm with you now. I'm fully with you. I mean,
That's
I've
the
been-
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
This is
Proven wrong.
wait a second, guys. This is cognitive dissonance, right? This is not a normal.
No. That's not what this is. I'm about ready to do something. That's what this is.
I don't know what you're talking. I mean, you've told me like
Come on, dude.
I don't get what
Okay.
you told me that the world is flat and like I believe you. Like I get it. You showed me the evidence, but
Oh, you
I'm
believe?
I'm just a bit
Jesus Christ.
confused as to like what I'm supposed to do with
This
this.
this voice sounds really familiar. I'm just gonna say this voice is starting to sound familiar, but I could be wrong. I think we have better things to talk about than entertain this. I mean, unless you guys want to, I'm game, but I don't think it's necessary.
What I don't get is like why is he not giving us an answer like, wow, this is actually crazy. They're obviously using wire and they're obviously just using a Hollywood set, man. I really want to know more about this because obviously I've been lied to my whole life. Why not be honest to yourself instead of now going into something that just weirds the whole conversation out? That's just weird. And you know that it's weird because somehow you're trying to go away from something right now.
No, I'm just thinking.
Yeah, but why do you come up with money? Who wants to talk
Don't
about
worry
money?
about it. Don't worry about it. He's
Because
just
I'm trying
trying to have an interesting conversation for himself. I mean,
No,
he's
I'm
trying.
just
Are you trying to take a stab at people on YouTube? Is that what this is about? I mean, let's
I'm not.
stick to the conversation and not talk about silly things, shall we?
Okay.
And that's to Lexi. Come on, dude.
So
If you want to stay, you got to play right.
So what do you think about the fact that they're using wire? We have obviously enough footage of showing you as a proof that they are using some kind of Hollywood effects.
I mean, I knew to an extent they were lying, but I mean, I didn't know it was this crazy.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Well, I mean, personally, I want to do this. I want to do this kind of thing myself because it would look really cool to take films of myself flying around the land. But
Yeah, I mean that's okay. I mean, if you're not trying to deceive people, I personally would also wanted to try out this wire stuff, but I would never do anything to deceive people, lie to them.
no,
You know,
no,
that's
no.
how I
I'm not
started.
gonna. I'm not gonna lie to anyone. I don't think.
And also not
well, no,
make
'cause-
money out of it. I don't need to make
well,
money.
the reason I want to make money is because, well, I mean, I haven't had that. I've had a few financial failures lately, and I've been looking for any way to support
Yeah,
myself.
but this, this is not a Discord
flat
about.
Earth isn't the way to do that.
Yeah, and it's
you're not gonna make money off flat Earth.
you can I can tell you how you make
because
money
they
if you sorry.
demonetize it. They don't want you to. They don't want this like getting out, basically. So
Right.
if you're like gonna talk about flat Earth on like YouTube or something, they're gonna demonetize all your videos.
Okay.
Yeah. The best thing you can do is call yourself a professor or doctor professor, silly man, for example, and start shoving stupid ideas about flat Earth into people's brains.
So
And
why don't we
maybe,
stop talking about it? That'd be great.
yeah, maybe get a good contract. Some soul selling Freemasonry contract.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I'm just joking. Don't do that, okay?
I'm also thinking, is there a way to infiltrate? Infiltrate NASA, infiltrate.
No.
Well, you probably wouldn't want to talk about it here if you wanted to do that.
No.
IJS.
I'm just thinking. I'm just considering. Is there any time that anyone? I mean, is there?
Well,
any
you're going to spend a lot of time getting ready and acting like you're being indoctrinated. For one,
All right.
you think you can
You
just
know
knock
what?
on the door?
Okay. I've got an idea. I've got an idea for you guys. Okay. I'm gonna spend the next like 10, 20 years of my life or so trying to get into NASA, like into the organization.
Okay, I'll see you later. Don't forget to write.
Hey, you don't need to do that. We have already people that are flat earthers that have been also working on in the Antarctic and so forth. Type in on YouTube. I think his name is Jesus Computer Freak or Computer Freak Jesus or what. I don't know what exactly the name is. Jesus Computer Freak. This guy, he actually was an NASA employee, and he worked on certain projects such as I think making internet available in the Antarctic spacemen or something, and Jesus Freak Computer Freak, I think that's his channel. Yeah, he talks a lot about what he did for NASA and stuff, and he's a flat earther, my friend. So you don't need to infiltrate it.
Oh wait,
Well,
we can.
I want to
sorry.
see some of this stuff for myself. Like this.
Well, you can watch the documentary called "Flatten the Curve." That is testimony of former military people talking about their experience and how they see too far, and then they do the math, and then the math doesn't lie, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you see
that would.
what you see.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I just think it would be. I mean,
No.
I could tie this back into the money thing as well if I.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Well,
and you're going to get muted if you keep talking about that. I'm just going to tell you right now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's get
No,
back
no
to flat
need to
earth,
be
man.
sorry, but I tried to be kind of nonchalant earlier and you didn't get it. So, sorry.
Okay.
Cool. Let's just stick to flat earth talk and
Right.
not about that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
You think there's like some easy way to like make money off this, but it's like there isn't. Just get a job if you want money.
I can't do that.
So I highly recommend this
You wouldn't be
video.
able to come on here no more. Yeah.
So in this video, there are former NASA employees discussing the lies. I mean, you can read the title for yourself, but you can watch that, for example. Great people.
Well, I mean, I still think it's a good idea. I still think I'm gonna, I'm gonna give it a shot. Trying to infiltrate the system, from now on.
Yeah,
I know people who work for NASA and they just have they just weld stuff. Like they're just like welders. They're not like lying about shit and getting free money.
Yeah, it's called
Right.
compartmentalization. Thank you for bringing that
Exactly.
up.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
So
I
when
don't
you
know, I
when
mean,
you when you buy
So you're gonna-
when you sorry one
I
second.
feel like I
When-
can do a bit better than a welder.
when you go to the Airbus construction center, for example, or Boeing construction center, and you ask the guy who only makes, let's say, the wings, he will not. He can't tell you how they make the inside of the fuselage because he has that certain specific thing that he was trained to do and
Specialized.
everything else. Yeah, specialized and everything else is maybe just things he picks up in the breaks when he's talking to his other colleague, but he will never have the specialization as the colleague that does another part of the systems of the aircraft or whatever. That's the same way as NASA works. Okay, so there are just maybe a little few people that know the whole spectrum of things, if that's even the case.
Well, I mean, I was.
And you still don't know if these NASA believes at the end of the day are just hypnotized people. Like all these people that are on wires and in the ISS, they could be willing to have a contract where they get hypnotized, and the rest of the day when they're over, they just gonna forget everything they did.
Or
So they believe that they themselves are in.
It's just a hypothesis. Don't take this for granted.
So they're not actually the evil ones. The astronauts are just like.
Who knows?
Useful.
You can manipulate and hypnotize people in a way that they will punch themselves until death. Okay, that's what you can do with hypnosis.
I mean, yeah, but the astronauts are probably lying, though.
Yeah,
They-
the ones
they
you
probably
see on
know.
TV, I don't see how they could not be lying. So
No, it's
Right. Otherwise, it would be very complicated because you need to specialize them on lying, even though they're pretty bad at facial expressions when it comes to acting.
Yeah. Body language can very easily give you away if you know what you're looking for. I mean, there's military personnel that are experts in that, and yeah.
And I mean, going as far as faking a moon landing, it's just.
I mean, moon landing is just trash, right? These
That's
videos are
old
so
news,
bad.
dude. Everybody knows that now. There's a lot of people that don't believe in flat Earth, but they don't believe, or they have suspicions that we did not go to the moon. So I can't wait for those people to, have their seed planted, and boom, they know it's not a globe anymore.
I still think it's a good idea to get into NASA. I can talk to this, Jesus computer guy.
Yeah, talk to him, man.
Get back to us.
Yeah, call him up.
Yeah, record it. Make sure you record it. You'd make all kinds of money then if you did that. That'd be great.
Maybe before you do it, you watch all of his videos where he talks about what he did for NASA. Maybe then it will change your mind.
I think, well, if I get into NASA, then I can pretend that I'm with them, and then I can
Yeah, okay, we already
not
had
be
this
with them,
topic, and we know why you're talking about this, but maybe you want to learn something more about flat Earth instead.
Nah.
I mean, I can feel like that you're doing this because of a specific reason. I wish I could, because I'm not natively English. I wish I could use the right terms to explain what you're doing here, but I don't have the capabilities of that type of language, so I can't really say it the way I would want to say it. Why you do this in this way?
You're pretty verbose. I wouldn't.
Yeah, thank you, but it's just I know that there's a reason why you still keep on saying this stuff. Like I want to infiltrate, and I just can't make it into words to explain why you do this.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't
It's
know.
because it's a little bit like you're not taking it 100% seriously, if that makes sense.
No. I'm taking this seriously. I mean, I've just had my whole sort of concept of reality altered, and it's crazy. I'm just having a lot of trouble coming to terms with it. I mean, I just want to find some way to help. Maybe by getting into NASA, then I can see what's going on and then report it back to groups of people like this. I'm just really
Report what back?
Well, what I find, what I see.
Well, I mean, we already know what they're doing, though. Yeah.
Well, well, maybe. What if I get high enough in this to become an astronaut, like a liar of an actor on an astronaut? Why? What could stop me from doing that? I mean, if all I have to do,
you on video on a live stream saying what you're saying right now.
Well, they won't know it's me. They won't know it's me.
Okay.
No, I'll tell you how they won't know it's me. Because I have a plan for that. So I'm gonna take I'm gonna take estrogen and then transition into a woman, and then
Be the first trans astronaut.
Well, they won't know it's me.
I mean, he wouldn't be the first. I think.
Yeah.
My voice.
I bet he wouldn't be the first.
My voice. My voice, won't. My voice won't change, but I can change it myself. Because listen to this, okay? Hello. I'd like to apply for a job with NASA.
I mean, you just exposed your plan, though. Now they're gonna know.
Well, they won't, because my voice will sound better than that at that point.
Okay.
So.
I hope Danny's enjoying or listening to this as well.
Who?
Danny Faulkner.
Who's that?
The astrophysicist.
Danny Faulkner is a guy that wrote a book claiming to refute the claims of the flat earthers. And in his book, when it's in the topic or in the heading of gravity, he failed to mention the current position on gravity at all. And he only referenced the Newtonian position, which has been superseded, replaced, and debunked by Einstein. Yet somehow claims that somehow refutes the claims of the flat earthers. I've never seen any flat earther claim Newtonian physics. And even ball earthers, even those that do claim Newtonian physics, when they're corrected and told that it's no longer Newtonian, it's Einsteinian, to write a book on that and fail to mention Einstein would be a complete and utter fail. That's who Danny Faulkner is.
Okay, so Danny Faulkner, he's a fool. He's a clown.
Uh-oh. Come on now. All right, let's keep it intellectual. We don't need to throw insults. We got plenty of facts behind us.
I won't.
He's
insult
an
him.
He's the author of a book claiming to
he's an
refute the
author-
claims of a flat Earth and fails to mention the current position in science while he writes his book.
Okay. So he's a misinformed author. That's all I'll say. So
I wouldn't say misinformed is the correct adjective.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
He's basically you 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, personally, I think when I do this thing, I don't think they're gonna be watching this. I don't think they're not gonna be watching. They're gonna be thinking, they're gonna be hoping that they're gonna be scared of me. Trust me.
Okay, regardless of you being the next Professor Dave, what else are you interested in on Flat Earth?
What?
What else are you interested in of understanding or learning about Flat Earth?
He's not.
About the creation that you're living upon. Is there anything further you want to know?
Can I steal your crosshair?
What?
He's trying to tell you the answer is no.
Your crosshair. What did you see?
Sorry, I'm not. I'm talking to someone else. Yes, I am interested.
Ooh, man, come on now. Oh, man. Okay, that's solidified right there. That's it.
What?
Yeah.
No. I was playing a game. Counter-Strike.
No, it's all good. It's all good. No, it's all good.
I was playing Counter-Strike and I was. Can I steal your crosshair?
All right, so what
Man,
is
there are
what,
plenty of crosshairs that you can get as a template on the internet.
Well,
but I don't
actually,
know how to copy someone's.
There are plenty of workshop maps where you can go onto and copy these
okay,
things.
Lexi likes to play games. I got an idea. Why doesn't Lexi try to convince us that it is really, truly, in fact, a ball? Go.
Well, I mean, because I looked on YouTube, and there was this channel. It was called Kurzgesagt, and it had a round Earth, and it looked nice. So I thought, you know what? I'm gonna give up on this, trying to find the truth, and I think it's time to give up and listen to the
You
propaganda.
didn't hear the game. The game is you're gonna tell us and try and convince us that it is in fact a sphere.
I'm gonna try to convince you that it is a sphere.
Yeah, why else are you here? I mean, do you want to know about flat Earth and genuinely accept the information? I mean, state your purpose,
Yeah.
dude?
State my purpose.
Yeah.
Uh,
Why do you want to be here?
I think he's a flat earther now.
I don't know.
Wait.
Well, I
Do
guess
you
time will
are you
tell.
Well, yeah.
do you
Well,
still
I'm thinking-
believe the globe?
If you were
Yeah, I
playing
still
Counter,
believe the globe.
Oh wow.
if you were playing Counter Strike, what was the motivation or what dots happened for you to end up in here today? Did you fall into here from a CS:GO server,
No,
or
I've
did
just
someone
been playing.
send you?
I've just been playing CS because it's fun today.
Yeah, but how did you get from CS to here?
Oh, I joined this call like 3 hours ago.
Oh.
You said it again, didn't you? Did you say cult?
No, I didn't say cold. I said coal, bro. I'm not. If I said cult, I would say cult. I don't think this is a cult. I don't know.
He said core, I think.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
so explain to me how you went from playing Counter Strike to ending up in here. What was the dots that got you into here?
Do you really want to know that? Like, actually?
Yeah, we ask it all the
Do
time.
you really want to know that? Do you really? Okay.
Be honest.
Do you want me to be 100% honest?
Yes.
As honest as
Yeah.
you can be before snipping your tool.
100%?
Yeah.
Just straight up right now. Okay?
You're not gonna hurt our feelings.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was looking for a girlfriend.
How did that get into here?
Well, I was joining random Discord servers, and then
What kind of nonsense did I just walk into?
So,
Oh, dude.
Chocolate, man.
Dude, you just listen intensely. You'll figure it out in a minute or two. Yes.
I'm already good.
Oh yeah. So
I've heard enough already in 2 minutes.
yeah. Well, this has been going on for about 20 minutes now, and I mean, I guess some of you are interested in entertaining this, but I don't know if we should too much longer. But anyway.
I just wanted to say a quick tip, maybe serious. To find a girlfriend, the best way is to not play Counter-Strike and maybe go out into real world. Just meet people.
I don't
Yes.
accept that you were looking for a
You don't
girlfriend
have
and
to
then
be
in here.
What?
Do any of you guys want to play with me?
No.
I don't think so.
I haven't played this for like, I
Bruh.
don't know how many years.
Well, I mean, that's understandable. This game's not for everyone, you know.
Kids now are
I
into
played it for
e-girls, man.
1,000.
They don't go into the real world. They don't live in reality.
I played for
Hey,
1,600 hours.
In Counter Strike, do you have to account for the Earth or like the ground rotating?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, you do?
No,
you're not.
No, because
that was my shit.
in most video games, they run on a smaller, like a very small kind of, I
Flat,
guess,
stationary plane.
Yeah, they run on a flat stationary plane because they have smaller maps, and in a map size that small, the curvature of the Earth is very, I guess, it's very negligible compared to on larger scales.
The curvature of the Earth is negligible in Counter-Strike maps. Is the curvature of the Earth negligible on the Earth?
No, it's
because it's not there.
No, it's
There's
there. It's there.
curvature.
It's there.
The
It's
cur-
no, it's
oh,
there. It's
oh, did you prove that? Did I walk in late? Did you prove
No,
that already?
I just believe that it's there. So
Please, could you prove it again?
well, okay. So, have you know that the golden break gauge is curved?
Right.
Golden Great Bridge.
The
Try to calm down. I'm sure you're trying to say the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
The Golden Gate Bridge. It's curved. You know that?
That's great. What about the Earth?
Well, why would it be curved if the Earth isn't curved?
Thanks.
Ryan, why are you doing
mean,
this
are you
now?
out of
Why
your
why
mind? Are you all
why
right?
no 1 second. Why is he degenerating? No, what's the right term? He's like going back right now. Like he
Regressing.
already has established understanding about that he has been lied to about a lot of stuff, and now he's like hiding behind. You think he didn't?
No, he
But
doesn't.
otherwise,
I made
but
no.
if
I made my mind up quite a while ago.
if he wouldn't had this subconsciously, he wouldn't have this defense mechanism where he starts drawing out the stupid arguments. Or it's
No,
just because he has no other arguments. Maybe you have no other arguments. That's why you start saying nonsense now, which is just making yourself even more
You know why?
stupid, sounding
why that's
stupid. I'm not saying
understandable?
you're stupid.
It's understandable that you don't have any argument for the globe
Right.
because the globe doesn't have an argument for the globe.
Exactly. But you don't make yourself and the globe religious people a favor of, always underlining what we have already seen here multiple times, that people, once we have established or debunked everything they seriously claimed, they start coming up with these nonsensical sentences and just don't even realize that they make themselves look like fools. I mean, I'm just saying this to protect you right now, because otherwise you will just spiral down and it's just recorded, and it's just, I don't know, maybe you want to slightly go back and really learn about the world that you live in the hopes of, maybe waking up to other stuff, because trust me, this world is not getting better.
Okay.
And not to see through the lies is really, really bad.
Well, yeah. Yeah, okay.
I mean, on the other hand, if you just like to do everything that you have been taught and believe it, I mean, it's okay. I mean, some people love to be deceived. It's okay. It's not a big
Yeah, but
deal.
we already showed this guy like everything, and he's just kind
Yeah.
of denying it. It's really weird.
Yeah, because he has maybe he has. The thing is, there are people that have pleasure in unrighteousness. They disregard the truth, and because if they do not disregard the truth, they cannot stick to the lies, right? They cannot stick to the indoctrinative
okay.
programming.
Yeah.
Because you need to make a decision, right? Either you believe something or you know something to be true. But if you have been told a belief system, you need to stick to the belief system, and that only works when you disregard reality that you're living in. So that's why we are at this point that we are right now, where you just start making these stupid claims until you get bored and tell yourself, okay, I'm just gonna head out and stick to my belief, instead of maybe just stopping right here and start learning seriously, because there are a lot of people that have a lot of interest, and actually, if you would be sincere to teach you something, which is very, very eye-opening. But I mean, it's a decision, man. You can decide.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. I think, yeah.
But since you're already playing Counter-Strike, why you have this conversation, I think there's no hope right now in you being interested or able to divert back and maybe learn something about this obvious thing,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a decision, man. I'm just saying this out of love, okay? Because I care about you, and I know some people would not like to mention it this way, but I just can only say it like this way because I love you. I want to show you what truth is. But if you do not want to have any truth and you don't care, it's your problem, man. It's your thing. But trust me, truth will always lead you to something bigger, okay? Which in the end is the one who made you, to be honest. But that's another whole topic for itself. First of all, you need to establish a certain fundamental understanding of the realm that you live in.
I think you're right in that regard.
Yeah, man. The thing is, I'm pretty sure no one here would have tried to tell you certain things if they would not be loving truth or would not be caring about their fellow human beings, right? If we would, like, some people really in here are using a lot of time to make people understand certain things, and then they just get, pissed off, so to say, by people that then suddenly start making fun about it, what they just, teach them over 2 hours. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
better to
that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
yeah. So no one here is like, going to laugh about you if you just accept that you maybe are now at the point where you don't know much more.
Yeah.
We will welcome you to learn more, and we would also welcome you to change your mind. Like if you tomorrow come back and say, okay, you know what, guys, I thought about it and I realized these and that, these things, I'm more interested now because I feel like maybe I should not be so ignorant of my reality. I'm not saying that you're an ignorant person. I'm just saying maybe in this type of topic. And maybe, I can learn more from these guys, And no one will say, see, I told you, blah, blah, blah. No one will be ridiculing you. Actually, it's the opposite. We will be welcome, to be, just be honest. That's all.
That
No?
sounds lovely.
Yeah.
It really does, and I'm really trying hard not to be sarcastic in a response.
Okay.
I appreciate you, Clay Under Seal. I appreciate you, bro. Fist bump.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you too, guys.
This
Everyone
guy's
here.
fundamentally a liar, so I think we should just like make fun of him because
Oh,
he's not.
well,
He's
how about if we just correct the conversation for the purposes of the listening audience?
right.
So, yeah, that's the only thing we can do. Because it's not, we're not throwing daggers at each other. We're cool. But we definitely need to help
Right.
each other to keep it on where we need it to be.
But he's not gonna.
No,
Actually,
no.
yeah. So we should just laugh at like his delusion because I think that's the only thing that you can do, really. Well, I mean,
No, because that's not a good example of what we want to put ourselves out. And that's in my opinion. There's other sectors of the internet where that's free game, but that's not here.
Yeah, because then we would use the same weapon as them always laughing about something they do not understand, right?
Well, no. Some people are attracted to different types of conversation where it's a little more heightened or aggressive, shall you say, like more of in a debate style. And, so a slight comment, a personal attack is easily corrected in a debate, or it's just rolled off the back and back to the topic. But for here, when we have new people who've never heard of this topic before, they don't want to listen to that BS. So we want to keep it kind of clean of that type of thing.
Yeah, I fixed the problem.
Because
That's
somebody's
true.
going to hear us call, sorry to put Danny on the spot, but call him a clown. That is not the type of impression we want to give people because they're not going to listen to us.
Nobody called him a clown. The baller
Yeah,
called him a
earlier
clown.
they did. Somebody did.
No. The baller called him a clown and he was corrected. Nobody on our side called him a clown.
Dude, I didn't mention your name. Calm down. I didn't mention
correct-
any names.
I'm
When I
correct-
talk about stuff
correcting-
like this, I usually don't point fingers.
I'm
I don't
correcting
point
you.
fingers.
You said that he was referred to as a clown, but nobody on our side called him a clown.
Oh yeah, well, I heard this guy's a clown.
Alexis said that. None of us.
Oh, okay.
Baller.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the correction. But it has happened where people from here have said that about other people they're frustrated with. We have a listening audience besides who's here.
Well, to be honest, my own personal opinion is that he is a clown, but nobody
That's
said
fine. You can hold that opinion. Yeah.
I concur.
Well, that's unfortunate, everyone.
You can be called
Well,
worse.
the problem
So,
is
Yeah.
that you don't need to be a clown to say clown shit, right? So when you say clown shit, like, oh, I have all the answers, flat Earth. You guys, you don't have the answer. I have the answers, right?
Yeah, that is pretty
But that's
clown.
not calling some a clown. That's saying
Yeah,
they're
well,
saying
that's
some
clown
clown
shit to say.
shit. That's better.
Yeah. I mean, I can distinguish, but clown shit doesn't necessarily make somebody a clown, but they just might be. I'll leave that to the audience.
Honk, honk, honk.
Exactly. What's up,
I
Gospel?
mean,
What's up, Sleep Boy? Good to hear you in here, man.
if you honk like a clown,
Yeah.
yes,
It
level
took
us.
like an hour before you joined. I was like back and forth with this guy, and I was trying to get him to explain how sticky gas works because like we were talking about gravity, and I was correcting him that Newtonian gravity is only taught to you in high school, and if you go beyond that, you realize that gravity is not a force. But we don't go beyond that in school, so most people think that gravity is force. But then when you find out it's not a
So
force, it's a field, and then when you start talking about fields, that then doesn't work for explaining how sticky gas works. And I was trying to get him to apply that sticky gas notion to Einstein's field equivalence, and it doesn't work. He didn't see that it didn't work, but
I
I was
love
here
it.
for like an
Sticky
hour before he
gas.
did it. Yeah,
I love
gas,
that shit. So that's
the
what
only
it
word
was.
he used.
That's why he was babbling nonsense about Counter Strike and finding a girl when I came in here because it was serious beforehand, but it got too serious for him apparently. So
Yeah,
he reverted to
it,
that. That's what you're
it
saying.
gets sort of fast. It gets fast when you start like applying it. So when you start applying it awkwardly and showing the inconsistencies, all of a sudden they divert into a topic that's a
A
lot less
spiral.
lighthearted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
That's
so
really
familiar.
weird. It's
It's
so weird.
unfortunate, but
I
it's
know.
that their growth side doesn't really give them much ammo to shoot with. You know,
It's
that's the
actually
problem.
one of the weirdest things that happen most of the time regarding globe earthers. It's just I
Well,
don't know. It's just such a weird feature of
oh no,
our
no, but get
society these days.
comfortable with that because this is a familiar thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not here for a long time, but I've seen it a lot, like literally a lot. But the worst are actually the ones that start laughing and mocking and think that they're smarter, even though
Like saying,
That means they're
so
on the
so
road.
like saying you don't understand those papers. Do you really understand those papers?
yeah, right.
Something like that.
Like a
Right.
Professor Dave type of way, talking down at you as like you're a little infantile child.
Those aren't real people. Sorry, not sorry. I mean,
Yeah, it's just you know.
if you're
I'm
not
just
willing
sorry.
to honestly accept new information after more than a couple months, and then some people come in here and say, "Oh, I've been looking into flat Earth for a year," you just shot yourself in the foot right there.
Right. Is it also raining for you, Jenny, where you
Yeah,
live?
it is. It is.
You live in the US, right?
Yeah, I live in
Yeah.
Missouri.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's also
Beautiful.
raining here right now in Germany. Very heavy
Oh,
rain, actually.
it is.
Yeah.
Where I live is beautiful.
The funny thing is, they actually the weathercast was sun for today, but I looked outside and I took pictures. We had weird planes doing circles of chemtrails. Like, let me just send you this picture. It's crazy.
Well, my
It's the
area is really interesting because there's a certain place that puts out a lot of moisture into the air. And
Mhm.
even a lot of the townies say it creates a little bit of a bubble for us sometimes. So it's pretty awesome.
It's also
Oh,
raining in
okay.
the Netherlands, Clay. It's also raining here. I don't know how it is in the UK, but it's also raining here.
Yeah, but the weird thing is that we had blue sky in the morning today. Like literally, I thought it would be a
Not
great
for me.
sunny day, and then suddenly out of nowhere, these weird planes, high altitude, just doing these circles, and now then 2 hours later, rain. It's crazy how fast it can change it. It's
You should
absolutely
make a
crazy.
diary of that and write down and see if you can find a true coincidence.
Right.
You know?
Man, but today that was the weirdest I ever seen. Like they didn't even try to hide it. Like I said to my colleagues in school, man, these must be drunk pilots, as a joke. Because I talk about these things, right? I don't care. Like I will openly admit that's chemtrails, and most
can't
people
believe
don't even understand what I'm saying. So
Yeah, I think the chemtrail is just like a sign along the road of you figuring out where the fuck you are. You know what I mean?
It's a sign. It's the sign of the government's love for the people, right? That they
They love us
care.
so much.
It's
They
like
want to
love.
protect
It's
us
like
from the sun.
love letters in the sky, right?
They
Like
want
the
to protect.
government
I used to
and
think it
whoever
was
it
a
is that
sign.
are making
Oh,
these signs
I,
in the
I
sky.
you know
I used to
what?
think it was a sign they wanted to play tic tac toe because that's what it would look like in my sky. They're
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we're
literally
kind of in the
making
weeds. I
grids
just
in
want
my
to
damn
announce
sky.
that I put us in the. I don't know. Maybe it was me, but we're in the weeds.
No, I was just under the impression that it was
Wow.
a sign of their love.
But really, that they are drunk. They're just having a good old time up there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Oh my
unfortunately,
god.
I didn't do a video, but the way they were flying, maybe these
Wow.
are drones or something. I don't know.
Oh,
It was so
dude.
weird. It was so
That.
weird.
Well, I've seen video. Okay, yeah. I don't want to talk more about it, but yeah, because those videos probably don't exist anymore. The ones I wanted to refer to. Oh, but yeah. Just where you can't see what you think you could see. People that have zoomed in on a trail and they don't see nothing. You know what I'm saying? So what you just said, there could be, in my opinion, something to what you just said about the why it looked like that. Because I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Maybe somebody else has, but
Yeah,
that's
this
pretty
is
bizarre.
terrible. Like, I
It's
don't know.
terrible.
Yeah, I don't know what. Like, normally, even if you do training as a pilot, you have certain holding patterns and stuff, but this is just a very high altitude aircrafts flying the way they want to, which is very weird because normally this is a, this airspace needs to be, like
Okay,
it's
what
like
about
also like
this?
a highway that needs to be monitored, and they can't just fly left, right, left, whatever they want to because there are other airlines
Well,
on a certain path that they're flying, right? So this is very weird
Well,
indeed.
what I was thinking just now, it just came to me. What if it was one of those skywriters practicing or something, and it was their first run?
I never seen Skyriders in Germany, and I'm not even sure if that stuff is allowed or even there. I mean, could be,
Well, there's
but
all kinds of special people spread out all over the place. They get special permission to do stuff, so who knows?
right. But on the other hand, I think on these altitudes, normally you don't get skywriting, right? Normally they're a bit lower than this because
Well, I'm
that's
just trying to
literally
put out
very very
all,
high.
I'm just putting it out there. I'm
Right,
not saying
right.
that's what it is, but we got to hold ourselves to the same scrutiny we hold the Globers, right?
True, true.
What globe?
Anyways, I can only
Right.
show what I've seen, right? So everything is just assumption. If it's weather modification, I can only assume.
That was
You
like
know,
when Huey hears the word experiment. Did someone say experiment? Sorry to Clay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's
hey,
what I hear.
no,
When
it's
I
all
hear
good.
globe, I'm like, what globe? What are we talking? The toy that's in everyone's classroom. That globe,
Yeah.
because it can't be talking about the ground that I'm walking around on, because that's definitely not a ball. Because then it'd be pretty self-evident that it was a ball. It would act
You
like a
think by
ball. It would look
now
like
we'd
a
figure
ball.
it out.
You would think so, but now we got people asking us, why would we expect this ball to have curvature? Well, it's because it's a ball. I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't
I
it?
mean, it could be real simple. They could have just turned the cameras around, on multiple occasions when they've been and up and allegedly went to the moon that they didn't know was in the Earth's atmosphere at that time. That I think
Right.
is so. Okay, so it was like 3 years
Uh,
ago.
don't
They
tell them
announced
about the remix story.
the
Some of
what?
them don't like that story. That now the Earth's atmosphere is now, what is it, 391,000 miles away? That's where it extends to now in their little remix that they're trying to kind of put in there,
Yeah.
but kind of not.
So
Right? Because some of them will argue that, but then some of them are like, nah, that's just blah 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 blah. Well, why are
According,
they? Go ahead.
yeah, according to the clowns, how I don't know how many billion years ago they say that the atmosphere started, but whenever it started, it would have immediately started spreading everywhere according to their paradigm. And 390,000 miles is pocket change. It's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the pocket change it should be if it's been spreading out for hundreds of millions of years, right?
The gas particles that stay here, they're like that started because of the rebellious gas particles. The ones that
the ones that weren't sticky, right?
Yeah, the ones that say, well, you know what? Instead of expanding into this infinite vacuum, I'm not gonna do that. We're not gonna act like gas today, guys. We're rebelling. We're gonna stay right here.
Oh, the
around
ones
this
that
sphere.
stayed, yeah. So the
Yeah,
sticky ones, the sticky ones stayed, and the
yeah.
super lubricated normal ones.
Oldie but goodies right here, right now. This is great.
I used to say this.
I
I
know a
used to say
certain
this on
someone is
Nathan's
getting
all the time.
audio clips, so I'm making sure to use fancy language like super lubricated gas particles.
Well, no, I was meaning like this is not something new you guys have talked about. This is like an old inside joke kind of thing. And, I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
this
because
is great.
we
This
were
is
trying to
great.
find out how would the gas pressure ever even start?
Much
Like let's say
less to
that
be
the first
contained.
particle of gas that escaped the Earth, because that's where the gas comes from, right? Okay, so it escapes the Earth in the infinite vacuum, and then what? It just decides to stay here. How did this pressure? I mean, we don't have a container, right? Apparently, vacuum, infinite vacuum. How did this pressure decide to just stay here?
That is
While it's
simple.
and it wants to stay here on a thing that's supposedly traveling at all types of ridiculous speeds. So I guess that's cool.
Unfathomable speeds. People
Yeah.
cannot conceive of how fast we're supposed to be moving, myself included, because it doesn't exist for one, but
So
nobody thinks
fast
about
that you
that.
can consider it being still.
When you're in
I mean,
your
that's pretty
classroom
fast.
in high school learning about the heliocentric theory, your teacher doesn't tell you we are moving so fast. And it's just incredible because the atmosphere moves with us. It should be some sort of. I wish Mary Mom could be here. She probably could have done a better job at what I just tried to do, but that doesn't happen. They don't tell us how fast we're moving. I don't remember that from school. Maybe it happened, but there was no emphasis on it for how, people don't think. I mean, I guess you can only think so much in a day, and there's so many distractions. So, but
Well, when
chocolate.
everything proves to us that it's not moving, but the story is that we are, then it becomes pretty hard for even like a basic teacher to really get into that, because it's like, wow. Because at the end of the day, I've heard guys tell us that, oh, the proof that we're moving is that we don't feel it. Oh, so that's the proof that we are moving, is that we don't feel it. Okay. If that checks out to you, then you might need medical attention.
Yeah, I mean, now see, this isn't something that I'm going to post something that you guys have probably seen before, but this is not something that we really learn about in school. I don't ever remember that. I mean, maybe. We're supposed to be rotating 1,038 miles per hour while we're flying around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, these are not measurements. That's something else that, looking back on my
Don't forget, we're
indoctrination
still
years.
chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour too.
Right. And
That's
then
negligible.
how
Don't
would
worry
they
about that.
know? How
Don't
would they?
forget about the galaxy rotating.
Yeah. How do they
Don't
know
worry about
that?
that either.
How do they know that the galactic speed through space is 1,300,000 miles per hour?
Speed radar.
What instrument did they use to calculate that
Speed
high
gun.
measurement?
Somebody took a speed gun and
it's no
just
wonder you guys call them clowns because it's
see
extremely frustrating that
exactly.
they don't communicate this to people.
Have you never heard of parallax? Hello.
No about it.
Calculations via parallax. That's how they figure this stuff out.
By how the
We
things
got
in the sky
equations.
move. By how
It-
lights in the sky move. Is that's what you're
It's
saying?
yeah, it's science.
Yeah, what's weird is they move really slow because they're so far away. Yeah.
Oh, so they move really slow while moving really fast. Okay.
Right. That's what I was trying to get to. Thank you so much.
No, no
This
doubt.
is like a comedy show. Somebody should make a comedy movie about this.
We
That
just don't
how
It's already
understand the speed
ridiculous
here.
of
this
light.
is.
It's already here, and it has representatives every time somebody comes
I
in
know,
and
but we
says,
should make
You
something.
guys think it's flat? And you think it's a ball with no
Okay,
evidence?
so we would
That's weird.
probably have what 3 minutes to make it, because the average person has the attention span of a flea. Look at we got the TikTok. I don't go on it. I even call it the TikTok like an old person. There's no the in front of TikTok. But
It's the TikTok.
yeah, the TikTok.
It's fine. It's the Snapchat. It's the Pinterest. It's the Instagram. I
The
agree with you
Facebook.
on all of those things. No thanks.
Yeah, I don't. Oh man, no, I have not created a TikTok account. People even put their TikToks, their beloved TikToks on YouTube in like, I don't know how many minutes or whatever, but it's like, but anyway, what were we? But yeah, so we should make a little short, a YouTube short where it goes through all this. I mean, bring this meme to life so people, with the little for dummies little kind of explanation, because this is not taught to us in school. And people just repeat stuff they're told. And, I can't get enough of my new favorite saying. I forget who told it to me or said it the other day. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. And the mind is blind by indoctrination. So these people need our help. But if you don't want our help, just GTFO. Because
Well,
we're
that's
not
why
here to be.
that's why they attack the mind first, right? Using
Oh,
the eyes.
and you know what I was
So
thinking the other
that's why
day?
before you even know your alphabet, you've seen the globe everywhere. So
Exactly.
it
That's
becomes very
okay.
familiar. It becomes very, and then you got your
Yes,
parents
it's
and
a
everybody you
program.
know and
Okay.
love calling it your home,
So
right? That's your
when you're
home. That's where you live, right?
so
Before you can even speak.
up until
Go
the
ahead.
age 5 or 7, experts say by recording brain waves of, I guess, tiny children, and they have a different brainwave frequency. I think they said it was some sort of alpha state. I could be wrong. Please don't. Yeah. But anyway, so what that does is that makes them subject to programs being written on the brain before they can even cognitively think for themselves. So, when you got a heliocentric theory baby mobile above your child, you know, that's gonna just like
That's
chocolate fed.
literally,
They're gonna think that's where they live.
and that's literally what I had a mobile of the solar system above my crib. And then
Whoa.
once I got out of the crib, the first, and I still remember this, the first mattress I had space all over it with a bunch of fantastical space stations that actually looked pretty cool.
That is
But I
awesome.
remember that
I think that's
so distinctly.
awesome. That's
Yeah, the whole
awesome.
mattress.
And
It
that
was like a
could be that
It was
could
like a whole
be
set that my parents got for me. It was like a whole the
your
curtain
parents.
matched the mattress, matched the pillows. It
Oh,
was the
you
whole
can
thing.
picture it
The
all.
space.
Yeah. So
It was
your parents set you up to be here. That's what
pretty
I'm
much.
thinking. That's awesome. I love that. I love it. So, do your parents contend with flat Earth, or do they not
No,
want to?
my parents aren't around anymore.
Oh, sorry to know that.
It's
But
okay.
yeah, so you were essentially celebrating something, maybe even idolizing something before you even knew what it was all about.
Yeah, I was surrounded by it.
Yeah. I mean,
And of course, I mean, you're watching movies and,
yeah.
you know, television, all that shit's all over the place. You can't escape it.
But
They've
yeah,
already put it
children's.
into your mind before you even can really formulate sentences or arguments or anything. You're just
Yeah.
force fed it, which is a terrible shame.
Can you imagine what kind of world we would live in if most people knew about logical thinking and such? Because, we all know they don't teach that to us. I mean, there's debate clubs, but those people are geeks and nobody wanted to do that in school, right? That's effed up. But that happened, right?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
just like shut up and do as you're told. One day I'm
Yeah.
going to have a conversation with my grandchildren that they're just going to have to get through it and know that there's a time and a place to speak about something. And, you can't be fighting with your teachers. I want my grandchildren to know about logically thinking about something, not just thinking what you're told to think. Because, that causes a lot of problems for people because not only do they do it with this type of stuff, but they also do that type of nonsense in any aspect of their life. It can cause personal problems. People don't know how to think logically.
And that's what kind of makes me sad when I hear some of these kids that come in here or young people, whatever, that sound smart and sound like they are capable of critically thinking, but all they seem to want to do is regurgitate the same story we all heard. And it's like, yeah, kid, we know. We know the story
You know what?
because
But I love
they
it
told
when
us the same story. Like
I love.
you didn't think you were gonna just give us a new spin on it and then convince because that's what it sounds like sometimes. Like, oh, there's this group of people who apparently don't know this story, so I'm gonna go and put them on game so that they're all aware and we could all celebrate after that. That's how they sound sometimes. Like when you just Google something, oh yeah, it's the curve is blah blah blah. Like,
But
Guys, orbital dynamics, guys.
I mean, have you not heard of that? Yeah.
Right.
Like we heard of it, but the problem is you're just coming in and telling us about it, and the people that told you about it they haven't proven it to you, and now you're gonna come in and tell us about it like you're proving it to us. That's not how that works.
See, they don't think about it like that, how you just
No,
said it.
no, they don't.
And that's simple. Not let's just say anything, a little bit more intricate.
I like to keep it simple.
But I am jealous of the kids that come in here, the ones that are even under 18, but even in like the 20 something, because they're, in my opinion, they're farther along than what our age group was back when we were their age. So it's exciting. I love it. So, I remember
Conversation
us.
wasn't around when I was that age, so I mean,
So we,
I hesitate to think what my life would be like if I was that age and people were talking about this and it wasn't as exclusive, as it used to be. If it was the
yeah.
way it
So
is now,
basically, we should,
it'd be a whole
I,
different ball game.
we should definitely expect ridicule out of the younger ones, and that should be okay because they're still trying to figure out everything else. They've got their hormones still and all that kind of business. So, all we need to do is plant the seed, and, it's okay if they believe in the ball. We need ballers around here, but there's hardly any.
Well, there's one in
It's
the
not
DC right
actually.
now being really quiet.
Oh,
Pull a paper out of chocolate. There's none at all.
Say again, brother. I didn't hear you.
I said I pulled out a paper from one of your book because you said we need ballers in here. There isn't any.
Nah, there isn't any.
What about Danny?
Oh, you're right. He's been here for a long time listening to us clown around, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's who I keep referring to. That's why I asked about Isaiah 38:8. For the record, it's a moment in a book that some people really hold near and dear to absolute truth that literally talks about the sun being moved backward.
That's fascinating. I mean,
Not the earth,
right.
the sun.
So that is no way possible can happen, because if the sun stops, then everything else in the heliocentric theory therefore
Well,
has to stop as well. So there should be no.
let's be fair. Let's be
Yeah.
fair, Jenny.
Oh.
Anything can happen in the realm of the one who made all things. It could do literally anything. Nothing is beyond him. The issue is nothing is a problem for him. So the issue is people that are heliocentric minded refuse to acknowledge that and want to appropriate or pervert the information and make it say something that it isn't saying. And that's the issue I have.
Okay,
So they'll say, instead of saying that the sun actually was the thing that moved, even though the one who made all things, if that person exists, right, the creator, right, there's nothing beyond that person. So to act like he couldn't do that is kind of pathetic and silly. So that's really what I'm exposing, is when you've got an alleged believer, okay, in the one who made all things, and you are making a claim that he couldn't have done this thing that he said he did. How silly do you look? How silly do you look when you refuse to acknowledge that the maker of all things couldn't do the thing he said he did? Because your allegiance isn't to the maker. If you make that claim, your allegiance is to Helios.
Right,
And the
because
heliocentric model.
Yeah, exactly. No creator with the heliocentric theory. Something came from nothing. Creator. So I don't know how it's getting confused. I mean, but it'd help a lot of people if we could figure that out, because even in the first book of the Bible, that don't sound like the heliocentric theory to me. So how can you believe in a creator and the heliocentric theory at the same time? I would really want to know that.
You can't serve two masters. You can't serve a
Right.
heliocentric religion.
That's great. Two masters. Exactly.
It's the same with Freemasonry. You can't be a Mason and think to be saved. Doesn't work. Because in Masonry you need to serve a master, right? The Bible specifically tells you that you can't serve two masters. So everyone who is in Masonry and is a Christian should repent of it and get out of it. Otherwise, I can't 100% claim the faith, but I'm pretty sure if it's written, you can only serve two masters. You can only serve one master. You can't serve two, right? So Freemasonry and serving the Messiah is not working, at least from what I understand. In that conclusion.
Yep. Well, anyway, there's a massive obsession with Helios amongst these people. Some of them don't realize it. Some of them don't even realize it.
Okay, Level Up just chimed in. So I don't know if she's available to be on voice. I'm not looking at my phone like that, but So she says it is inconsistent at best to take Genesis literally regarding age, but figuratively regarding structure.
Hey, yeah, I'm here. I'm just having breakfast, so.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
That was great to jump in.
Morning.
Good
Yeah.
morning.
Sums it up
Enjoy
pretty well, I think.
breakfast.
Good morning, Paula. How you been?
Morning. I'm doing all right. How are you?
Not too bad. Always good to hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So yeah, do you have a quick moment to elaborate on what you said? That was great.
Well, I mean, it's other people have pointed it out. If you take Genesis 1 literally, Creation Week literally, because it's so obviously literal, it's historical narrative genre, and they couple each day with evening and morning day 1, evening and morning day 2. There's no way these are long ages. You can go to the Ten Commandments that says honor the Sabbath day because in 6 days God made heaven and earth, and they have words for ages. It isn't, the context always tells you the meaning. That's where semantic ranges of words come from that you see in any lexicon is from the context in which they're found. And so day coupled with evening morning means a literal solar day, a 24-hour day. And so even in the Ten Commandments, you can't take it figuratively as in the day of the Lord, because the context is, look, you take every seventh literal day off because of this. And there's no, you would have to read way into the text to make it mean ages. So, the young earth creationism sees that, and that's accurate. But when it comes to the forming of the earth and the sky and the seas, suddenly all those rules fly out the window, and now we have to take it all poetically, or as some do, what like Michael Heiser calls it theological messaging, because he wants to believe in evolution and he wants to believe in heliocentrism. Therefore, he makes the Bible bow to the real Bible, which is quote unquote modern science. And suddenly none of this stuff means what it says. Yes, this is historical narrative, which is Michael Heiser's specialty is ancient languages, Semitic languages. So he recognizes, yes, the Bible does present, if you're consistent, Genesis 1 as literal 7 days creation and a literal flat stationary earth. And you can look at all these, references that people have given about whenever the Bible describes the earth, it describes it in those terms. Never even in poetic passages does it describe it as spherical, and there's a word for that. Isaiah had a word for it. There's the circle of the earth, but they could have used a more specific word than that. But the thing is, go ahead.
Oh, you were going to say the thing is, you go on.
Sorry, I just grabbed a little breakfast.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, that's all right. But the thing is that there is no basis. It's an argument from silence and inconsistent and arbitrary and actually an equivocation fallacy to only take something figurative because it clashes with a preconceived idea. That's what they're doing.
I'm not, okay, I totally understand the first part. You can't take the literal age of Creation Week, but then figuratively regarding the structure. The structure exactly is a model? Is that, I'm sorry. Wait, sorry, I butchered that. Sorry.
The physical descriptions and locations, relative positions that are described do not lend to I use the word relative. Relative positions don't lend to relativity, though, as contradictory as that may sound. What I mean by that is, if something is above and below aren't universal positions by default.
I feel like I should rewind to right before she made her text comment and listen to that again, because she said it good the first time. It's me, not Paula. But yeah, loving what you're talking about, Paula. Really, I mean, because yeah, I think I am gonna do that.
Thank you. And the reason I was watching earlier, normally I'm watching Nathan Oakley's show this morning, but somebody told me that Danny Faulkner was in the chat, although he hasn't been talking. But
no,
we already know, and I've said this in private messages to him, that he's here to get material for books that he will make money from that are really hit pieces, as any articles of his I've seen on the topic.
Oh,
That's all he
that's
does.
where that comment came from. Or okay, there was a comment made earlier about making money on flat Earth. That's where that came
Yeah,
from.
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, Paula. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm straight.
Which is why I said the delusional appropriation of righteous indignation in regards to his attitude, especially demonstrated in that clip that Quetzal posted.
Oh,
yeah. The tone that he uses here is very, very different from the tone he uses when he's in with atheists, ball earthers, which is quite ironic. The one interview he did at MC Tunes, where he's siding with people he knows are anti-Christian, who are pro-evolution, and mocking flat earthers just because the only thing they have in common is mocking flat earthers. And so it isn't. He isn't being genuine. It's disingenuous to come here and act like I'm just here to, talk to you guys and hear you out. No, he's here for book material.
Dang.
Hey,
Yeah.
could I chime in for a second, please?
Go, Jim.
Now that we have Dr. Danny Faulkner in the live stream, I would like to formally ask him to debate me on an independent platform sometime in the future. Danny, Dr. Faulkner, I am Jim777. If you'd like to get a hold of me sometime, I've sent you a request online, but I haven't heard back from you. I would love to debate you sometime. I have someone who will even host it, outside party, who would not take sides. And so, Dr. Faulkner, if you can get a hold of Jim777 someday, I would love to debate you live. The gentleman that will be independent can have his platform for 4 hours, up to 4 hours. If you will debate me for up to 4 hours, I will do it anytime you like. Just get hold of me. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. I love that.
So Danny wrote that he will never debate a flat earther in one of his blogs. Then he also wrote that he wasn't welcome here anymore, and he wouldn't come here anymore, even if he could. So I think maybe you have a chance. Depends on his mood, maybe what words he wants to hold himself onto, right? Maybe not.
I would just like to have an opportunity to actually debate somebody who, he went to Bob Jones University, and I can respect that, or attended Bob Jones University, and I can respect that. And so I would actually like to have somebody who, and I don't take away from his faith. I would actually like to have an opportunity for up to 4 hours. I have a debate tomorrow morning that may go up to 4 hours. So I would need probably another week or two after tomorrow morning to prepare and be ready. But anytime Dr. Faulkner would like to debate me, we can arrange it. Please get hold of me on here, and I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh man, Helio's gonna be mad if Danny Faulkner starts talking and his stream isn't going. I know we got more than one for that reason, for whatever, but so yeah, I genuinely wanted to re-listen to what Paula was talking about, because I was actually sitting here taking notes. Because I remember a time when I was still going to church and I was green on flat earth and I was trying to tell people, and I got the doe-eyed look, the fluoride stare and all that kind of business, and so I dropped it. But the two masters, that's what it is. That's what hit it right there. Clay said that. Thank you, Clay. But yeah, I wanted to listen more on what Paula was saying. I thought it was great. And so I went to Helio's channel and then I figured out he wasn't streaming. So I'm like, nah.
I mean, can we just do this right here? Can I just do that right there?
What?
What I just did to
Oh,
Danny.
right. Okay.
Can we just do that?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, doesn't that pretty much just put a bow on it? I mean, if that is what there's not a question about it. It has been evidenced repeatedly that that's what he's doing. If he's just going to sit in here and not respond to anybody, look, there it is. I see. Look, I mean, he just dropped out of the conversation and he's back. All right. So he's here. You get what I'm saying? He's here, but he's not responding to anybody's comments. He's playing a silly little game where he's literally just recording. Well, that puts a damper on things when he gets server deafened. You get what I'm saying? Like you give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, maybe he's just AFK. No, he's sitting here listening to everyone address him and say things to him and ask him questions. And then the moment I server deafen him, he pops out of the chat, proving that he's present. You get what I'm saying? These silly little childish games. I'm not a fan. Who's typing now?
Wait, is that the same Danny?
Yeah, it's
That's
Danny
actually
Fokker.
The one and
no
only.
way.
Yeah.
Huh.
And don't be too surprised, Rec Gamer. This really is the best spot on the internet for this conversation. So it would be
Oh,
appropriate
I
for
believe
anybody
that.
that's
Yeah.
making content that's anti-content. This would be one of the best places for it to be.
Should make an emoji out of that
I'm,
list.
but I'm interested in talking right now. I guess he meant to say not. Furthermore, someone deafened me a few minutes ago. I can't hear what is going on. Like the disingenuous is just seething, or palpable disingenuity. Palpable disingenuity. That's tough. That's tough to say. Not interested in talking right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Because it's hard to write and talk at the same time.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, so somebody deafened him allegedly.
I did that.
I see. Okay, okay. I understand. Okay.
You popped out of the VC. I was trying to explain the whole thing. The point is, he's sitting there being addressed by all these different people. Okay.
Right. I mean, and he could listen this from YouTube, and he knows that. So why be here? I mean,
because he's gathering recordings, and now he can't via the method of preference potentially. I suppose it's more preferential. Yeah, what Morvis said. Y'all do what you want. I'm gonna go listen to a radio show. I'll be back in a little bit. You want me undeafen him?
Is Danny a Bible, so-called Bible believer?
He's allegedly a Christian astrotheologist. I'm being facetious when I say astrotheology.
Clay.
Oh no.
No, 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 no.
Oh no.
Astrotheologist. I didn't know that was his title. I know he had a.
It actually is a title. I'm using it facetiously. That's not his
Oh, okay.
actual
Thank you for
title.
clarifying. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that was.
How is that
that's
even
what
a
it is.
thing? How is that even a thing?
Well,
Like,
because people make space to be their god. Because remember, it's about pantheistic monism. It's about we are one with the universe. That's
That's a great
astrotheology.
That sounds like a great tag, an astrotheologist.
have you ever asked him if the Most High gave us dominion over the moon? Like, there's nothing in the scriptures that leads to anything regarding what they tell us. It's actually the opposite of everything we have been taught. Like, this is crazy. Absolutely.
Did anyone check out the debate between McToon and Namti Noah from yesterday? Or this morning, maybe?
This is just
the time zone.
this is the meme that always comes up in my mind when I hear stuff like this as a title. What is this title again? Sorry if I've already forgot. Astrophysicist and Bible something.
What?
What is the title that Danny is like? What is Danny doing again? His title of being what?
You just Google him up. He's on the internet.
Or what's his name on the internet?
Danny Faulkner.
Danny. How do I say it?
Faulkner.
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 Oh, is it the dude in the video that's being asked?
Yeah, the same. That's the very same guy. Yeah.
No way. I'm so sorry for this. But probably maybe he's a Mason. Who knows?
Yeah, doesn't matter. All that matters is he's professing with lies only, deceiving others.
I'm so sorry for these people. Like literally, do they think they meet the apostles in the days of the Messiah, and they just gonna teach them that they were all wrong about what they have written down? Like, talking about the firmament is so silly, man. Why did you roll it down like this? We know that we have outer space and we can fly with rockets and stuff. Literally, it makes no sense. Like, I can't imagine heaven being a place where you teach the ones who have been writing down the scriptures inspired by the Holy Spirit and tell them, everything regarding your geocentric stationary plane that you're describing is wrong. You have always been living on a spinning ball. Like, what do people imagine? That's just foolishness. Straight up foolishness. And, Christ himself said, how can you believe? Wait, if if I have told you earthly things and you do not believe, how will you believe if I tell you about heavenly things? Like, where's heaven for these people? That's my question. Is it like some portal you go through? Like, how is it his footstool if it's a ball? Like, there's so many things that make no sense. That's why I'm sorry for these people.
Yeah, I know what you're
Anyways.
saying.
Yeah, it's just, it just grieves me.
There's many a blind mind. Oh, did we undeafen Danny? He asked 2 minutes ago.
If he wants to speak, yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
then I guess, yeah.
I really would want to have his explanation of how he can put two things that are completely the opposite together, like believing in the Bible while believing the nonsense Helios religion.
You can check out his blog. He has his own blog talking about flat Earth and this Discord. You can see his own wording of it.
Ooh, we should read it out loud.
Is he like disregarding the truth of the Most High, that how he created this place?
Not sure about that part. I think someone else can answer it. Maybe else has more
Wow, he's
experience about it.
flat out lying. Saying while this may be the case on Discord, what appears on YouTube is cut up into chunks. WTF? That's not necessary. I mean, come on. What does that have to do with anything anyway? Even if it's true, what you gonna do?
I guess he's wrong. I mean, YouTube doesn't allow videos longer than 12 hours. So my stream stops at 11 hours, 55 minutes, then resets and then starts over. So yes, it is broadcasted 24/7, but YouTube prohibits more than 12-hour recordings. So yes, we have to stop it after 12 hours. It's just a technical thing. It's
Okay, he's
stupid
not
to
even
understand.
describing it right.
It's-
We're always live, but the remnants of the live is cut up into chunks. So he doesn't even describe it right. What? I mean, so yeah, he's definitely biased for some reason. There's something in his experience that's making him hard nosed on this, and you guys need to figure that out.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
we don't need to do nothing. We don't need to do nothing, but I mean, this could be very good.
He had a confrontation with Miggy. I was there.
We
And
should
then,
play that.
and then he,
Yeah.
I don't know if Miggy still got it. I
Okay.
looked for it.
Oh,
But,
we need. Oh, that's too bad. We don't have it on hand because what we could potentially do is play it right now, and when we can do commentary. Of course, we'd have to unmute him, well, undeafen him, but have him muted, and he can listen to our commentary about himself. Wouldn't that be fun for him? I think it would be fun. I think it would be
His own
great
words
fun.
against him in the channel.
Yeah, let's just talk about Danny's conversation with Miggy. If anybody can find that, that would be amazing. Why don't we do that? He wants material for himself. We can give it to him. We don't need him.
I think that's fair enough. I would say, yeah.
Yeah. We don't need him live because we got him recorded. That's what we do. So, yeah. We should put in mod chat for somebody to find that because we need it, in my opinion. Sorry to be so weird about it, but
yeah, so I shall not go there again, even if I could. Was his exact words. I'm quoting him. Right? And here he is. This was after the confrontation with Miggy. I shall not go there again, even if I could. Yeah, gotta make some money, right, with the sound bites. So
I think much of that's going to be happening. I'm pretty confident that there's not going to be a lot of money being made. So I think we're good.
Oh, he wrote a few books, so probably that did make him some money. And that's all fine,
maybe he
right?
broke even. I would be willing to bet he broke even. How about that?
That's all fine. People can make money. I'm not.
Right. I mean, maybe
Be
this is.
fair about it.
Hey, what about this?
But if it's sorry, go on.
Maybe this is his process to realizing his paradigm needs. Okay, yeah. I know.
If,
Being
if you,
optimistic.
if
I
you
appreciate
write
it.
down, I shall not go there anymore, even if I could, and you do it, right? Then no.
Oh, I got what you're saying. I understand. All right. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, that's not good. going back on your word is basically what you're saying, right? I mean, that's how we look at, we critically analyze like what the where the information is coming from. I feel bad for people that are, in the same camp. I mean, what's that saying? In the land of the blind, the one eye is king, the one-eyed man is king. Does that apply here in this? Okay. Sorry about the crickets, everyone.
I'm just saying there is nothing wrong with making money, but there is something wrong with creating content which leads people astray into
Right.
fairy tales and foolish.
But what I was saying is the people that listen to him, they're obviously blind.
Yeah,
Or
but
they have
So his content contains him calling us a cult and liars, right? That is his content.
Yeah, and he will understand on the day of judgment that if he is not going to repent of that foolishness, disregarding literal scripture, then his problem, Like, I mean, I'm not a judge, and I don't need to judge. It's all upon the Most High. But on the other hand, it's just sad to know that these people disregard everything they get. We tell them about the reality, and I'm sure he had a lot of conversations already. But because of the pride and all the books that he has written, it's hard for him to leave that behind and actually come out and say, "Yo, guys, I was wrong with everything, and I'm sorry, and I need to repent." No, they're just going to stick to the program. That's the sad thing. They put this over the word or the truth, which is, the knowledge given unto us by the Most High. And that's even the more scarier thing, If you put yourself, your own wisdom, foolish wisdom, above the wisdom which is written literally, yeah, then you're a fool, and the Most High laughs about that. But what makes me angry is when they cannot admit the very reality that they're being faced with. So they need to turn onto fables and onto weird, excuses in order to keep their belief system. Because you can't have two things. You can't have a heliocentric system and the biblical cosmology. It doesn't work. One thing is contradicting the other. And it doesn't take a huge brain to understand this. So if you want to have planets, stars, and weird balls flying through an ever-expanding universe, you also need to have the Big Bang. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Because that's the very thing this theory of space and ever-expanding universe is based upon. So, I don't understand these people saying that they're, biblical believers, but on the other hand, disregarding the obvious literal facts which are written down as it is written in my name, that it turns out to clay, that the earth takes shape like clay under seal, right? That's not something that you can, make, change and say, oh, actually, clay could be a round spherical ball, it doesn't make sense. So either you take what is given as being the truth, or you just make up your own truth and you end up being fool. I mean, I would really wish to talk to this guy and understand why he stays in that foolish religion as the heliocentric religion, or why he's even propagating it. If that's the right English term. Sorry, if it's not. Yeah. Anyone can send me his blog so I can read a little bit, what he thinks about us.
Yeah, it's in the live stream. Level Up just posted it at 15 or 23 or across the hour. Answeringgenesis.org. That is
Dude,
his.
I really don't want to read it already because this very offending, the deceptive picture as the banner is already so foolish and so ignorant that it shows that either he has never listened to what we as flat earthers say, or he is, openly trying to be, deceiving. Because let alone this picture makes me very, very, very annoyed. But I mean, let's see. I'm gonna read this. What? But many discussions of the scientific method do not include any mention of observation. For instance, considering this flowchart from another source, flat earthers tend to ignore these descriptions of scientific method because if they did, it would undermine their predetermined conclusion about science. What?
Yeah, so that is what globies do, right? They dilute science. They say observation is part of it is included in the scientific method, but it is also used with the scientific method. So if I observe something in the sky, that is science then, right? So the whole experimentation, well, no, because if globies recognize that observation is not experimentation, then you can put that whole last part you just quoted back on them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Man, this text is already showing me that. I mean, he already opens up the whole thing with this fake picture, the CGI disc in the helios inserted or pasted into the heliocentric model. Shows that he has never really understood what biblical cosmology means.
Yeah, I think it's disrespectful that people are undermining the Flat Earth Society. Not society, sorry. The Flat Earth Discord, sorry.
Apple Lemon. Never mind. I'm not gonna go into what you're saying. So again, what I try to say is it's just weird that even though he must probably once in his lifetime looked into biblical cosmology, and also old drawings of it, definitely showing the opposite of what he is proposing as a picture for his weird text that he has written. Unbelievable. Really, this really makes me angry.
What
Not
is-
in a
Yeah, I understand.
Is it a floating disc in space?
Yes. Here, I post a picture. That's the picture he uses for his,
Wait, what
for
channel?
his, for his
Livestream?
blog.
What channel?
Livestream channel.
Alright.
Like, and trust me, he must know that we disregard these pictures, you know. You can't tell me that he is not aware of us already saying that these pictures are deceptive, right? Yeah, this is the picture he's using.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that
Unbelievable.
picture a few times. It's like to undermine us. I think it's unrealistic.
It's not about unrealistic, it's just a complete retarded depiction of what we are trying to talk about. Because this is like putting the gears. This is the yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm
It's
sometimes
okay. No, I understand, but it's
I'm a
just
bit
not very
limited to my language as a German,
Yeah, no
but
problem.
but it is definitely okay. I think stupid is the better word. It's definitely stupid to put the geocentric worldview paste it into a heliocentric worldview. Like, this is the very thing we're trying to talk about. Are we living in a geocentric stationary plane where the center of everything is the creation that we're living upon? You know? Oh man, and his book covers. Oh, his book cover. Like, what is wrong with you?
Wait, whose book? Sorry.
This Danny guy.
Ah. Danny 57.
Danny
Or am I
R.
looking at the wrong
Faulkner.
person? Oh, okay.
Why are is it like, are they getting paid for this? Are they in a certain type of group where they say yeah make it that book cover, you know, make it very deceptive? It makes me so angry.
Yeah, I understand why. It's like he's going a bit over the top of it to undermine.
Oh man, I wish he could hear me right now. Hi, Danny. Oh, Mr. Faulkner.
You know, I praise the Most High for letting me know that the Earth was flat before I even read the Bible, because that actually, the flat Earth actually got me into reading Genesis and really, you know, being interested. And at the end of the day, it got me saved. So praise to the Most High. It just baffles me that these people like. Oh, and the price of it, you know, it must be $16.99, right? You need to have the $6.99 in the price tag, right? Needs to be at least at least. I mean, 1 6 and 2 6s inverted or diverted, whatever. You know, I mean, it can't be like $20 or $15.99. It needs to be $16.99. So you have that 3 6s. Because in the heliocentric model, when it comes to the round Earth, we do not have many 6s in the math, right? Like, they don't use a lot of triple 6s in their math regarding the heliocentric model, right? I mean, you know them by their fruit, right? You know them by their fruit.
Well, it's weird that so many 6s would just keep appearing.
Oh yeah, his book Created Cosmos, 1999. Yeah.
Wait a sec, he has another book called Created Cosmos?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's his book, right? Or maybe
boy.
it's written by Danny Faulkner.
So wait, is he a Big Bang creationist? Wait a second.
I don't know. He's
Wait a second.
very confused.
I guess so.
Oh yeah, and you can get his combo with the DVD for just $59.99 right now.
Oh,
That's
only
quite
only
expensive.
$60.
That's quite expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
let me guess. One of his T-shirts are $75.
Paying that
$74.99.
why is the download bundle not $29.99? So you have the double six triple sixes.
Exactly. Yeah, $99.99 for everything.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, I'm just, I can't prove him to be doing this intentionally, but like from the books that I see here, this really looks like he is somehow definitely a government shill or
Maybe he's
Freemason.
looking for attention. Maybe
Oh, he's worse than that, guys.
Yeah, but
He
definitely
actually
both.
believes this shit. He's not a Mason. He's not a government. Well, I don't know if he's getting paid by somebody or not, but the point is, he really doesn't like us. And that's how pathetic this is. It's not based on information. It's because he doesn't like us. The earth is flat regardless of what he says, clearly. So now it's just a matter of,
And the Bible
poor,
is
poor
what it
Danny
is.
doesn't like us. Oh, it's sad.
And the Bible is what it is, regardless of what he thinks, right? So, God is not mocked. So this is literally mocking the biblical cosmology, let alone, that's why I'm, openly saying this, because it's just the truth. I'm not going to use any soothing or nice words, because the reality is this is deceiving people. This is leading people astray into fairy tales. That's why it's making me so angry, because they're probably Christians, people who may have looked into biblical cosmology and then have been diverted by this fairy tales, by this weird stuff that no one needs, because it just made up man things out of a carnal mind that have nothing to do with the truth of the scriptures. And that is what makes me so angry about these things, because it's absolutely satanic and against what is written down. That's what makes me so angry.
Well, and they go against reality. But here's the worst.
Yes.
To me, this is the worst part, is that they teach it to their children.
Exactly.
They continue to teach it to their children. So, satanic or not, it's a lie, right? It's a huge, big lie. And they're teaching their kids. And they're teaching their kids how to tell their kids how to tell them about the lie. And just, and it's so simple, right? It's, oh, here, I'm going to show you this picture, this cartoon thing since you're little. First thing you're ever going to see. And then I'll just keep showing it to you. And eventually, you're going to get mad at anybody who says otherwise about your world. That's that simple. You teach your kids how to do it, etc.
Like, how can you not rebuke an establishment like NASA, where they're constantly throwing up the 666, where they're constantly doing the devil horns, where they're constantly showing you what they're worshipping? I mean, even the whole religion is based on Helios. What is wrong with you, Mr. Danny? I really want to talk to you. Like, if you could hear me, if you listen to Livestream. Yeah, but if you might listen to Livestream, add me, man. Add me. I would
Here,
pray
I'll
for
put it to you this way, man. Just start DMing him as much as you can until he blocks you. That's what I would say.
Okay, so if he's not able to have a discussion, then I'm sorry. But I mean,
right.
At least I'm giving him the chance,
Wait,
right? I'm not just calling him out on this live stream right now. I'm just wanting to clarify. I would give him the chance anytime, every day, to talk to me about his weird religion.
You know why? Because you're a good person. That's why.
No, I'm not good. There's nothing good coming out of me. But he, the one who was above, is good.
Let me help you.
I think you're a good person. I think you're a good
Wait.
person.
No, I don't think that I'm a good person. That's why I need the Messiah, right? If I would be a good person, I don't need the Most High. That's
you
a
don't need to
fallacy,
sell
right?
yourself that short. But anyway, that's the point is, Danny doesn't care about any of that. All he cares about is trying to make us look stupid. I think that's all he cares about.
Let me help you guys, right? Such blindness to the truth makes it difficult to carry on intelligent conversations with flat earthers, which is why I have never debated a flat earther and probably never will. Right?
Are you saying you've never debated a flat earther, or are you putting yourself in his shoes saying
Quoting
that?
from his blogs.
Oh, sorry. Okay, got it now. I got it. Say it one more time. Okay, so folks, this is Danny Faulkner. Quote from him.
1 second. Right. Such blindness to truth makes it difficult to carry on intelligent conversations with flat earthers, which is why I have never debated a flat earther and probably never will.
Wow.
It's not because he's afraid.
That's like
he doesn't have a position. It's just.
It's like
you know,
literally a man was looking into a mirror and just talking to himself. It's just literally the reflection of what he is. I mean, at least not he. Don't get me wrong. Not he, maybe as a full person, but regarding this topic, because I do not know him privately, I can only base my assumptions or the things that I'm saying right now on what has come forth from what he has produced. I can't 100% tell that he, in every aspect of life, is this kind of guy, But regarding this topic, definitely he is just mirroring himself. Okay, just to clarify.
It's like if I were going around saying that oxygen didn't exist, I wouldn't want my family and friends to see me doing that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
His real name probably isn't Danny Faulkner. And if it is, well, that's dangerous. That's all I'm going to say. Putting your full name out there like that. Anyway. It's neither here nor there. The point is curvature. That's it. That's why it's so great. Curvature transcends everything, all belief systems, everything. We don't need to talk about anything else. If you can't find the curvature of the surface of the earth, then you don't have a globe, period.
So on Kids Answers, Danny Faulkner Seeking Out Stars, it says, it's by Maria Smith. Danny Faulkner is a scientist who works at Answers in Genesis. He is a stellar astronomer, someone who studies stars because he has passion for both astronomy and ministry. He feels blessed to work at Answers in Genesis, sharing his research with the many guests who visit the Creation Museum. Faulkner came to knowing Jesus during VBS at his church when he was 6. His father was a pastor of a church in a small town, allowing him to grow up in a Christian home. In his sophomore year of high school, he decided his life to creation science. Creation science.
Did he say, wait, for a third time, that's creation science?
Yeah, he wanted to use his talent and love for astronomy to glorify God. Which God?
Whatever.
The God who created this whole heliocentric fairy tale. Yeah, if you want to glorify, the adversary, good stuff, man. Doing exactly what he wants you to do. Deceive people.
I want to meet somebody who's read his book front to back and likes his book and took notes and underlined stuff while they were reading his book. You know what I mean?
I don't know if Sleeping is still here, but I think Sleeping Warrior read his book.
No, I mean a Glober.
Questions.
I would love to sit down with Sleeping Warrior too as well and talk to him about it, but you know what I mean? I want to see what kind of person would read a Danny Faulkner book and defend it over a cup of coffee in real life. Come on, please, somebody. I want to meet you. I promise not to laugh too hard.
Do you guys think it's a coincidence when I press I see the title on Amazon on Google Pictures, or I typed in his name, Danny Faulkner, then you see the title of the Falling Flat book, which is leading to Amazon, and then you can press to see more on Google Pictures, right? And it says similar pictures, and you see a lot of pictures of CGI planets. And on the very end, right before saying 33, there is a Masonic picture of the chessboard and stuff. And so, do you think that's just coincidence that suddenly you have like Freemasonry at the end of all these pictures?
Well, you know what? I'm starting to think that the Freemasonry thing is just like a thing to make them go, ha, look, the conspiracy theorists are going nuts. We put another 33 at the end there. Look at them. You know what I mean? Like ants to honey. The conspiracy people are always going to freak out about numbers and symbolism and stuff, but I think they're just laughing at us at the end of the day. I mean, you're right. It's right there in our faces. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's like them signaling to each other, hey, look, I put a 33 in here, which means this information is cool because it's Freemasonry. It's like, approved by the 33. I don't think it's like that. I just think they're throwing it out there to like get us off their scent or whatever. You know what I mean? It's a distraction, I think. Of course, they use the threes in this because, listen, the triangle is the strongest shape in geometry. 369 reality, Tesla figured it all out, blah, blah, blah. So 33 has something to do with this place. So does 666 and all those numbers, right? They have something to do with the makeup of this place. But I also think that, they got to be laughing their asses off at some of us going nuts. Like, what's his name? RV Truth. He goes crazy about the 33. 33's everywhere. It's in the color green. It's just fucking everywhere. It's like, come on, man. What's actually the color orange? But see what I mean? Like, finding 33 and 66 everywhere, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, they don't mind telling us their stuff. It's right there in front of us. But what are we going to do about that? That's what, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, watch a little clip I recorded, maybe. I mean, then you understand what I was talking about.
Okay.
I mean, out of all things, why would you have these two last pictures?
It's mockery. Or it's, I don't know what it is, man. I can't even tell anymore what that is.
I mean, call me crazy, Like, I mean, can be just pure coincidence, but lately, I mean, I'm pretty sure. It's really hard for me to believe such a thing as coincidence. I think there is no coincidence, especially when it's about Google and the way you find things.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Anyways,
I'm with you, man. It makes me frustrated too. I love my fellow humans, right? I love everybody. And I hate to see people acting a fool over something so ridiculous as, we observe it to be flat and stationary. That's not a question. That is the observation. If you choose to ignore that and believe stories from someone's mouth instead of your own eyes, you're beyond help until you can do that. Till you can reverse the thinking of reverse thinking, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I'm just seeing something on Facebook here. Some comments he wrote. On, I think, in March 2019, he wrote on his Facebook account, the object in the mason jar is a letter opener. He has a Masonic letter opener in a jar on a picture he posted on his Facebook. And then he explains why he has a Masonic letter opener, and he says the object in the mason jar is a letter opener commemorating the 155th anniversary of the Grand Lodge of Kentucky. I got that as a memento when I attended the celebration in 1950. Then someone asks him, Danny Faulkner, why did you attend this celebration? Isn't that a have you stopped beating your wife sort of question? If I'm not a member of secret society and trying to influence people with lies, I would answer your question no. But if we're a member of a secret society and trying to influence people with lies, do you really think that I admit it? Therefore,
hold on.
One second. Therefore, whether I am or I am not, the answer would be no. So I answer your question no. But do you know any more than you did before? And
Hold
then
on a sec.
Yeah.
Did you say he in 1950 he attended something? What is he, 90? Did he say in 1950 he attended something?
No, 1 second.
I mean, people live to 90. I got grandparents still alive, but I'm saying 1950, huh? If that's what I heard, wow. And if not, I apologize.
One second. There's the picture. Yeah, it says in 1950.
Hold on. Just
here, I'll post
let me do the math on it.
Yeah, I know it makes no sense. I mean, I'm not stupid, right?
1950. Hold on. So, was he 20 years old or younger in this during this Grand Lodge of Kentucky celebration in 1950?
Let me see. How old is he? Danny Faulkner. How old is he?
Well, if he was old enough to attend, let's just say 18 years old, right? Say he was 18 in 1950. How old would that make him now?
How old at 1950?
In 1950, he is 18 years old. So how does that make him 90 today? 90 years
90,
old.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we think Danny Faulkner's 90 years old right now?
No. Hey man, I'm just posting what I found here.
It's so funny. Thank you. Keep posting, bro. If I had said, anything against what you're posting, scratch it. Please keep posting. Wow, 90 years old. And he would probably either be we could be generous and say he's 85, right? He was a young man before What's an 85-year-old doing arguing with flat earthers on the internet? Do you have some Metamucil to mainline? Sorry.
Yeah, I think he's amazing. Like, why would you do a picture like this? If you're not trying to show something, because they always do it this way, right? Like, you have a mason jar. In the jar, you have a letter opener with a Masonic badge on it. Why doing the flat Earth sign?
Oh, he's just mixing his metaphors here. Because on the one hand, he's got the thing doing the flat Earth sign, but then on the other hand, right at the elbow of the right arm, it's the Masonic letter opener in the Masonic jar. And you know what I like about these Masonic jars that are a little bit older? The ball, it says ball, B-A-L-L. Well, what do you think that's referencing?
And look at the puppet. Look at how the foot, how he positioned the foot. It's literally the how they stand. They have the wait. Let me post the picture. Mason. They have a certain way of positioning their foot to signify that they're a Mason.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably. Here's the deal, though. Baal worship, right? B-A-A-L.
Yeah.
It's basically the same as B-A-L-L. I mean, changed my mind on that, but the point is, it's just another religion. And if this person is a Christian, why are they outwardly worshiping Baal? That's just weird.
Because I think they have certain functions. He has the function to be a wolf or a deceiver. Who knows?
A deceiver, yeah. So saying he's a Christian, even though he's deep down worshiping Baal first.
You never know what a master mason,
Master Mason, uh-oh. Look at the way they're standing. It's so pathetic. It's like, if you want to be in the cool kids club, here's how you have to stand. Like, you fucking kidding me?
Oh yeah, she leveled up, posted it. I knew that this flat earth sign is awesome.
Yeah, nice level up. Good job. Crazy. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got one shoe off, doesn't he? Is it one shoe off?
I don't need more to know that he's a Mason, especially the way he answered the question from the guy in the Facebook comment. I don't need more.
But why? Okay, so here's another thing. Why is it Masonry is so popular then amongst quote unquote smart people? That's what I want to know.
Because they rather than surrendering themselves to the supposed creator that these deceivers believe in, or at least say they believe in, they want to make themselves something great. That's the thing,
right? That's
like
that's a huge part of it. Self-worship.
So how I see it, it's like an old man's club, right? So these guys, they are in a club and they help each other, and then you work there and there. Oh, I can hook you up with this and this, and we can do that and that. So they help each other with, I don't know, orders, selling. They help each other inside that group. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then they owe each other, right? So if there's something wrong, then hey, you owe me this, right? I helped you with this and that, so you have to do this and this for me now. It's like a I don't know, a nice mafia club for I don't know the correct words, but it's just an old man club that help each other, just like the mafia does help other people, but you owe them, right? And if you don't give back the favor, then you're in trouble, because all these people are in high places, and if you don't do what they say or you don't help them out with their favor, then you're out of the club and out of society, because nobody's going to hire you, because they know who you are, they know where they know who you are. So kind of what I think, but somebody has something
I
to
be
add.
honest with you, man. I over the years I kind of I created a certain type of law of exposing these deceivers, Freemasons and stuff, because the Most High hates secret societies, things that happen in secret. So I just it always very makes me happy to have this reassurance that I was that the Holy Spirit always tells me the right thing. Especially, the first thing I saw when I looked at his books and the things he's publishing, he must be a Mason. And then I come along this kind of stuff, and I just like there is no other, like you can't give me more stuff to underline that someone is a Mason. This is the way they do it. There's a reason why he posted that picture. Like, just think about it. Think in the head of a Danny, okay? He is against flat Earth. Then he puts this puppet in front of a mason jar where there is a letter opener with the Masonic symbol on it, making a Masonic sign and foot position. Like you can't make this stuff up.
I know, but listen, I think that he's doing that for the specific reason that some of us are going to freak out about it and point it out. When the main point is not that they're...
Has anyone ever pointed it out here on this
Well,
Discord?
I'm just saying he's trying to distract and deflect, right? Like I said, it's all about curvature.
And
but
even
he's
if
gonna
that's
make it. He's gonna make it
Right.
about people being obsessed with Freemasonry being evil, right? He's gonna distract to anything other than Earth curvature because they know they can't find it. This is what they're doing, folks. Don't get it twisted.
No. Listen. I'm not obsessed with them.
No,
I just
sorry,
lo-
I don't.
I
I
just
didn't say that
like
right.
they think they have certain secrets that they can withhold, but because the Most High, gives you the spirit of truth, you can look through all these things and expose them. You need to know your enemy, right? You need to know what these people are doing, their agendas and so forth. And when you know them, you can expose them, right? And that's what I have. What's kind of pleasure. I mean, I need to be honest. That somehow a kind of pleasure that I get from exposing these people, because it's just bad what they're doing,
Well, it's a good feeling to have. It's like watching a bully beat someone up and going and pushing the bully to the ground and helping the person,
right,
the other person. That's exactly
Right,
what
I
it
like
is when we come against these people.
right.
So it's
I mean-
supposed to feel good. It's righteous, right? It's
Right.
righteous, therefore it's right.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with what I just did there. It's just
Sure.
It's just actually what it's telling me to do.
Yeah, go
Have-
against liars. Just expose the liars. It's that simple.
It specifically says have no fellowship with the fruitfulness deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Expose them. I'm gonna always expose it.
The good
Always.
news is that nothing hidden stays hidden. On that note,
Exactly.
at least that's what I hear.
That's why I'm very much be interested into seeing everything exposed on Judgment Day. I mean, it's going to be very, very hard to listen to, but wow, if everything comes to light, my, I don't want to be in a certain position some people are in.
Yeah, we have a way object. He said we have a curvature moment. So the horizon is now the leading edge of a sphere, a way object.
I see. So what's the curvature, left or right?
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but Roger,
Mm-hmm.
you said that Danny asked me a question?
Yeah, he asked you what. Let me scroll up.
How could I mean anything besides exactly what I said when I said, do you believe Isaiah 38:8?
No, it was further down.
Something else?
Yeah, he said, where was it? Oh yeah, you said, my bad. Perverted content manipulation. Gospel bearer, what do you mean by perverted content manipulation?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah, he's deafened, so he might not hear you, but you can answer him or undeafen him and then tell him.
I'll write it. I'm okay with things being in writing. Danny.
Okay. It was at.
You asked.
Let me look it up for you.
By perverted content manipulation.
34 minutes after the hour, he posted it.
Yeah, he just perverts information. Simple as that. And
Yeah,
then he puts it in his
is
book.
simple.
When people say don't get it twisted, Danny's twisting shit, and then he's actually making cash off it, which is really pathetic, really deplorable, is the word, I think.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do, because I'm a little bit bored right now. I'm gonna look deeper into the things he's that he has created, and maybe pictures he posted, to find some more symbolism things about him. He got some popularity, right? Like, certain channels on YouTube and stuff, talking with him or about him or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, he must feel like a special boy.
Mm-hmm.
They do, yeah. That's what I mean. That's what masonry is, you know. It's like making yourself the better version, embracing. It's all at the end of the day. It's all about you, you know, self-centered man religion kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like the book The Secret, You Are the Creator kind of deal.
Right. I mean, at the very end of the day, you're a minion for the religion created by the adversary, right? I mean, it's a perfect tool for the one who can't create things out of nothing to use, you know, people created an image of God to create things that are evil, such as books that deceive people, you know. So yeah, these people are tools at the end of the day, you know, like willing tools. Instead of being a tool for the one who created everything, they made themselves a tool for someone who can give them temporary pleasures, such as money, wealth, and attention. And, you know, a good outside look from, you know, people, you know, from other people and so forth.
Yeah, I don't think he has any spirituality, genuine spirituality. I think he's just he's touting, you know, anti-flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, we can move from Danny. I'm getting bored, right?
Okay,
so we have
sounds
a
good.
way object, right? He posted
okay.
a way object.
Oh
Are you
boy.
there? Because we're not going to chat skank away. So
yes,
you just posted an image that shows that the horizon moves, right?
no, I posted an image where supposed black swan is behind the horizon, right?
What?
That the oil rig is behind the horizon. That's the image I posted.
Yeah, and you say curvature. Yeah, we show another picture, and you say it's not curvature. So what's the deal here? You gonna stick to one story, or are you gonna change because we're changing the goalpost for you?
Well, I posted a picture that has low refraction, right? And then you reposted a cherry picked picture that has more refraction, right? And in
wait a
instances where
second.
it has a lot of
It is
refraction.
about the horizon, right? So you posted a picture where the horizon is closer. The black swan is behind the most furthest oil rig. So the argument is about the horizon. How many times do we need to explain this? Can you repeat this back? What is the argument about the black swan?
That the horizon is behind the black swan, the oil rigs, and so therefore, you know, distance.
Yeah. So the horizon moves, right?
I'm not saying anything about movement. Well.
Oh, so the picture you
horizon
posted
doesn't move, but the appearance of the horizon can appear further away or closer.
Right. So the horizon is not geometric.
Well, it is geometric under the correct
show me
conditions.
then.
You can find
Show me then. Show me show me a geometric horizon.
Do you hold on? Let me ask this question. Away object. Are you under
Yes.
the impression that refraction is a synonym for curvature?
No.
Okay, and would you agree that they are mutually exclusive?
Oh, one can happen without the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
they're
you.
two different things.
I rest my case.
He's right. Yep.
So think about what words came out of your mouth that they can happen without each other. Okay, and realize the implications thereof. You did it. Good job.
That they can happen without each other. I'm
Yep,
saying
good job.
If you can have
Good,
a picture,
good
if
job.
you can have a picture of the oil rig where it's
Yeah, but
behind,
you invoked the word refraction.
yeah,
Good job.
an image. If you have a photo of something that's clearly distorted, then you can say it was distorted with refraction. If you look at the first photo I posted, which is less so,
Yeah, you can say that, but
affected
does
by
that mean what's going
refraction.
on? You got to be
It-
hyper specific, dude.
Mutually exclusive. Good job.
So when looking at a road, right, a very hot road, and we are looking over the road, you see that heat coming off the road, and it refracts the light coming into your eye. Does that make you look further?
Well, I think the mirage of like a road mirage is inferior. It's different than a
That's
superior
not what I
mirage,
asked.
which
I
extends
asked you if
the.
you could look further over a heated road. Is that what you think happens?
It depends on what kind of mirage it is. If it's a mirage that would cause that to
Well,
happen, then yes.
so you haven't looked into what refraction then is, what globe Earth claims refraction does, which kind, which type. It isn't miraging, right? I'm asking you. You claim that refraction makes you look around a corner, which has never been demonstrated. It's just a baseless claim. It's just you saying it. It has to be that, right? It has to be that because otherwise Earth cannot be a ball.
Well, it has to be
It
that we've seen
needs
it
to be that.
because we know that boats don't float. Have you heard of like the Finn North on
No,
a
you are
floating
convoluted
boat?
two things. You are convoluting a mirage with what refraction is to be claimed doing on a globe, right? It makes you look around corners, not lifting up a boat from an horizon.
Well, the reason it is like that is because the boat is behind the horizon and it appears floating because it's that far
No,
in the distance. It's a pure
no,
mirage.
that's not the case.
It's just
That's not.
refraction.
No,
Then what
you
is it?
should. What is it? It is us seeing way beyond the globe geometric limitations, right? Sometimes depends on the weather. You can look for dozens of miles, dozens of miles, and sometimes you can't because it's fog, right? There is no physical demonstration of you looking around a corner due to weather.
Then why is it in one photo where the oil rigs seem to be not distorted, and then you can see them lower, where you can see less of the legs, versus if you take another photo in another time, you can see their legs? Why can you see the legs of the oil rig in one photo, but then the same photo and the same orientation, you can see them another day?
It's the
Wouldn't that
weather.
be because of refraction, because of
It's the
weather?
weather. It's the weather. Yes.
So the
Not
weather,
not
which
Hold
is
on.
not
a
the
different
ball.
temperature, would cause
Not the
refraction, which would
ball.
Hold
mean
on.
you
No,
see.
no.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are the oil rigs the horizon?
No, they're behind the horizon.
No. Are the oil rigs? You only answer the question that's being asked. Are the oil rigs the horizon?
No.
Fantastic. They're also mutually exclusive.
Yep. We know this.
Fantastic. So you shouldn't have a problem here. What you should realize that you're doing is you're invoking a concept, namely curvature, that need not be invoked without evidence. You're using the word refraction to justify the cause of why we see the horizon where we see it. Okay, I don't have a necessarily particular problem with that, but invoking curvature would require, let's see, curvature. You get the point that there's a mutually exclusive relationship between the word curvature and refraction, and how just because you say refraction, it doesn't mean therefore curvature.
I understand what you mean, but for the legs of the
No,
oil rig to not be
mutually
seen,
exclusive.
of course they're mutually. I'm not saying they're together. Okay, of course they're mutually exclusive. But if you could imagine these oil rigs on a flat Earth, right? Let's say imagine the Earth is flat and then they were on the Earth.
I don't have to
It wouldn't make
imagine.
any
I just
sense.
have to go outside and use my eyes. Sorry.
Because if you zoomed in on the original photo I took, or I didn't take, I mean, but if you'd always be able to see the legs of the
Okay,
of the
and why do
oil
you
rig.
think?
It should
And
look
what?
the same.
Hold
They
on.
shouldn't be different heights in different photos.
I hear what you're saying. Why do you think that?
Because if on a flat Earth you could just keep zooming in and seeing further and further and further, then you'd be able to see the legs of the oil rig. You'd be able
Do you
to
think
see
we
the
can
whole
resolve
thing from the
everything
coast.
perfectly, no matter how far away it is?
Hold on.
No.
Okay.
So,
But the thing is, it's not about
so you've got a
resolution. It's
wave.
about what it is,
What's
what's
the
there.
what is the height of the observer? What are the wave heights?
Wave heights.
Yeah.
No matter how big the waves are, if you
That's
look
not
at
true.
how long the legs are on both of the pictures, then you can
That's not
see
true.
the difference between one of the legs being hidden, and I mean on the oil rigs, and then the other one being visible. That's just because of refraction, being able to see on the curvature.
Away object.
What is it?
If you're at a 12-inch viewing height, for instance,
Mhm.
and there's a 3-foot wave, how much is that 3-foot wave, let's say 100 foot out? How much is a 3-foot wave from a 1-foot observer height going to obstruct at a 9-mile distance? Have you done the math on that?
All right. Suppose it does. It does. It would obscure a lot.
Thank you. So again, there's more than one way to understand what's going on here, and invoking or conflating refraction with the word curvature is both unnecessary and also ridiculous.
They're saying if it's it can't be curvature, so it must be something else. So it must be a wave height.
No, that's not what was said at all.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
But you said, okay, so if it has a wave height, then wouldn't that affect the picture? Sure, it would. But
Listen, you make observations, and when you're making multiple observations and you're trying to reconcile all of the observations, you need to consider all possible causes for the effect that's being viewed. Okay, not only taking one possible cause, namely the concept of curvature. You need to evaluate and scrutinize all possible causes for the effect indiscriminately until you're able to deduce what is the consistent cause and or causes for the effect of the observation.
okay. So if you took multiple pictures on different days of these oil rigs in this orientation at the same height, and you saw, of course, there would be different wave heights on different days because it's a variable. And you continually saw that one of the oil rigs, or actually both of them, were behind. Their legs were hidden to a certain extent, and one was hidden more than the other because one was further than the other. And you kept taking these pictures, and sometimes it looked, more distorted than the others depending on the weather. And you kept gathering this data, then if it's still hidden, if the legs on the further oil rig is still hidden, no matter the wavelength.
That's why I pointed
wave
out the
height.
mutual exclusivity of the rigs versus the horizon. They're mutually exclusive. Okay, things distort. But we're talking about something that's a little bit more overarching, which is the horizon itself.
What do you mean?
If the horizon is behind the oil rigs and you see the feet partially blocked by the wave, whatever you want to call it, what do you think that is? The curvature?
I'm not saying. I'm saying the horizon can appear behind the oil rigs depending on the time of day, but depending on the photo. But if you take, there's multiple photos of the exact same two objects.
Can you show us a
you can see that the
fractive model out of that goes by that magnitude of order out of the way, apparent horizon? Can you show us a model of that?
What do you mean a model? I don't have a model.
Fraction model that supports your claim.
If you can see the horizon in front of the oil rigs and the horizon behind the oil rigs in different photos, then
yes, then it wouldn't be logical to conclude that that is a physical obstruction. It would be much more logical to conclude that something else that is an inconsistent variable, not a consistent variable such as curvature that's consistent because it remains the same, right? It would have to be an inconsistent variable that fluctuates. Well, what is a variable that fluctuates in our reality? Temperature is one of those. Humidity level is another one of those. Particulate matter is another one of those. So when you start to look at our physical reality and scrutinize based on just using logic and like what I just said, like the conclusion shouldn't be the inclusion of a consistent variable. You have to determine that consistent variable in
I know what you're
it would
talking
need to be
about.
consistent as opposed
Yeah,
to
I know, but
inconsistent.
I feel like this whole like wave thing, right? The wave height thing doesn't completely tackle the whole, the oil rig leg length thing. It doesn't, because if you're taking on multiple days and you have that variable in there and the variable fluctuates and you keep seeing the same thing, you keep seeing like these two, they're partially obstructed, and if the variable of like the temperature and the weather and the waves and all these things change, but if you continuously see the same thing, how can these be obstructed? How can it be obstructed? If you zoom in and you can't see any more of it, how can it be obstructed for so many days, right? How can these variables always add up to obstructed, and then you would always rule out curvature? Curvature, at some point, if you rule out all other variables, would have to be the constant that's actually causing it, and then the variables would,
But it's
show the
not,
appearance of it.
right? It's not. So curvature has never been measured. So I want to show you a video, right, with this RC boat. You tell me what happens. Why is the bottom of the boat disappearing? Because somehow you think that the bottom of things disappearing has to be something that can only happen on the globe, right? Is that what you're thinking?
It makes sense to me. Yeah.
Right. But it isn't, right? It isn't something that happens only on a globe. It also happens on a flat surface. So in this video, you see an RC boat, right? The camera is just above the water, and the RC boat sails away. And this is like 1,000 feet, right? Which is too small of a distance for curvature to have any effect if the Earth was a ball. Now, this boat sails away, and the bottom of the boat disappears, and it's eventually almost not. The camera can almost not even see that boat anymore, and it is not curvature because it is too small of a distance, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Then how would you absolutely know that it is curvature, right? And then we go to the measurements using laser transits.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make a baseless claim that the laser would hug the Earth, right? It would follow the Earth, it would hug it, and it would hit the target at the end, which has never been demonstrated, never been shown, goes against every military of the world, right? Because if they see a target, they paint it with a laser, they shoot it, right? And they hit it. That's what the military does. They shoot boats, right? Naval ships shoot boats at 20, 40, 50 miles away. They paint it with a laser. They shoot it. They see it. They shoot it.
I feel like
so
when they're tracking targets, like they're they're seeing their speed and then they shoot preemptively, like in front of them, and it hit them. But are you
Yeah,
talking about like?
you're
Yeah,
trying to
that makes
make
sense.
excuses now, right?
No,
But
that's
you will
actually
have
we
to.
agree on that though. Like that's
Okay,
what
so
they
you would
do.
actually have to go into the logic that, well, that boat seeing that other boat, that boat isn't really there, right? It's just a hologram. It's not there. And the laser that we are shooting isn't really hitting the thing we are seeing. It's hugging the globe, then hitting the target, and then we can affirm that the target was hit by the laser because it reflected back over the Earth again. Then we shoot it. We're not actually shooting at the real target. We're shooting at the hologram, right? Then we hit it, but we see the boat getting hit, but that's not really the boat there. That's the hologram of the boat, right? That is what you have to imagine in your head to make it all fit.
Okay.
Okay.
That's interesting. But I find the battleship thing it's odd.
Well, don't be. Listen,
there's a difference between
just slow down. Don't be
yeah.
hasty. Don't be hasty. So, like what I mean by don't be hasty is let that rest for a bit. Think about it in more ways than one, and don't just gloss over it and then end up ignoring it. And not coming back to the information, evaluating, and scrutinizing.
Mm-hmm.
If you hand wave away everything that is oppositional to your worldview,
mm-hmm.
without any consideration at all, you're just going to retain your worldview. And if that's what you want to do, you have that prerogative. But if you're seeking to understand what really is the case regarding reality, you should be considering the relevant details.
So, given my point and given the point of this video, we're conflating the size of a toy ship with very massive objects, which are
there's no conflation.
What's the word? Construct? No. What is it? Blocked, covered, like hundreds of feet, like large amounts.
Yep. So the reason it is not conflation, the reason it is not that is because it's giving you an example, just like the coin on a table, which I understand has potential issues, maybe not, but the water is a lot better than your kitchen table at the quarter. It's giving you an understanding that there's more than one potential cause for obstruction, and it's ruling out the claim that is curvature. It's ruling that factor out by it being a short distance observation. So it rules out the claim that curvature is the cause of obstruction and demonstrates that there are other causes for the effect of obstruction. That is its point. It's not a conflation. It's not inappropriate. It's super relevant. It goes back to what I was saying before. Establish what the cause is for obstruction, and knowing that that's a variable that fluctuates as the obstruction fluctuates, to choose a inflexible variable such as 3959, for instance, would be irrational.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. So like if it going further, and it's obviously not curvature that's causing it, the bottom of the boat to
correct
disappear. So it could be a different thing. Why couldn't it apply to larger objects as well?
Correct.
Phenomenon, right? But
so it's
unfortunately, I wish I knew what the phenomenon. I wish I
knew
what it was. I don't know what it is.
Well,
is it light? Is it
perspective, angular? There's the limitations of angular resolution is the phrase that's used, which has a 0.02 degree upper limit, or you might call it a lower limit, depending on which way you're looking at that. But there are those realities there, and then all the other things that were mentioned before, such as temperature, particulate matter, humidity, that play a role in these sorts of things. Yeah, they're all quite relevant.
Okay. So if this phenomenon was happening on a larger scale to this image, the first image I posted, then could you say that you could rule out curvature? Just
That's
like
a
on
good
a flat
question.
just on a normal basis, could I rule out curvature based on if it could be caused to large objects? Maybe. I mean, possibly, I guess. But, you know, you'd go ahead and say, yes, you would rule out curvature, you know.
Not necessarily. And let me explain. Sorry, Central. Let me explain why. It goes back to the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or any other math that you're going to use that is utilizing the R value. Now, when the observation is, oh my gosh, sometimes the horizon is way less than 1.22. Goodness, how about that? That's interesting. Such as with the RC boat example, that would be an example of it being far less than 1.22 times the height of the observer in feet, just whatever. Hopefully, you
Yeah, but it
understand what I'm
wasn't
saying with that.
curvature. It obviously wasn't curvature to
So
that wasn't the phenomenon. So you wouldn't even count
precisely.
that in.
Well, this is why this is applicable. When you make observations that are both less than and greater than the 1.22, it points to the absurdity of claiming 1.22, which is a derivative of the 3959 claim in the first place. So my point is that number 3959 is irrelevant. Now, whether or not it exists you'd have to invent the ability to distort that reality is being distorted. So to your question about sometimes the legs can't be seen, sometimes they can be seen, the fact that they can be seen is a violation of the claim that there's something blocking them from being able to be seen.
Well, that's not true. That's ruling out superior refraction.
It's not superior refraction.
No, well, that's ruling that out, because with that, we can see things beyond a curve.
There's no evidence or even scientific explanation or otherwise that alludes to the horizon position changing, that a horizon is both blocking and revealing simultaneously.
But wouldn't those images ruling out if that phenomenon didn't apply to the scenario, which you can't really prove that it does apply to these, you're just, here it is, and does it apply to the scale to these photos of the oil rigs? Ruling that out, you don't think that the images themselves kind of are evidence, at least, to that being possible? Meaning that it can appear before or in front of, even disregarding that if there is curvature or not, right? Like that this line where the water stops can appear in front of or behind these large physical objects.
I guess I would just say that curvature is a presumption that's included in the conceptualization of these images by certain people, and it's an unnecessary presumption.
Necessary presumption.
Unnecessary, as in our physical reality doesn't demand logically concluding that there is curvature in the first place. That comes from a different place altogether. And that different place altogether, you go back to things like Eratosthenes and so on, And what you get there is more presumptions, such as the distance of objects in the sky, to presume the conclusion of what's being seen regarding sticks and shadows. So it's presumption built upon presumption built upon presumption, which winds up being less tangible than a house of cards, but equally fragile.
I'd also like to see a physical demonstration of the activity in the air that is making all horizons everywhere, no matter how high or low we are, no matter where we look, flat. So basically, take something curved, show me some refraction that bends it perfectly to make it look flat everywhere. Thanks.
Makes what look flat? Like you're able to zoom in further?
No, I'm not talking about zoom. I'm talking about recreate in reality a moment where a curve looks perfectly flat.
Or a curve looks perfectly flat.
Because of refraction, yep. Because of refraction now. That's the key word.
Do you mean from left to right?
Anywhere. Yeah, left or right would be fine, but anywhere. And what I mean is, take a basketball, input refraction, the same amount that's happening at the horizon to make it look flat, and make the basketball look flat again with refraction. Can you do that?
Probably not. Basketballs are pretty small.
Okay, then why are you making the claim that certain thing is happening at the horizon if you can't go and test what the air's doing there each time?
Basketballs are small.
Yeah, and so can you do that with the basketball? You said probably not, so it doesn't matter if it's small or large.
Well, analogically, you'd have to have a lens that was microscopically tiny.
Can I add something, because I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but you understand zooming, right? Is basically you're looking at an image, or I'm standing on the beach and I'm looking at something, and by zooming in, I'm only enlarging what is already there, right? Not that you are creating more light that can enter the camera. You're just enlarging the thing that's actually already there.
I'd like to retract my statement. I think you actually probably could make a basketball look flat from looking at it at one angle, depending on the lens you use. If you put a lens in front, and
that's
it bends
great.
the light
So
to the amount where you could see that it's
go ahead and demonstrate that, please. Can you reproduce that?
Obviously, I don't have the lens, but I'm saying if you have a lens that could bend light, if you look in one end and
You just keep saying if.
over
You lose the truth when you say if.
But lenses exist, so why wouldn't it be possible?
So demonstrate it. Show us.
What do you mean? I don't have a freaking basketball and a lens in front of me.
Okay, that's fine. Can you do a horizon and the air conditions at the horizon making it look flat?
I think it's apparent by looking at images of distant objects and at different temperatures, where it's very apparent that it'd be a different temperature, a different weather, that's what's happening.
I got it. So if I see an apple in the distance, and I don't go to the apple to claim that it's, or to prove, empirically, scientifically that it's a red apple, I just look at it from a distance and assume because I'm seeing red from the shore, it's also red when I get to it. Is that what you're saying about the horizon being curvature? My question is the horizon geometric? Can I go to the horizon, visit it, test the air, come back to the beach and say, well, refraction's making everything look flat everywhere. Crazy.
Well,
you see how that's a leap in logic? Sorry, go ahead, guys.
The thing I wanted to add about this basketball analogy is that the basketball would always have a geometric horizon based on the dimensions of the ball, right? The thing that we're not seeing on Earth.
Right.
We just want to recreate what's in your head in reality, and we're having a big problem doing it. What say you?
I feel as if if light traveled in a straight line like it would in at like a short distance, it's like, okay, we got the same air, got the same everything's like homogeneous, right? And so you could see that everything is pretty much as it appears. Like we can look at the geometric horizon of a basketball. But over larger distances, if you think of the weather creating the atmosphere as like different types of lenses, right, where it would curve the light because of density, relative the density, right?
That's fine. At what
of
point
the-
does it start dropping?
No, not density. Sorry, freaking the shape of the lens. But it
Well, it's a
actually
great
would be density
story.
in.
But you're telling us that it's curved and there's a
talking about the
geometric
atmosphere.
horizon that blocks things the further away from you that they get. Simultaneously, you're also saying that you can see right past it and there is no physical obstacle blocking anything. So you're just trying to have it both ways. So it seems like the globe geometry is pretty unnecessary in all this.
So what am I trying to have in both ways?
Well, you're saying there's a physical obstruction that's also simultaneously not physically obstructing anything because of refraction.
Oh. Well, at some points, it's because there's different scenarios based on the weather. I'm saying if it's obstructing the object.
How we measure, how they measure in the first place, because if it was all the time refraction.
So yeah, you're just arguing for a physical obstruction that is not physically obstructing things. Okay.
Imagination.
Anybody ever seen this physical obstruction?
Nah.
Water hills.
But it is obstructing.
Well, if it were, it would be at the specific distance dictated by the globe geometry. We're always seeing way further than that, it seems like. So
I'm saying if it seems like it's that the horizon is behind, okay, I'll say if it is obstructing, right, and you continuously see it obstructing the object, then that wouldn't be due to refraction because that's kind of like the consistent result you get. Like you take a photo and it's like, okay, it's consistently obstructing an object that is further than what is said to be the curvature of the
So
planet.
you haven't researched perspective yet, have you?
that's just the problem. That's not happening.
Well, you're just saying it's not happening.
No,
but how would that?
there isn't an obstruction at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the whole problem, and that's the reason that this conversation is happening.
There is an obstruction. So how is there no obstruction?
Not at that distance that's constrained by or dictated by the globe geometry.
Yeah, you'd have to get different numbers. You know what I mean?
Really?
So you're saying like even in the picture I posted, the first picture where it shows the oil rig behind the horizon, then you're saying that the horizon is in the wrong spot because of what the curvature of the Earth is, and therefore
No. Nobody's saying it's in the wrong spot there. They're saying that because it fluctuates, it's obviously not limited by Earth curve, which wouldn't fluctuate.
Well, the Earth curve doesn't fluctuate, but
Exactamente,
does
it wouldn't
fluctuate.
if it existed.
It's like we're rehashing the same details over and over and over again.
I have a quick question that might sum it up, though. Gospel, if I may, guys.
Of course.
Okay. Does the boat go over the Earth curve, or is the Earth too big to see Earth curve? One more time. Does the boat go over Earth curve, or is the Earth too big to see Earth curve?
Earth too.
It's a binary question, by the way.
Like again, like horizontally or
no,
like distance wise.
See, listen real quick. You can't have both answers at the same time, so you need to pick one. One more time for the audience. Is the boat going over the horizon, or is the Earth too big to see the horizon? Which one is it?
Both.
Okay. Wow. Never mind.
You think those are two of the like different questions, but those are just two completely different things.
Are you a
Like,
disciple of
those
Hermes?
are like different,
Away
complete
object?
opposites. No, that's
Well,
ridiculous.
it wasn't that you were going to try and dissect the question. It's that you'll pick one of the answers of the question.
Well, it's because the question's stupid.
Right, okay, so globe
let's
evidence in
think about
2022 is because your question is stupid. That's your globe evidence? Got it.
Let's think about the first question. Can the boat
proposition
go over?
is
Why
stupid.
stupid? Because we learned that it's moving over the horizon.
So boat goes over the horizon, right? Or is the Earth
why is
too
that
big
stupid?
to go? Or is the Earth too big to see the curvature? Well, it's difficult to see the curvature from.
So
Yeah,
wait,
man.
we
The
can't
curvature
see it from
you can see
120,000 feet in the air, but we can see it go over a
Horizontally,
local curve. Which one
If you
is
want
it?
to see like left to right, the curvature of I see like a circle, right?
doesn't get it.
Curvature of the whole Earth.
Never mind.
You have to go very high to do that. When it comes to distance, well, that's the whole oil rig problem, right? That's seeing the curvature from a distance. Those are like two different questions.
Like I said,
Where you're
pick
saying
a
I can
green
only
or red
pick
apple,
one.
and he's like, concrete.
It's not a green or red apple. Those are two different things. I don't understand.
Okay.
Maybe there's something I'm not understanding.
Anybody
but-
else want to try to break it down for him?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just what I already told him, that he's arguing for a physical obstruction that is not physical, that you don't see, that doesn't physically obstruct things.
You just
You can
ask
see it, and it does physically
each question one at a time is how you would do it, Glatt. So you would just say, does a boat go over the horizon?
Yeah.
Can you see it happen?
Well, not the full boat unless you're following it, but you can see it disappear.
Okay. And is the Earth too big to see the boat going over the horizon?
No.
See how that works?
See the boat going over the horizon?
That was nice. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
So what does that make you learn? Like, what point does that make?
Well, you have to stick to a claim, right? So you stuck to the claim. You did the right thing. You didn't contradict yourself, which means you might not be a disciple of Hermes and the Hermetic
is that?
teachings.
I'm not a disciple of anything.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, if you hold if you hold contradictions as reconciled, I'll call you a disciple of Hermes, because that's what you either knowingly or unknowingly you are. But anyway, you're not doing that, thankfully. You're choosing a side, and you're saying that, yeah, boats are going over the horizon, which you're also under the impression is caused from curvature, or no?
Yes.
Why? Look, hold on. I'll add context to my question. Why?
Mm-hmm.
If you've already recognized and seen demonstrations that horizon position fluctuates, then why therefore curvature?
Well, because it fluctuates for a reason, right? It fluctuates a certain amount.
Why is curvature necessary in order to discern the fact that things disappear when they get too far away? And that there is indeed a horizon line due to a number of factors. Why must curvature be one of those factors? Why must it be?
Well, it'd make the most sense if
Why?
you ruled out variable after variable. If all other variables
You can't rule out
are
those
ruled out,
you can't rule them out. They exist.
why can't you?
Because they exist naturally. You can't rule them out.
They exist naturally, but if those variables always have to occur, like they always have to be completely consistent.
Precisely.
The one thing
They're
that
inconsistent. They're consistently there, but they're inconsistent in their nature.
okay, so if they're inconsistent in their nature, then and we always see things in a distance obstructed or not obstructed, no matter their shape, right, or how big they are, it's like, then wouldn't the constant of how many feet or how many meters of how much it's obstructed be better explained by a constant, not the variable atmosphere and
Okay,
boat
well,
or like
I hear
light
what you're
or
saying.
whatever.
I hear what you're
It
saying.
makes
Like
sense
we're
for
playing,
constant.
you know, what is that poker term? Where you put down the same bet as the other person and you raise. I call that, right? So we're talking about constants, and you're thinking that the only constant may be curvature. Now, what if there are other constants that exist, such as the limit of angular resolution of that 0.02 degree angle that I was referring to earlier, that is provably the limit of angular resolution, the limit of images to resolve. So that would be another example of a constant, right? Where therefore you would be able to logically conclude that curvature is not the only potential or even hypothetical constant. There are other constants that exist in reality, right? So therefore, why conclude that curvature is the necessary component in causing the observed effect?
It says here that even with perfect optics, there's a fundamental limit to the sharpness of an image. Okay. So is the result, say, of like the boat because of angular resolution? The toy boat, the bottom of it disappearing, is that
No,
just
but
angular resolution?
that would be the constant that you could include, but again, it would be both impractical and irrational to suggest the exclusion of all the other components and variables. You can't rule them out. You can rule them out in a thought experiment, but we don't live in a thought experiment.
That's
We
true.
we live in reality where you can't actually remove and test for all of those other things to be removed.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not advocating for moving the variables. You're right in that.
Okay. So
I just
I'm
don't
not.
understand
It's not a
angular
gotcha. It's not a gotcha question when I say why must curvature be the necessary component in the equation for understanding the cause of the observed effect. It's not like a gotcha question or trickery or anything like that. It's a question that's meant to help you explore the potentiality that it's not the necessary cause. I'm not saying that it isn't the cause necessarily, at least as far as forming a logical statement goes. I'm only suggesting, or rather questioning, why must it be included as the necessary cause, and for you to explore the possible answers to that question.
Right.
Might not be easily answered in a matter of moments. It might require more thought, and your conclusion may or may not end up being it isn't a necessary cause, in which case you might be back to square one, or you might conclude, oh, the other variables are the explanation, both the variables that are fluctuating and the ones that do not fluctuate, which there are both, as I've presented. And I don't need to necessarily invoke curvature in order to explain these observed effects.
Very well put, by the way. I appreciate the way you put that. I'd say to that, if you were able to describe a certain phenomenon, a variable, such as this angular resolution, right? That would take any photo, right? Any photo and appearance of objects over the horizon and see at how much is being obstructed, right? How much can you see of it versus what it actually is when you're up close to it?
So
and take that variable and be like, okay, well, this is the variable that causes this, along with a couple other things, is what causes the obstruction, right? Not curvature. Then it's like, okay, then you can rule out curvature. It doesn't seem like there is any, but that's like dropping the bottom of the objects and taking them away and then covering them. What variables, one or multiple, would be consistent enough in doing that every time. It makes me skeptical, but I understand your position.
Yep, and that's why we could actually look at this ridiculously over-photographed location of these oil rigs. Maybe not ridiculously over-photographed. I'd say there's probably more pictures of the Washington Monument than these oil rigs, but
There's a couple pictures, yeah.
I think there's like 17,000 photos on Google Maps of the Washington Monument, at least. And those are uploaded. That doesn't count all the other photos that people never uploaded to Google Maps. But anyway, of the oil rigs, you've got this range where the horizon appears to be at a very, very short distance, obscuring one or more of the visible oil rigs, right? So a close horizon. And then you have a long distance observation of where the horizon appears to be at almost, or let me not say almost, let me say at least 30 something miles. Why 30 something miles? Because the existence of the jut out of land that's off in the distance, the horizon appears to be physically or z-axisly above the position of the or maybe y-axisly above the z position of the island. Not island. I think it's land that juts out from the physical land there.
But basically, that island is at the furthest.
The land is at 29 miles, and the horizon appears to be the line of the horizon is above and beyond the island. So I would estimate if the land is at 29 miles, then it would make logical sense that each and every pixel or whatever that extends vertically above and beyond the land would represent more and more, or almost on an exponential level, more and more water in z-axis distance.
Right.
So
yeah.
So that's why I'm saying 30 plus, maybe 40 plus, maybe even 50 plus, but somewhere above 30 miles for the horizon at the same observation height. So with a range of what I would want, I haven't done this. I like geometry. I'm usually multitasking, and I try to spend more time doing my work than entertainment like this. But what would be interesting to find out is do the Pythagorean on 12 inches to, let's just say, 30 miles. So 12-inch triangle height to what is the angle at the end of 12 by a 12 inch by 30 mile triangle.
30
and
miles.
what is the angle at the acute? What is the acute angle number?
Okay.
So there's probably a calculator.
What's 12 inches up, like the camera height?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So in order to do what was 5280, I'm forgetting what.
I'm working on
miles.
I think it's 5280
feet. That's just off the top of my. Yeah, it is 5280. So you would just simply do 1 divided by 5280 to get your mile, which is 0.000018939, I believe. It's 1.89 to the -4, so I believe that means 3 zeros before the 1.
So do we want like the tangent? Do we want like the tangent angle, or do we want
not
the
tangent? We're talking about just straight up math. What's the
literally Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, what's the angle at the acute? What's the acute angle? Angle.
The hypotenuse.
No, not the.
No.
No. What is the acute angle? So there's a 90-degree angle. Then there's the angle just directly above that, which would be
that's a
big
tangent
angle. It would be 89 point something probably.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
know. I want to know what the other.
What the smallest angle would be.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I have a calculator pulled up.
Really?
So here's what I have for angle A with a 12-inch height and a 30-mile length. You have a 0.00036 degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's if the horizon is at 30 miles. Okay. And this is Pythagorean math, which is just straight up triangle math. I'll post it in the chat. I don't know if you were doing the calculations or maybe you had trouble finding a calculator.
Yeah, it's this calculator is weird. I'm not used to my freaking Windows calculators.
Yeah, I just
I'm not used to
used the
doing the
Omni.
stupid trig on it. Hold up.
Okay, it's fine. I just did the Omni calculator right triangle calculation, punched in 12 inches, 30 miles. And what you have there is an angle of 0.00003, which is much lower than the 0.02 angle that I'm referring to, which means that apparently the conditions extend what shouldn't even be the case even on flat. Do you understand?
It should extend even the.
So
okay, I got 0.0174. Is that what you got? Degrees?
No, look at
basically like
look
a
at the
hundredth
chat.
of a degree.
Look at the chat.
Okay.
What did I do wrong?
Angle. Oh, that's the alpha angle, right?
Yeah, the alpha angle.
0.01. Mine's about 5 times more. It's like so if you take the tangent of
so what's
alpha, which is tangent A over B, right? So I don't know what that's doing. If you're finding the angle of A, it's obviously a tangent of alpha. Right? So tangent of 12 over 30 miles.
I just punched in 12 inches and 30
miles.
and 30
so
miles.
It's the correct.
Huh?
Well, C's not 30 miles.
Yeah. I converted it.
It's just like not doing
it's
it.
rounding
with
up.
It.
It's rounding up. Here, I'll put it in.
I see. Okay.
I'll put it in feet. So here's this actually. So I started off on this conversation trying to make a point without actually knowing all of the details, slightly on the verge of overconfident of the details.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, I actually fortified my argument 2 orders of magnitude. And what I mean by that is the limit of angular resolution is supposed to be 0.02. That alpha angle you shouldn't be able to see anything. And now, on the other hand, the incoherence of that horizon might lend to exemplify what I'm talking about, right? It's not an extremely well-defined horizon. It's just evident that it is at that a roundabout distance. You follow?
Yeah.
So my point here is, if you do take that angular resolution limit, and by the way, I'm referring to the 0.02. It's from some article regarding the maximum, or I keep saying maximum. You could call it minimum, but like the ability to resolve any type of visual data is, if you drop below that angle, it isn't possible to resolve any more visual data. But this debunks that to a certain degree, because there are other factors involved, such as the temperatures, the humidity, the particulate matter, all those different factors. So point being stated, all that math actually validates the claim in a profound way, or in a very, very strong way. It validates the claim in the first place of what you were requesting, which was some type of reciprocity or synonymous nature between curvature and angular.
And the angular resolution, yeah.
Exactly.
So you're saying because we can see objects in the distance that are about 30 miles, if you do the math, then that angular resolution is like a 0.01, about 0.01. And if it's below 0.02, you said, then it's like impossible to see, or
it's not supposed to be possible.
Okay.
But again, there's other factors involved. All by itself, it's not supposed to be. So, for instance, I just did the 10 miles, which it's extremely, in my opinion, it's extremely reasonable to say that the horizon is at least 10 miles. So even at 10 miles, what you have is a 0.001 degree angle.
5 to 80.
And that's at 10 miles.
Wait, why would it be less? Hold up. Shouldn't it be more?
No, it is more.
It is more. Yeah, 1.3. Yeah, so it's a little bit more. So even still less, right? Because like with such a long distance, it would still be an extremely small angle.
So a lot of
You'd have
people,
to be pretty
what a lot of people do is they think about flat Earth as the ability to see forever. All of a sudden, so they think flat Earth, and then they go, okay, if flat Earth, therefore I could see forever, which is negligent of this fact of life, or reality or observation that demonstrates we can't see beyond a certain angle of view. It's impractical. It's impossible. Now, with that said, 10 miles at 12 inches is actually quite difficult from an angular perspective. Now, it happens, and it does happen potentially due to all of these other factors. To include or invoke curvature as part of the equation would only confound all the details. It would only make it worse. Does that make sense? It would become even more absurd if you were to include the idea of curvature regarding these long distance observations. It would make it even more absurd. There would be no refraction model that could, I mean, I say no refraction model, it would just become more and more absurd. Instead of 7/6R, you're talking like really ridiculous claims, even though 7/6 is already a fallacious pursuit in the first place. But anyway, you get the point with this angular resolution thing.
So we're saying that under 0.02,
and if anybody
angular resolution, then it's just like it's too blurry, or what's the effect? It's like too
unresolvable is the way that it was described. Does anybody have the article or the paper that referenced this? This 0.02 that I keep, that's just in my memory bank. I don't actually have, I don't have it on speed dial in my, I've got so many, but it exists.
Okay. Okay. But so if that's true, then how do we see objects like at 30 miles if that's like way below the angular resolution thing? Then if you're like with that angular resolution logic, then why is it that we can see things that far?
Sorry, I was distracted by a moron in a different chat room.
So, like, you're saying that the angular resolution at 30 miles is it's like half of what this angular resolution, the viable angular resolution is 0.02.
No, it's two orders of magnitude further.
Yeah, right. So how are we able to see that? Is it because
other factors?
Okay.
You've got temperature gradients, you got humidity, or refraction. Use the word refraction. Fine. My point is curvature doesn't need to be invoked. And that's really the primary point that I'm making. The invocation of curvature isn't a helpful invocation. It actually confounds things and makes it even more absurd. You don't need it.
Okay. Yeah. Glad I understand that better now. A better understanding of that.
Basically, my intent is to demystify the false belief that because flat, therefore I would be able to see forever, and that is it's a fallacious understanding of what could be.
Okay. Interesting.
I think so. But I'll try to keep your mind or your name in mind so that when I get my hands on that article that talks about that limit, I'll send it your way so that you can corroborate the data.
Okay.
Yes.
If this Okay. Understanding now that about invoking curvature, right? Would this make sense in like all scenarios though? Because that's what I think, like, things have to make sense in all scenarios.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just going through that in my head.
So we're like beyond the oil rig observation, other
Right.
long distance observations like the Fenestrellis to Gaspard or Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga, Tennessee, being able to see Virginia and Kentucky, like all the other long distance observations that violate or falsify the claim that curvature is the thing that exists.
Like so if we just put in the oil rig distances into the calculator we were just doing, I'm going to do that and I'm just going to find what it is. And I realized what I was doing, it was inverse tangent, not tangent, and that's why I was getting a different number.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
what would be our angular resolution for the actual distances of the
I mean, you can use your own calculator, but
yeah, I have the link that you
okay, yeah. So no, I would use how about this one? 149 miles.
140.
Yeah. We'll do the Lookout Mountain one. Lookout Mountain.
12 inches height each time.
No, definitely not 12 inches height. We'll use the actual height of the observation. I just need to pull it up in history real quick. It'll just be a second. I have like a bunch of I've brought this topic up many times, so I'm trying to let's see here. Lookout Mountain. Trying to find in the history a time when I was giving the data. It was a I'm trying.
You're good.
Pinnacle Overlook is the name of the overlook. Let me see if I can find it. I just need to save this stuff, and then create more and more graphics that I can reference when the time is needed.
Yep.
Height of So it is 2389 feet elevation.
Okay.
That's its sea elevation, right? Its prominence is different than that, but we'll just go off the sea elevation.
It wouldn't be A because that's elevation from sea level. Right? Because that's the vertical number.
Yeah, A would be 2389 feet.
Right.
149 miles to the closest tip of Virginia from that location.
Okay.
And then yeah, I guess that's all you really need for the triangle math.
So that's 0.18 rounded to 0.19, so almost 0.2.
Okay, so
that's
well
more
within
so
your
than the
well
other
within,
ones, the 30. Yeah.
well within your range of angular view.
Yes.
But here's the thing. That is an observation that has been made. Lookout Mountain's a famous place where they have a sign that says "See 7 states," right?
Yeah.
So from Lookout Mountain, you can see the 7 states in the surrounding area, and Kentucky and Virginia are on that list. And if you pick that location, at least if you use Google Maps as an authoritative distance, you know how authoritative that is. You know, I guess you can question that, but it is 149 miles to the tip of Virginia, and Virginia and Kentucky historically have been seen from that location. It works out angularly. It does not work out on an Earth curve calculator. In fact, if you punch in the observation height of the elevation of the mountains that are there at the tip of Virginia, what you find is that it would be I think 1,300, somewhere between over 1,300 feet below the horizon. But from a standpoint of Pythagorean flat stuff, you've got plausibility. More plausibility than even the oil rigs, and those oil rig observations obviously have been made multiple times. So Lookout Mountain's a good example. You could do the Fenestrellis to Gaspard. That's the world record, the standing world record long distance observation from Spain to France. I think it is specifically, but that's another one. I think 244 miles or something like that. So
and this is all 7 of these states. Is the idea is that they're visible all days, every day. You could always see these 7 states.
No. There's conditions that prevent you from even being able to see 10 miles out in the distance. You know, like how foggy it is, and you're talking about being in
besides
the
like fogginess, though, like
the Smoky Mountains, right? Very regularly. I mean, that's the nickname of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Okay.
Well, actually, take that name, Blue Ridge. Why blue? Blue because fog turns green into blue over distances. So what should be all green in appearance, they actually look blue. They're called the Blue Ridge Mountains. They're called the Smoky Mountains because of the constant humidity and fog and everything. That's what their name is named after. And that's exactly the range that you're looking down. If you look at an orthographic topographical map of the distance from the Lookout Mountain position to Virginia, you'll also notice that elevation, there is a line of sight physically. Anyway, long story short, sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. It apparently requires a telescope or some type of looking glass, because the historical reference when this was first observed was during or around about the same time as the Civil War by a medic nurse, where she observed Kentucky and Virginia from Lookout Mountain with a good looking glass. I don't know what a 1850s, 1860s, 1870s, whenever exactly it was, looking glass would be like, but it certainly wasn't a P900. Appear to be asking you to research and interpret.
Oops.
Requires
Okay,
research
so
and
instead of taking your word for it, I put it in the calculator, and it does say a maximum of 60 miles horizon distance at that height, which is half of 120. So
Correct.
I don't know how that would be possible.
Okay, hold on. Because that's
Yeah.
horizon distance. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
the horizon distance. Yeah.
But then after the horizon, anything above, so even like 1 foot beyond that horizon, if something
Yeah.
is 1 foot tall, you would be able to see it because it obscures above the horizon with the concept of curvature. And 10 miles later, if something is a certain height, right?
Yeah.
So the point is,
yeah, obviously, like anything flat at that level, you wouldn't be able to
exactly.
see. Okay,
But then
60 miles, and if
mountains,
they were high,
right?
mountains would be
Exactly. So
taller. So
the
wouldn't it
height.
make sense though, if you had a mountain at 60 more miles, if that was a very tall mountain,
I know,
right,
I
above
know.
2,300
And here's what I
feet,
did.
wouldn't that make sense?
Here's what I did.
What?
I looked at the tallest mountains of the proposed viewing area, the tip of
Yeah.
Virginia and Kentucky, where
Yeah.
those two meet at Tennessee, and I took the tallest one and then compared it to what could be seen, and the tallest mountain there would be around 1,300 plus feet below the tip of it. The tippy top of the mountain would be 1,300 feet below what should be able to be visible. Then what I did, because I'm silly, I took the tallest mountains in all of the state of Virginia and the tallest mountains in all of the state of Kentucky, found out which the tallest was, and found out even if you were to physically relocate the tallest mountains in either of those states to that closest spot, it would still be, I believe, 900 or 1,000 feet below the tip top of any of those mountains. Would still be close to 1,000 feet below the horizon, or not the horizon, but the obscured
The observation point.
observation
Right.
spot.
So,
So
like one of them be Mount Rogers, right? So if
it's
that's
implausible for any mountain to be seen from that
yeah.
distance, basically, but it can be seen, and it's a historic fact. It's another good example, basically.
Okay, so 5,700 feet with Mount Rogers. If that was placed like at the at what would it would be 120 miles. It says it on there. So you're saying the furthest point's 139. Okay, I'll go with that. And that's Virginia. So how would I do that? All right.
So you send Joshua to step away. He'll be right back. Okay, away object. You still there? Alrighty then. Alrighty then.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
All good. Just make sure you saw Gospel's message. Y'all were in the middle of a convo there. You had to step away.
What's up, Flatter Day?
Just posting some memes and stuff. What are you up to?
About to change out a heater and pool.
Nice. That's almost kind of like what I'm doing right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, minus the heater in the pool.
This sounds painful.
Nice. Once it's working.
I guess we should feel honored. We've got allegedly a member of the Space Force here with us. Space Force, cool.
Spice Boys?
It's tremendous. Space Force.
Space Force.
Yeah, Flattered Eye, they're going to save us from the alien invasion. We got the
You're gonna
Space
what?
Force. The Space Force is going to save us when the aliens invade, you know. They got our back.
Yeah. Man. All these distractions and shit, huh? Yep. I'm still walking on these streets with no shoes on. Oh, every day.
Can you still ground even though you're walking on concrete?
I mean, wherever I walk, I just go with no shoes. I don't think I get grounded as good as if I'm on like nothing man made, you know.
Yeah, you need to be on the soil or the dirt to get the direct
To get the real
charge.
benefit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Not much of that soil and dirt around LA though, right?
At the beach. Like
Yeah.
I only live like about 3 minutes from the beach. I don't live in LA though. I live in Ventura, it's like an hour north of LA. But yeah, there's a beach right here. It's a pretty good beach. That's one good thing about right here is there's a beach right here.
Yeah, for like the last month or so, I've been at least going out in my yard barefoot for like 20, 30 minutes. And
Yeah, do you feel better?
I feel the difference. You can feel the energy, you know.
Hell yeah.
There's something to it for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
It's being grounded with the earth.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you feel like it releases the dirty electricity, huh? Replaces it with good electricity. Here, I'm gonna post a picture of if you're looking at the hill, like the top of the mountain.
I don't see any curvature in your photograph. Where's the curve?
Right? Yeah, I think it's slightly lacking.
Doesn't appear to be there.
Right?
But I don't think we live on a globe, man. I don't know.
I never even really thought that. I just didn't even care before, you know?
That's most of us. We didn't give it a second thought, you know.
Yeah.
So it's global well. And if you think about it, the fact that they try to push that it's a globe really doesn't affect any of us in our day-to-day practical whatever we're doing. Nobody's accounting for curve or spin anywhere.
Right.
Everybody thinks they're on a curvy spinning ball, so they were whatever.
Right. Let's see.
Looking through the list here, I don't see anybody else new on here besides the.
Look at that! Look at that curvature. Not.
Look at all that curvature. Amazing. Incredible. I love to see it. What do you guys think about... I know I hear the argument, you can't prove what you're on based on looking into the sky, right? There's a whole celestial objects thing. It's just like, it doesn't determine what you're living on. But it's just, I don't feel like it's really fair to, disregard everything you see in the sky and all the evidence that it points towards just because it's not what you're standing on, the shape of the earth, right? But say we don't figure out the shape of the earth, but like it says it's like, you guys say it's stationary, it's not spinning. But when we look at the stars in the northern hemisphere, right? Or at least you could say, if you were thinking about the flat earth, on like one part of the earth, the stars are spinning one direction, like clockwise. And then on the southern hemisphere, they're spinning counterclockwise. Why are the stars spinning in different directions for people in different places on Earth? They would all have to be spinning in the same direction if everyone's facing in the same, looking at the same sky. So what's the explanation for that?
I don't have any explanation.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say is that I don't know the reason for that, though. I mean, it could be multiple things, I've never been down there myself, so I can't tell you. Have you ever been down there?
No, but other people have. And just like photos, they take
stars
when they
spin
take
from east to west
compilations of
everywhere.
the stars. One spin in one direction, on the other side of the Earth, they spin the opposite direction.
No, they don't.
like
They spin from east to west.
They go from
always
east to
west.
Yeah. So how are they going different directions? If they rise in the east, they set in the west.
It doesn't matter. We don't even look at the stars. We look at the Earth. So if you have something to present, show us your curvature formula and so on. We don't fuck with the sky because we live on the Earth. So if you want to know
about the sky because we live on the Earth, but
if you want to know, no, listen. If you want to talk about flat Earth versus the Earth being round, we don't look at the sky. That's like saying, "Oh, my car is shaped a certain distance, but the van is the same thing. But I'm going to look at the sky; it's going to tell me which one's different." No, you have to measure them. Look at the dimensions. So this is what we do. We stay on Earth, buddy. We don't live in outer space. You were taught that when you grew up. So now it's time to become a big boy. Put your big pants on and get into the books. Learn about things that have to do with the Earth, not the sky. We're not gonna sit here and talk about stars and moons and shit, dude. That's stupid.
So we're just gonna completely ignore everything about the sky.
No, you're the one who's completely ignoring. You're the one who's completely ignoring the Earth, which is the thing that you're talking about, which for some reason you seem to be terrified to look at, probably because it doesn't turn out looking the way that you want it to.
I wasn't terrified to look at it. That's why I spent the first couple hours talking about the Earth and the geometric horizon.
But we don't need to reify it with sky stories. We just need to look at what the Earth itself is doing to know what the Earth is.
But if all evidence that the sky, regardless of what you think about,
there's no curvature to be found at all. You haven't presented anything whatsoever, and then now you're jumping to the sky. Why? Have you conceded on the first part that there's no curvature?
You've lost already. Yeah,
you lost the plot. So what's going on? You just want to jump to the next thing? Do your thing, spin a hula hoops?
The conceding part, right? So I don't concede, but I understand better his point of view when it has to do with angular resolution, right?
Yeah, right.
I'll look more
Obviously,
into that.
Obviously, you don't if
So-
you're in the sky now.
If one point being the distance being so long and the angular resolution, everything, there's no point in evoking
Earth curve, because that's clearly not a factor.
curvature with the as the variable. I'd say there is a good point to evoke curvature with the
Right, so why would you go to the sky
variable.
then? What's the point in going to the sky if you already can see that the ground is not measuring the way they say it measures?
Yeah, dimensions does not conform to the globe model whatsoever. So why the sky? It's incoherent.
Well, we just went over how many different variables there are. If you were listening to the conversation, when
Yeah,
it comes to
but
different
did you
variables,
listen
it's
to the
not about like
conversation?
saying that curvature doesn't exist at all. It's about saying
No,
that
you missed the point. The curvature is not a factor. That's the point.
no,
If it
saying
were a
it
factor,
wouldn't
then the
make sense.
horizon.
It's whether it makes sense or not to evoke curvature, right?
It doesn't make sense because the horizon is not limited by the dimensions of the globe. So it's not a factor, obviously. We're consistently seeing way beyond what the globe would allow us to.
Right, and then there's the other variables that would cause that, right? So I say it is, others say it's not. I'd say
So then
it's a multivariable thing that's kind of difficult to,
So let's talk about
put in all
argue
tables.
yourself
We
in-
never know the exact,
you
parameters
argue
of
yourself
all the
into the
variables.
position of absurdity by trying to claim that there's a physical obstruction that's there that also doesn't physically obstruct things. So you're just invoking this whole unnecessary aspect that at the same time you're trying to explain away. So
I don't know why
you
people
don't
keep
need
saying
it.
that. Like, of course there's a. I'm not saying there isn't a physical obstruction that's not obstructing. I'm saying there is, and
Did you say northern hemisphere?
huh?
Did you say we see stars from northern hemisphere like this and from the southern hemisphere like that?
The stars in the northern hemisphere rotating in different direction than the stars in the
I will repeat.
We're
Yeah,
not
it's
going to do
alright.
stars. We're not doing stars. We're not getting it. We're not getting off.
No stars.
He brought up stars.
South hemisphere. Is that true? Where is that hemisphere?
Yeah, man, where's that curve for that sphere at?
There is a southern hemisphere, so on the
Wait, the point is there isn't.
on the
You
flat
need a
Earth
sphere
model,
for that.
which
and
you
you need
guys
a
don't have
curve
a
for the
model, by the way. You guys don't
We
have
don't
an
need a
Earth model
model.
because
We
it
have
doesn't make any
reality.
sense.
You don't have a model because your model predicts a horizon at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but we don't see that, so it falls apart on literally the first step. So go back to the drawing board.
And that's disregarding every other variable we were talking about for the past.
No, those variables don't work though, because the variables that you're trying to use to explain those observations away also depend on the assumption of R, something you can't demonstrate or measure or prove in reality. So it's
the
all
radius
just a
of
cool story.
the radius of Earth.
Yeah. Do you not know how your refraction reification argument works?
So you're saying because we don't know the radius of Earth and it's impossible to prove the radius of Earth, therefore we can't even use this variable of curvature, and so
you're missing the point. There is nothing to know. There's no radius to work out because it's not a sphere.
Okay, dude.
If you are right, that's good. Let's go to northern hemisphere. But to prove northern hemisphere, we need to have sphere.
Mm-hmm.
How we can prove that sphere? In the first place, then we will go to northern hemisphere.
On the Earth model is the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. On the flat Earth model, so if you guys believe you're on a flat Earth,
we don't have
then the
model.
northern hemisphere would be
model.
the.
What are you saying? We don't have model. What are you saying?
Okay, say like there's on the globe model there's two opposite ends. Okay, so it wouldn't make sense for there to be a north and south. I'm almost done. Okay, so that a north and a south hemisphere, what it is on a globe model, if the Earth is flat, then on the northern hemisphere would be the land closer to the midpoint of the circle, right? And the southern hemisphere would be the land on the outside of closer to the ice wall, right? So that'd be the north versus the south if you're comparing the two. The model.
Ice wall. Which ice wall? How that ice
I thought
wall
you guys believe in an ice wall.
How is that ice wall look like?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know.
I remember
You
seeing
tell
it.
me. You are speaking about ice wall. I didn't say
Okay,
anything
let's say
about.
there's no ice wall at all, like, and whatever.
He's setting up
not
Okay,
this
no,
saying.
no ice
strawman
wall.
model
I'm
for
not
you that you
saying.
can attack.
I'm not saying that is not ice wall there. I'm saying that I don't know. Is it there ice wall?
Okay, you don't know if there's an. Okay, so never mind. It's
You
closer
know.
to the
Do
edge
you
of the
know?
Earth, right?
Edge
Closer to
of
the edge of the Earth. Because if
okay.
you're on a flat
And,
Earth, the Earth has a flat edge.
who told you there is an edge of the
Oh,
Earth?
it's infinite. Okay, so
Oh, it's
let's say
infinite.
on the infinite flat
Okay.
Earth.
Oh, man, did I say infinite?
Let's say we don't know then.
Oh,
Because obviously we don't.
let's say we don't know because we cannot go 60 degrees south and nobody can go. Let's say we don't know.
Everyone
Okay.
can go. People live in Antarctica.
Okay. That means that every person can go in every 360 degrees point of Antarctica. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how many bases we have in Antarctica in around Antarctica 306 degrees around Antarctica? How many bases?
How many bases?
How many bases we have on the south of Antarctica?
Well, I'm not sure, but my
None.
guess of where if it
None.
was less or
Zero.
zero would be
Zero.
because it's in an optimal spot. Like one side of Antarctica is close to Argentina, and the rest of the land, and the other side is, well, let me look, probably closer to more of the Pacific Ocean. So
Yeah.
what the heck would be the point of having bases there in the first place?
Okay, can you tell me, because Australia, it's also there. Who has which is the Australian base there?
I don't know.
There is no.
No? Okay.
Are you telling me that you know which points are bases all around, even on the north? You have like a 20, 30, every 10 miles. Antarctica, it's only 100 miles or more.
It's only like 100 miles, like from the water that there's bases. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. No, I wanted to know who go around Antarctica, where are the bases, and who is that people who knows how Antarctica looks like?
I don't remember, but I remember there's like people who did the Arctic, like they went around the Arctic.
Nobody did it. Only they are saying that Captain Cook did it.
Captain Cook, yeah.
Yeah, and how much time he needed?
I don't know. Do you know? Like, I have to look all this stuff up. I don't have all the numbers.
I think 3 years. I'm not so sure. I will spit it out. But something what I know is something about he was traveling 60,000 miles.
Okay.
And
that's a lot. That's a lot of miles. I don't know about that.
You can read about that.
Okay.
But yeah, but still, I want to point it out that what you said, north hemisphere and south hemisphere, that on your model you are saying, that's great.
It's true.
On the model exists, that's true. You can take the globe and you can see there is Africa, it's on the south hemisphere. But in reality, where is the sphere to start? To start with the point. There is the sphere, there is curving, and now we have hemisphere, Because if it's curving on model, it must curve also in reality.
Okay.
And why is not curving in reality? Is it curving in reality?
I don't know. Like, I see what that, like the point you're trying to make, Brown, but
it is only information. We have information with observations that there is no curvature there, and that's it.
So we're back to the curvature thing. So
yeah.
I want to point out. Let's talk about Antarctica for a little bit.
Why?
What is? Do you believe there's like people living in Antarctica and working there?
On some places, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that if they wanted to, they could just travel, across down in Antarctica?
No, they cannot.
It's illegal for them to do that.
No, but they cannot. What do you know what you cannot use in Antarctica?
What?
You cannot use any fucking vehicle to travel. Even dogs you cannot use.
No sled dogs. Okay. So
you need to have permission for that. Or let's say that you have all permissions.
Okay.
Now, where you will go?
Say you want to cross it from point to point, like halfway across, right?
And who did it then?
I feel like there was a guy who did it. Let me see.
No, but yeah, it was only news, but he didn't cross the. He didn't go from the north to the south or west to the east.
It was like on foot. Colin O'Brady defies the impossible with first ever solo trek across Antarctica, right? So did this guy not actually cross Antarctica? Or what?
No.
What did he do?
Look at the path. Look at the path.
Look at the path.
Look at the path. It's as simple as looking at the path. You go, oh, well, if that's the path he took, then it could be disingenuous to think that that he just split it down the middle.
Okay, I see now. He went and then he touched the South Pole, and then he kind of like split off and then went to a different spot. So he didn't cross the entire thing, but he made a pretty good effort there.
No, he didn't even get close. He went to the edge and came back.
Did he find Earth curve?
I don't know. That was a stupid question.
Well, that's actually the crux of this whole conversation. So if you think it's stupid, I guess it's probably somebody else who has a stupidity problem.
Okay, I do have a quick question, real quick. Hey, away object. You're talking about Antarctica, right? And the goings on and such. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying? Are you saying there's not people living there and all this kind of thing, right? Yes or no?
I'm asking if you guys believe.
Yes or no?
People there. People live and work
yes
in
or
Antarctica.
no?
24/7. Yes.
How do you know that? When was the last time you went to Antarctica to verify that?
So I have to go there in person.
Yes.
And make sure that there's
If
people
you're going to
there.
make a claim about something, see, if I say this apple is tasty because I took a bite of it, then I know if it's tasty or not. If you don't take a bite of that apple, you can't say whether or not it's tasty. Do you understand?
That's pretty absurd. So you're saying everybody in Antarctica is like...
How do you know there's anybody there, brother? How do you know that?
Just media coverage, you're saying?
Oh, so media coverage is better than empirical in-person evidence then, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm just
it's
saying...
acceptable because you just accept what you heard. That's why you believe in the globe. Thanhanks, guys. Continue.
Personally, I don't even care.
I'm just saying it's pretty disrespectful to all the scientists in Antarctica.
Okay, yeah, that's
to say
great.
that they're just all actors or they don't really exist.
But doesn't matter Antarctica, you know? Let's say,
pretty freaking disrespectful.
Let's say like this. Let's say like this: 1 billion people living in Antarctica, and that's great. And what shall we do now with the curvature?
Yeah, did any of them find curvature? That's the only thing that matters. I don't care how many of them are there. Does any of them have curvature?
Yeah, they looked out into the distance and they saw an iceberg, right? And they measured they went up to the iceberg, they saw how far it was away, and then they went back and they went back to Antarctica, and then they saw how much less of the iceberg they could see. And then they took the distance, right? And then what they did was, okay, let's see how much did it drop, and let's see how far away the iceberg is.
Okay.
Oh, look at all this cold air that's equal across the entire Antarctic because it's dry.
Yeah, we've tried that stuff before. Actually, there is no drop.
Oh, would you look at how far it drops down? Okay, there's the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, we've done that before. We don't see the curvature, so yeah, cool story though.
Cool story, bro. Okay, I guess there's no way I can ever explain curvature. But
if there was curvature, then there would
not good enough. Then there's nothing I can do.
If there was curvature, then there would be a physical geometric obstruction at every 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But we see so much further than that for the Earth to still be a ball. In some cases, it would have to be about 3 times the size that you say the sun is. So I think that pretty much rules out your 59-mile radius globe. But nice stories nonetheless about Antarctica.
Mm-hmm. And we could also infer compressed viewing angle, making the bottom of the iceberg, the bottom of the object, the bottom of the building disappear over a flat plane. We don't need to go to a globe. That's not necessary. As you look out over a flat surface, things just begin to merge with the surface if you're too close to the surface. That leads to the bottom of obstruction. It's that simple.
I have a question about the guy who supposedly trekked over the Antarctica via landmass. Why not just fly right through the ice shelf and just keep going? Why trek? Just fly a plane. Why
I
can't
mean,
you do
if you
that?
listen to this guy, he's eating, he's sitting in a chair. He sounds like he's a paid shill. I mean, honestly, just to be honest with you guys,
I'm a paid shill because I ate my dinner. That's
but the way you're doing it, the condescending tone in your voice, like oh my gosh, this guy's just a waste of time. I don't know why we
I'm
continue.
not a waste. Okay, look, here's the deal. I finished eating. Okay, no more mouth sounds.
Thank you. We deal with a lot of still-life
Why are you a Glober
individuals.
then? Can you tell us, please?
I'm a Glober because
Tell us,
it
please.
makes a lot of
Right.
freaking sense to me.
No.
Well, it actually doesn't
Tell
make
us
any,
the
as
real
we
reason.
just discussed ad nauseum.
Yeah. Did you forget our conversation already? Away object. You and me.
No, I haven't. I was doing the. I feel like we had a good conversation. And I was working on the math stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like with the whole thing. But I wanted to move on to different points.
I know,
right?
but you have to appreciate the point that has been set forth first before you start acting. Like once you recognize that the curvature isn't necessary, and you still want to hold on to curvature, then you need to find what you're holding on to, because I dismantled the thing that you were holding on to. So you have to find a new grasping point, right? New evidence, something that eliminates these presuppositions that curvature requires. Is it not blatantly evident to you that curvature requires presuppositions and how odd that is?
I don't.
This is why I brought up
takes presuppositions.
Eratosthenes and the shadows and the presupposition of the distance of the sun.
Okay.
Okay, the presupposition of parallel light rays. These presuppositions are requisite. Everything about the curvature has presuppositions.
Oh, it's like,
Does
okay, we
that
need
not
this
feel
and
weird
that
to
and
you?
this to describe the curvature.
In order for the shadows to be a descriptor of curvature, there requires presuppositions that were never proven in the first place, such as parallel light rays and the distance of the sun. They weren't proven. They are presuppositions.
Okay.
Like, suppose that dragons smell like raspberries, and therefore, whatever, anything goes at that point when you presuppose a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say away object presupposes a thing like Earth being a globe, and then he can make correct, predictable events and calculations. What would that turn into then?
Correct. So presuppose that dragons taste like or smell like raspberries. Then we can, based on that presupposition, we can analyze the data that the meat probably also has a very fruity flavor to it.
Right.
And probably also we can also determine, based on the fact that dragons smell like raspberries and that the meat probably tastes like raspberries, we can determine the fact that there's probably ascorbic acid in the meat, and it has a nutritional value of vitamin C. So eating dragons will be nutritious to you in times of the need for vitamin C to bolster your immune system, allegedly.
Okay. Why make that assumption? I understand. There's no point in making that assumption if you haven't actually tested the taste of the dragon meat or done what kind of vitamins are in the thing.
I know it's
You're
facetious.
just making assumptions, right?
And
so
it's correct.
I'm making an assumption that there's a curvature when there could be all these other variables that are actually causing everything to look a certain way when it gets further away. And it's these other things and not curvature, right? Well,
causing everything to look a certain way? What way? Flat? Yeah, I don't think it's curvature doing that.
Or like disappearing, like part of it disappearing the further they are, right? Which we've already talked about. So that this idea that because we're able to test things like in like a container, right? Lenses and the refraction of light, and we can see measure it and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, well, we know all these variables, but then this whole idea of curvature can't be like tested like in your living room, right? Because it's just some big grand thing, and then we're making this assumption. Okay, understand, I get it. That's why it's so hard when you say it's like, oh, you believe in the globe Earth, like where's the curvature? That's why it always leads to this conversation. I understand that better now.
And it goes back to the original claim. They're like, well, this has been established with Eratosthenes and the wells and the sticks and the shadows. And I say, all right, stop right there. Are you aware of the presuppositions in this initial alleged observation of curvature, which isn't actually what he set out to do in the first place, but that's a little besides the point. The fact of the matter is, there are presuppositions. Not everybody's aware of them, but when you dig in, you roll your sleeves up, you do the work, you realize, oh, okay, distant sun, parallel light rays. There may be others. Those are just the primary two. Okay, well, goodness. Is there a way for us to determine one way or the other without invoking presuppositions, or rather, find curvature without presuppositions? Has that ever been done? It's my understanding that there's never ever been any demonstration or description or anything of the sort. I guess without maybe I could point to NASA images, and cartoons. I could point to those. Those are only with the presupposition that they're in space, as opposed to sitting at their desk chair playing with Photoshop or whatever software they were using.
Mm-hmm.
So find a presuppositionless demonstration of curvature. That would be the challenge.
Perhaps there isn't any. I don't know. Honestly, like when it comes to that, I don't know. And I don't think anyone else coming in here who thinks they know what they're talking about or want to, try to prove that. And when asked that question, I don't think they would take that into consideration. I don't think they would think that way. They wouldn't try to.
No, most people what they want to do. Most people what they want to do is they want to build straw men. They want to do weird things like, okay, so you're trying to say that everybody's a lizard man alien? That's what you're trying to say? Like everybody's just a reptilian? That's what you're like they make up some kind of ridiculous. They're not addressing the salient details. They're not addressing the facts of the matter. They want to move on to some other thing. And I mean, no offense, but you kind of did that with Antarctica, and it happens. You're not the first. People go to the other things. Well, how does this work? Okay, well, what about lunar eclipses? Well, what about this? What about that? I mean, yeah, there's questions. There's questions. Did you? I mean, it would be an embarrassing claim to act as though there is a group of people that has all questions answered. That would be an embarrassing claim to make, because it's quite evident that all the different people with their different conceptualizations have all questions answered. I don't know that anybody can make that claim with a straight face or sincerely, honestly. I don't know. I don't think anybody's making that claim, and we certainly don't. There's questions that don't have answers, and it just, that's not an exclusive trait of people that are trying to be empirical. The theoretical physicist, the pretend experts, I would accuse them of being pretend experts, because they're experts on what is happening. Who is joining?
I don't know.
There's like person after person after person joining the VC. They're experts at fairy tales and imagination and storytelling. But even those people don't have all of the answer. They don't claim to. Even the people that literally make stuff up. Even those people don't claim to have answers to everything. It's an absurd claim to say I have answers to everything.
I'm not saying I have answers for everything.
Isn't it just
But
as absurd as
there is-
someone saying, "Oh, all of those assumptions are wrong that the scientists are saying," and it's that kind of just as absurd?
Well, that nobody's saying that either, though. That's the point.
No, some people are in here though.
Okay, what science are you aware of that answers the geometric question of Earth's shape?
I'm not talking about anything
That
specific.
science is wrong.
I'm not
Is there
talking about
science
anything
like
specific.
that?
I'm not talking about anything specific. I'm just asking.
You're just making broad generalizations, whatever.
Yeah, that's
So talking about general principles.
not helpful.
Well, people do try to answer questions based off of the general principles, which make things knowable. But, sometimes we start with these axiomatic assumptions that are just wrong. We're starting from the assumption that it's a globe when we don't really have evidence of it curving relative to any sort of straight standard. So we have the wrong starting point. So we're going to have the wrong knowledge, the wrong endpoint from there. So let's check our assumptions. Let's check our axioms and see if we could, start from another place that's, flatter.
So, okay, yeah, sure. Let's check our axioms. I agree, right? Let's check what causes things to look a certain way at a distance, because they have to look a certain way. So, again, one of the reasons I moved on to sky and other things. I agree. It seems like I'm trying to avoid the question, but obviously the question is difficult, and it's a difficult question.
Well, you might be trying to do too much all at once.
Only for you, it's difficult.
Let's talk about the curvature then. So I figured out the thing. So you said that mountain when we were talking about what was it called? The peak, the Lookout Peak in Colorado, right? So tallest mountain being Mount Rogers.
No. What state are you referring? You're saying Colorado.
We're talking about the Mount Lookout.
No, Lookout. Hold on, bud.
Yeah.
Lookout Mountain is in Tennessee and Georgia.
Oh. I thought it said something about Colorado.
No.
Sorry. Okay, so it's in
And the observation of Kentucky and Virginia.
Yeah, and Virginia was at 139 miles.
149.
141.
149.
I think it was 149. All right.
Yeah, you look it up. Look at the Lookout Mountain Pinnacle Overlook and do the stuff. You can take my word for it, but you don't have to. You can verify.
Yeah, that's
these
the point.
things
Is I don't want to take your word for it because they're taking the word for
Okay, then go look it up.
So the tallest mountain would be 400 feet above the sticking above the curvature. If you were to put the tallest mountain at 149 miles while at the lookout, so that would be visible.
No.
So that's one thing.
No.
I don't know about the other ones though.
You took a mountain from Colorado.
No,
No,
Virginia mountains, Mount Rogers. You said you took the tallest mountain in Virginia and then put it at what it would be like if it was like right at that distance, and you said it wouldn't be visible, but I'm seeing that the math checks out that it would be visible. Right? Okay. I haven't been there in person, I haven't said it, but that's what this is telling me.
Look at its location. Right. It's not at the spot that I was talking about. That's half of the point. I was just adding an absurdity, but I have to see
right, that would be one of the absurdities, right? Okay. So how about we do, I don't know much about this lookout, but what was another one of the mountains? Mount Rogers, let's see. Mount Lookout. See, this is the kind of stuff that we would have to do to actually verify what is and isn't visible, and does it make sense, right? Is like actually go through it.
Yes, and I have been through it already. The main thing is the 2389 feet at the 149 mile distance. Okay, which gives you a horizon distance of 59.8 miles and a target hidden height of 5,298 feet.
Right, and that's what I have here. Yeah.
So there's no mountain anywhere close to that height, anywhere near that 149 mark. So if you increase your target distance to anywhere where there would be a taller mountain, you're only going to increase your target hidden height.
Yeah, right.
That's how that works. My point is, I believe it was 3,800 feet was the tallest elevation height for that spot, but I'll see if I can find it again. Again, I need to make these graphics. So that I can just reference it each time.
Wait, so it was the C to the 7 C's thing, right? So wouldn't it be in Georgia?
7 states.
Yeah, the states. The states. I mean, my bad. So the actual lookout's in Georgia.
The actual lookout is not. The actual lookout comes into Tennessee. Part of Lookout Mountain is in Georgia, yes, but it's in Point Park. If you're on Google Maps, you're going to look at Point Park. All right, that's the primary spot of observation. There's another spot called something Overlook, Lookout Mountain, Incline Gifts. But basically, Point Park is where you're going to get your elevation height off of Point Park, because that's pretty much the tallest spot of observation. So right around where the Lookout Mountain Battlefield Visitor Center is and Point Park, right around that area is where you're going to get your elevation height. 2389 is generous because 2389 is actually a little bit higher. But then when you're talking about the spot that can be seen, I'm taking the closest spot, which would be Cumberland Gap, Gap Cave, Middlesboro, Kentucky, and Cumberland Gap, Virginia, and Pinnacle. Oh, Pinnacle Overlook, if you kept hearing me say that, Pinnacle Overlook is the mountaintop that I'm suggesting probably is the one that can be seen. And if you take Pinnacle Overlook's height,
right, Pinnacle.
That's what I'm referring to as Pinnacle Overlook, which is on the Kentucky-Virginia state line. So I got the height of Pinnacle Overlook at some point, and that's the numbers that I was using. So.
And that's like a mountain or a hill or something, Pinnacle Overlook, or is it just
it's a mountain.
Okay.
Mountain. I mean, it's pretty high. It's 2,440 feet is Pinnacle Overlook's elevation.